We don't really have a name for this, so we're just going to go for it. It's probably going to go in the Eternal Rambles podcast, but it's not an Eternal Rambles. We're doing a tier list today. No script, only audio.
Tier list!
Tier list time! Take that, Overly Sarcastic Production. We're totally stealing your format and doing a tier list you've talked about but haven't gotten around to yet, that I'm aware of.
Yeah. At least
who knows? They might have actually done this by this point.
They did the Mentor tier list.
As far as the recording of this video.
Yes. They did the Mentor tier list, the Magic tier list, the Himbo tier list, the Lancer tier list. They talked about the Dad tier list in the Mentor tier list, because there is a little bit of overlap. So we're doing the Dad tier list. So
I'm going to go back and do the other ones, because we have our own thoughts,
we do.
and they're wrong.
So, for all you daddies out there, we're coming for you.
This is how to not fuck up.
Oops.
Are you not recording?
I'm not screen recording.
Well, that's fine. That's a lot easier. Oh, we will have to sync. Actually, we probably won't have to sync it that much. So we've got a list of about 60 dads here, varying knowledge between us. Some of us are going to be, all three of us are going to be able to talk about some of them, only two of us, and a couple of single individual opinions. We will try to be fair and as democratic as possible with this knife I have in my back pocket. S tier. Obvious. Best dad. Wish it were my dad. Everyone should want this dad in their life. A tier. Admirable dad. Like, this guy did everything he could, but there was just a couple of things holding him back, either environmental or just his own personals, or the kid's response to being his father. Because that sometimes you can try to be a good dad, but if your kid responds to it poorly, you have to be a dad to your kids. Just because we, the audience, like what he did. If the child doesn't, that can be kind of a problem, so that can hold some dads back from A tier.
Also, there's just a certain point of you could get everything right
And still mess up.
and then just still not be quite S tier.
Yeah.
There is something about the S tier.
To be fair, it's going to be kind of hard to be S tier, because if you're an S tier dad, that is a feat.
Yes.
B tier. Good dad overall, couple flaws.
But they're aware of it, and they're working on it.
Yeah, so B tier is very midline.
C tier. Average dad.
Average, yeah, you are a father if you're in C tier. We recognize you as a parental unit, but you didn't really excel.
To
you
not
didn't fuck
suck
up.
badly.
Yeah.
D, you are
Dad. That's a bad dad.
That's
a bad dad.
If you're in D, you messed up somewhere along the way.
Along the way, and it's been a pretty bad
Maybe you weren't malicious in your fuckery. Maybe you cared about your child, but you did something that messed them up, and you became a bad dad by doing so.
D for that's a bad dad. And F is fucked up dad.
F is you failure. You failed as a dad. You did something wrong. You knew what you were doing. You did it anyway. You used your kids or some variation of those things. You have failed as a father.
Actively
the big difference between D and F is going to be
Intense.
Yeah. A D tier dad is gonna beat you down and drink booze and sleep around the house, but he's not actively trying to ruin your life.
A D tier dad still cares.
He just sucks so badly about caring. That
Was
you
never
ruined your life.
never meant to be a father. Unfortunately, became one.
Yeah, he's just kind of there.
And F tier is actively trying to ruin your life.
Actively.
For some petty, selfish
To be
reasons.
fair, ironically enough, it's not hard to be an F dad in concept, but you have to try to be an F tier dad.
There's a certain amount of willful requirement.
Yes.
Here we go, starting with the very first dad.
These are alphabetized for the most part, and if your favorite dad is not on this list, it's either we didn't know anything about them, or we forgot.
Yes.
So leave your comments
Or
down
Aaron
below.
just didn't care.
Yeah. Well, that's true. I did compile most of this. To be fair, I did ask you guys to give me dad suggestions, and I
gave you 100 dads.
You did. Some of them we were already on the list. Some of them we knew for a fact only you would talk about. And we really tried to make it only about 2 or 3 per individual discussion.
Yeah.
Because we're trying to be fair. And we're not trying. We could have had more dads. We could have done a whole ass live stream of just talking about nothing but fathers. We could have done that. Maybe you wouldn't want us to.
Yeah.
But we're just going to have fun with this. Maybe we'll come back to it. Maybe make part 2. I still think we will be making other kinds of tier lists, though. And this is actually the second time we've attempted to record this, but I can't remember almost anything we said in the previous recording session. So this should still be fairly fresh, new arguments, or maybe we repeat ourselves. You'll never know.
only we will.
Only we
and
will.
by we, I mean me.
But Koenig will.
The editor will know. The editor always knows.
So, we're starting off with Arthur Weasley.
Arthur Weasley. Now, granted, Kodig and myself never read the Harry Potter books, but we have at least all seen the movies.
Yes.
And I have read the books and the movies, so I have both.
I've read the movies.
Sources of information to draw from.
Yeah, so immediately in bonus for Arthur's, he cares.
He does.
He does love his children. Like, he fights for his kids on multiple occasions, sometimes with magic, sometimes with his fist, like the time he tackled Lucius Malfoy for talking shit to his daughter in front of his face.
And then promptly mollywopped him.
Yeah, because they weren't using magic. He literally just fucking tackled the guy, and he was like, what is this?
Yeah. He's always getting bonus points that the wizard dad isn't afraid to throw some fisticuffs.
Yes. Any dad who is willing to lay hands in defense of their children, in our opinion, maybe not everyone thinks this way, but us, the three of us, agree. You get bonus points if you're willing to put yourself on the line physically for your kids.
However,
one clarification: it has to be because it's not something you would normally do. Like,
yes.
For instance, Arthur Weasley is a wizard.
Yeah.
But rather than reach for his wand and throw some curses, he decided to punch Lucius in the face.
Yes, exactly. Like that whole situation could have gotten way out of hand, but it was purely Arthur's passion that drove that, and also Lucius just being a dick.
And a bitch.
And also, the good thing about Arthur was he wanted to make Lucius pay, but not necessarily in a way that would get him thrown in jail, which is why he threw the fist and not necessarily the wand. Because does anyone really go to jail in Harry Potter for laying hands on somebody, or is it just for curses?
You know,
I would find it way more funny if it's only for curses.
You can pile drive somebody off a second floor balcony and not go to jail.
Let's settle this dispute like real wizards. Fucking wrestling match.
I mean,
I'm pretty sure it's only for wands, because
you know what? That's
fisticuffs are such a
barbaric. Yeah.
It's a muggle-
it's a
muggle
thing to do that I think that's the only thing they focus on.
See, that's why Godric Gryffindor was actually using a sword. It was to avoid war crimes.
Well, that, and we also had to deal with the problem.
I don't need to cast Avada Kedavra. I cast slice your head off.
I cast sword.
I cast stab. We also have to remember he was during the time of the medieval era when knights were running around in armor that deflected spells.
To be fair, it is a
you
goblin
need something
made
to shank
sword.
a bitch
Yeah, that's
sometimes.
true.
All right. So, Arthur, I think he does a lot right. Unfortunately, there are a few things he does wrong. Two main ones, one of which he's working all the time.
He's working all. This is very true.
His family is poor, and he does everything he can for them. That's good, but also, if you're not around, no matter how hard you're working to make your kids' lives better, if you're not around, you can't really be a dad to them.
Yeah.
Also, another point of view. Not only is he working all the time and he's never around for his kids, Arthur Weasley, this is something from the books. It's talked about once in the books in like the second or first or second.
Well, we don't meet Arthur until the second movie, so.
Yeah, but it's not something that but Ron makes a point that Arthur has been offered multiple job promotion opportunities. And he's turned them down every single time, despite the fact that he is the only one bringing in money that his entire family depends on. He has turned them down every single time because he loves what he does. Which,
his fascination of muggles.
Yeah.
I get it. No, we all want to do the job that we love doing. But when you're the only breadwinner in the house and your family is struggling because your wife was crazy about having a daughter...
Yeah.
You're gonna need to make some sacrifices.
Yeah, working all the time for the benefit of your family is one thing, but working all the time because it's a job you really love and you refuse to get promoted.
Yeah.
Bit of a problem.
Honestly, the biggest factor that really draws Arthur Weasley down isn't even Arthur Weasley. It's
Molly.
It's Molly.
It's Molly.
Molly honestly is a really bad mother not to every child, but to enough of them that it's a problem.
No, that makes you a bad mother to every child. If you're showing favoritism towards one or two, that is a bad mother to all of them.
Well, when you say favoritism, it's the whole thing where it's like...
It's not... Yeah.
Okay, no, she is 100% showing favoritism to
100%.
to Jenny. She is.
Jenny, 100% is.
But to with Fred and George, they're troublemakers all the time.
Yeah.
She has to focus on them. Obviously, she's obsessed with her daughter. And then you have... By the time we meet them in the story... Percy, who's like, like he's overachieving. He's trying to do everything he can. Like he's head boy, all this stuff that matters. Like all of her sons prior to that, like Percy, Bill, and Ted, not Ted.
Percy,
Bill,
and Charlie.
Charlie were overachieved. They got head boy. No, they weren't necessarily head boy, but they were at least all prefects. They
were all
excelled in
prefects.
Gryffindor.
2 of them were head boys. 1 of them was the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team.
Yeah.
They also, Bill and Charlie one of them became a curse breaker, which is an incredibly prestigious position to get, and then became a curse breaker for Gringotts, which is also like a step above.
And Charlie was like a dragon handler, wasn't he?
And Charlie became a dragon handler.
Yeah, but none of that matters because y'all are boys.
No, that wasn't necessarily. She obviously those first few kids, like they excelled in what they did.
Yeah.
But also, it's very telling fact that it's a very big family. Charlie is never home, ever.
And Bill only shows back up for the apocalypse.
Yeah, to help Harry.
World War Wizard has happened.
Yeah.
That is what brought him home.
And Molly talks shit about the woman that Bill loves.
Yes. Talk shit about Flair.
Yeah.
All the time.
And she
Yeah, he's
fucking
French.
almost criminally ignores Ron. Every year, she makes him a Christmas sweater in a color that he has repeatedly said he hates.
Yeah. To be honest, she ignores all of her kids. Except Ginny. Because that's the thing. The only time she will bring up Bill, Charlie, and Percy is when she wants to compare Fred and George or Ron to them. Like, why aren't you like them?
And
we should be more like them, completely ignoring y'all because y'all raised us terribly.
Yeah, so that's now.
Like,
I know we're talking a lot,
like-
we're talking a lot of crap on Molly, and we're focusing on Arthur. But the reason why
yeah.
we're bringing it up is because if you're a dad who has a wife and you're both trying to raise a family together, Arthur letting Molly do all of these things because he's at work all the time, so she's the sole person raising the family, and she's raising the kids poorly. And Arthur doesn't either care enough to notice,
Or just refuses to not rock that boat.
yeah, that's a problem that holds him back.
That is a problem. Like, Molly is a genuine problem. The fact that he does not rein her in is also a problem.
honestly, with those specific things, with the tiers that we've given so far, I honestly would place Arthur in C tier.
Yes. C+.
I'm leaning
wanna
more
put
toward
him in
B
B.
tier because honestly, there is that element of as the series goes on. Because Arthur was doing all these things during peacetime,
Yeah.
whereas
Yeah, but you have to take into account their entire lives, not just the last.
yeah, I
8
know, but
years.
so it starts off that way, and then as the series gets more dire, and the fact that we do see Arthur and Molly both welcome Harry into the family and treat him with a lot of love and respect, something that Harry has not experienced prior to that. Adopting somebody into your family, that is still bonus points.
That is still bonus points.
Yeah.
Like I said, I want to put him in B tier. I want to put him in B-. I really do. But he's just
B minus C plus. So I guess we're basically
C+.
we're basically asking ourselves, do we want him to be the top of C tier or bottom of B tier? Which he's the first person, so that's not really comparing anything.
I think we can put him in C tier for now, and
Okay.
depending on how our minds change about like what B and C are later on.
I
might
guess we'll
change
have to
that.
come. We'll after everybody's placed, we'll go back over it and then maybe move some people up or down, depending.
Up and down, depending on.
So for now, we got Arthur.
Sorry, Arthur, you tried, but
Top of C tier.
Like, you're trying really hard,
tried
but
really
you
hard.
you failed at a bunch of very big points.
all right.
Next up, we've got Batman.
The Batman, which is ironic because whether his name was Batman or Bruce, he would still be in the bees. So
No.
Actually, he would still be where he's at in the bees because
No. Well, wait. I mean, you mean
No, 'cause
bees
Bob-
because
you
he's
mean bees
Bruce
in
Wayne.
alphabetical
No,
order.
bees as
or...
alphabetical order.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I was
no.
about to be like, nah, he is not a B tier dad.
Yeah, so obviously there's the Bat fam. Bruce adopts many a young boy under his cape and cowl, and then he has an actual biological son, Damien.
and
Yeah.
a biological daughter.
And to be
Who's his
clear,
biological daughter?
I don't remember. It's from a
he's got a couple.
few comic
Okay,
lines, but we're
all
not
right.
going to
So,
bring that
so,
up. Really.
so quick pause before we continue much further. Okay, Arthur only really has 2 interpretations: the book and the movie. There's a lot of Batman out there. So we're gonna try like a bit of a amalgamation hodgepodge.
There are some Batmans out there
that are really
that
bad
are
dads.
S-tier dads, and there are some Batmans out there that are F-tier dads.
So we're gonna basically be going off of vibes here.
We're going on general
and
vibes.
plus, well, like what we know, like we're really basing a lot of our judgments are going to be from like Justice League cartoon, the Batman animated.
Like for
series.
example, the Son of Batman series of movies. Honestly, he's not a very good dad.
No, he's not.
But in the comic books, for at least a while there, he was a really good dad to Damian. So much to the point that they had to kill Damian to keep Bruce being Batman.
So yeah, it is one of those things where it's like it's an overall
please
vibe
don't
of
shout.
Batman.
Well, actually, in comic 245 of the Batman somethings, I don't care. There's like 30 million different alternative universe.
Yeah.
There's so many different timelines. They had to make a multiverse to handle all the random nonsense.
And then ruined it.
And then
continue to ruin it. No, they've ruined it basically
Several times.
every decade, every few years.
Every
they've
couple
ruined
of
it.
decades.
Gotta do a universal
we're gonna
reset
do it on
again,
general
guys.
Vibes.
So your results may vary. So Dick, obviously, almost always the first one.
Always
in later
the first- almost always
interpretations,
the first
they might shuffle the order a little bit. But Dick was the first in the comics.
I don't think he's always
No,
the first Robin.
Dick is always the first Robin.
He's always
It's just,
the first Robin.
It's just the other orders can kind of change.
Well, like sometimes like Big Barbara shows up before Dick. Sometimes.
Sometimes
Yeah,
Barbara
but
shows
Dick
up
is
before Dick, but
always
Barbara's
the
also not one
first
of Batman's
Robin.
kids. But Dick is always the first Robin. That's a
Yeah.
big thing, that he is always
All right.
the Robin.
So which obviously, Bruce empathized with the fact of, you watched your family get murdered right in front of you. I feel that. I will adopt you. Now, in certain runs of that, Bruce is like, okay, I will take him. I will make sure he's not alone. Hey, Alfred, watch this young boy while I get bloody vengeance for his parents' murder. And just ignores Dick until Dick figures out that he's Batman and goes, hey, that's going to be me that does that.
I do like the one of the biggest aspects that you got to bring up into the specific conversation when it comes to Batman. It's like a lot of people misinterpret what it is. Just like that quote from Young Justice of Wonder Woman and Batman, of them being like, "Well, you
like
failed
nobody
to admit that you were a child," and Batman was like, "Well,
nobody in the league knew."
And
I
Batman
did.
said, "I knew."
Yeah.
And she's like, "Well, what can I expect from someone who recruited Robin at the ripe old age of 9?" It's like, "Why? So you could train him to be you?" And it's like, "No, so that we wouldn't become me."
Specifically, what he says is Robin needed to get justice against the man who killed his parents. Why? So he could turn out like you?
So that he wouldn't.
And it's like, I don't care who you are. In that moment, you sit down.
Sit down. And that's actually a really big dad points to Batman, is that
he's trying to prevent literally everyone in the world from becoming Batman.
Yeah.
as much as he can
Because
often
being Batman fucking sucks.
as much as he can often be a terrible dad.
Unless you're Terry McGinnis.
Unless you can, as I'm saying, as much as he can often be a
Which is
terrible
also his
dad,
son. Genetically.
Oh, you're right. I totally forgot about that. To be fair, he does not know that Terry is his son.
But he is.
Yeah. But as bad of a dad as Batman can be, he is always aware of the greater problems with his kids and actively trying to help them through it.
But he's a
he might fail at that sometimes.
Yeah.
But
there are times when he loses sight of the fact that they're
kids.
He kind of separates his kid from his partner, and that causes problems.
Yeah, and like sometimes it's like, I want to do something that I believe is right for you. It's like, okay, what about what I want, Bruce? What about that?
Yeah.
And there is elements where it's like, Batman's thing is he will sacrifice everything for his mission. He won't sacrifice somebody else's life for the mission.
But he'll sacrifice his
life, and he will sacrifice his relationships with other people.
Yes.
For the mission. Which means he makes choices that he knows will hurt Dick or Damian or Barbara or Terry or Jason.
Because as much as he cares
or
about
Tim.
Because as much as he cares about them, the mission
will
is
always
all consuming.
Like, and also is like, he doesn't necessarily think, he's not, in Batman's mind, he's not going to grow old. He fully expects to one day not return.
Yeah.
He will give his life.
Expects to bite a bullet.
Now, eventually, by some miracle,
He
he
does
does
get
make it to
old.
old age, and it's very clearly once he gets to that point, he never once planned to get to that
The
point.
old age, and then he's just like, well, I'm old now. What do I do?
And then he shuts everyone away in his life. Like if we go to like the Batman Beyond universe with like the movie, because like after you end Batman the animated series, like he's got Tim, he's got Dick, he's got Barbara, they're all in his little family, and then we jump all the way to Batman Beyond, and he's alone.
He's alone. Barbara's now chief of police.
She's still Commissioner Gordon, but she's like, no, Bruce, no Batman, none of it. You will not do this in my city.
She's almost hostile.
Yeah, like
Well,
you
not
can
almost.
you can very you
She
can
is hostile.
you can tell there's
No,
a
because there
very
is that
serious
fact of
broken
the
trust.
Even though she doesn't.
No, at the
necessarily
beginning, she is
want-
very hostile.
She doesn't necessarily want a Batman. The fact of that she doesn't want a Batman in the city, but
Yeah.
at the same time, she doesn't try to stop them.
Yeah, that is true.
Mostly
Well,
She makes no serious attempt to
she's like,
stop
well, I
him.
can't.
She would be a major hypocrite if she actively tried to stop him.
Honestly, with everything that we've stated so far, I think I'm going with a C tier ranking over here. 'Cause it's
Yeah.
like, he's
C
not
minus.
quite.
He tries.
He
He
tries
means
his
well.
best, but there's also like those downsides.
He is
to it.
very clearly not meant to be a father, even though he tries to be one.
He tries
and
to
that's
be one.
admirable, but he does fail a lot.
But he doesn't fuck up enough to be a D
So
tier.
we're
I don't
going
think.
with C.
You're gonna C
below
tier.
author.
Below Arthur.
C minus.
Yeah, below Arthur.
Is there any way we can shift those? Like put one of them up between. B
No,
and C
that's
and
not
one
that's
of
not
them-
how that's not how this works. So
No,
we're
that's
we're just gonna have to put everything either top or bottom. That's just how we're gonna have to organize later. Okay, next one.
Okay, this one's pretty much all me.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
Bob Duncan from
This-
Good Luck Charlie.
Yeah,
Which
Ryan didn't really watch television, and I had stopped watching Disney by the time this show.
I
had
watch
come out.
television. I didn't-
You watch DVD reruns and PBS Kids.
Look, I watched Cartoon Network some of the time and PBS Kids.
This was
Because
on
those were
neither
the
of
only
those.
two channels that I had available to as a kid.
no, but Bob Duncan is one of those dads that like every single moment you see him on screen, it's like that's like, man, I would love to have this as my dad. You know what I mean? I would love to have this as my dad. He makes a lot of jokes with his children. You know, like he plays around with them, jokes them. He is firm in his punishment of his kids, but he'll also be like, you know, he'll be friendly. You know what I mean? It's like you can't have a dad that's purely your friend, but you also need to have a dad that gets capable of being one. The only issue comes into play is like sometimes it's like the whole like wife thing.
How
but
many
it's
kids?
not-
How many kids does he have?
It's let's see, because it's
Obviously, the titular Charlie
the
and
two boys and the two girls.
Okay, so we got 4 kids.
4 kids, yeah.
Alright.
And he's pretty good at giving attention to all of them. I mean, obviously there is the one that's I can't remember all the kids' names.
That's fine.
But I think it's Gabe. It's the youngest boy. That's like he's like the evil one. You know what I mean? It's like he just gets in a lot of trouble.
Back in the era of family sitcoms, there always used to be the one evil child for no reason.
Exactly, and that's how it was. And it's like there's a back and forth between the two, but it's like he doesn't give him any less attention than anyone else. It's just, you know, they require different types of attention. So all in all, like he is in the top tier of dads, not quite like S or A, but like he's right at that perfect point where it's like I would love to have this as a father, and you know this is what most fathers should really strive to be. But like, you know, there is those few things that drag him down.
I mean, you raised an evil kid.
yeah.
Plot relevancy or
hey,
not, you
hey.
raised an evil kid. I'm just saying.
To be fair,
Well,
sometimes
actually, he turns out not to be evil because of his father.
I mean, I will say sometimes kids are just fucked up, and no matter how hard you try, they just end up
and
that
that
way.
has nothing to do with you being
It has nothing to do with you being a bad dad. Like, if there are certain things that you did everything you could for this kid, it's just the kid was just completely unreceptive to you. At a
Well-
certain point, it's not your fault.
As a parent, you have 2 responsibilities. 1, ensure your kid is fed and clothed. 2, ensure they grow up into being not a douchebag.
Well, that's pretty
If
much
you
what happened.
fail at one of those, you've kind of failed at the 2 jobs of being a parent.
It's a good thing we don't have any Hunter dads in this.
No,
You
'cause
know.
they would all be fucking F tier.
Yeah. I'm gonna put because it's
F or D.
I'm the only one that can
there'd
really
be
rank
nowhere
it.
else for
Yeah.
I'm the only one that can really rank here. I'm gonna put him in. up or B, depending on
Yeah.
how this list goes.
That's
I'm gonna
fine.
go with B plus.
So
I don't know enough. I really
I don't know enough
wanna
to argue.
I don't know enough to argue, but also at the
Yeah.
same time, I don't think he should be higher
Yeah.
than Arthur.
Yeah, we will avoid.
Well, I know based on what we've talked about that he is higher
Yeah.
than Arthur.
Well then,
We will avoid putting any single opinions into like
And
S tier.
A tier
because
can kind of
A
be
tier
like,
you
yeah.
can make an argument.
no, I don't think no higher than B.
No, because like there's some that
I mean, sir, if you can make a sound argument,
Yeah.
If you can make a
which we
solidly
all know
sound
Aaron
argument.
can make a sound
I
argument
can.
to
Yes,
convince us.
A is the Aaron tier. I can put any motherfucker in that if I tried hard enough.
No.
No, I know.
Either way, next up we've got
And then you have the C tier for Kodig. No matter how hard Kodig tries, people will always end up in C tier.
Yes! Oh my god, it's
I
the
will
way it
always
always
argue
is.
against C.
This is like a known fact
It's
in our
known-
entire
unknown
friend
fact.
group. It's like Aaron is fully capable of convincing people of his argument,
Very
whereas
artic-
I am very incapable of said things.
Very articulate.
There are so many times when I will just staunchly be opposed to your opinion. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but that's just you kind of being a jerk sometimes.
I mean, yes,
It's just
also
you trying to go
also
against me
sometimes it's
specific.
just certain dads shouldn't be there.
Yeah. Okay.
Next up, we've got another B, another Bob. We've
Now,
got Bob Parr
this-
from The Incredibles.
This is going to be divisive only because I remember some of our conversation from last time where
have
part
to
of
take- we have
Incredibles 1 is
Yeah.
he goes through a character arc, which is he starts the movie as a bad dad.
Which means for the first like 18 years, or like 16 years of Violet's life,
Oh.
bad dad.
Yeah.
And then like for the last 2, it's like good. So you have to take
Well,
their
because
entire
we see,
life
we
into
see
consideration.
in the sequel movie, we see Bob trying to be a good dad in that movie.
And
But,
he is, but like
well,
Yes.
his results vary.
I mean, I'm sorry. He picked that shit up really quickly.
intent again is one of the most important things.
I mean, well, there is one very obvious thing that I can point out. Bob has no idea
how to be a dad.
how. No. How to care for his toddler Jack, and that's before he finds out he has powers.
In his defense,
Which means for
I don't
Violet
think there's
and for
anyone in the
and for
world.
Dash's infancy,
Yeah.
you can tell how detached
Well,
Bob was
the
from the
other thing
raising
that you got to
process.
remember about The Incredibles is it's based on the 1950s. It's like I'm not 100% sure. I think it actually takes place in the 1950s. So is that nuclear family? It's the dad works, the mother raises the kids.
Yes, but Helen points out in the sequel movie is like, hey, maybe it's my turn to share the load. Maybe I go into the corporate life and take that burden off of you. And Bob goes, no, I have to do this.
Yeah,
That's-
but I
that's
know. But what I'm
because
saying is like,
quite literally, we were brainwashed to do that.
yeah, in the 1950s, that's just a nuclear family. That
Like,
doesn't take
if,
away
if,
from
if
you
the
being a good
dad
dad
didn't work in the family, he was a complete loser, piece of shit trash.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
he
just
had
society.
to go out and be the breadwinner.
Yeah, so like I don't think that specifically should be taken.
I mean,
against him.
but to be fair though, with Bob's whole situation, it wasn't the fact that he hated his job that made him a bad dad. That's not what it was.
Yeah, it was everything else.
He
actually,
all
that
he
was part
wanted
of
to
it.
be was to be a superhero. He wanted to be a hero
And he did, and they constantly had to relocate
because
of Bob.
he oftentimes had
So
to make
taking
his family
and his
relocate.
kids away
Yeah,
from
because he
where they were-
because something with. Although again, in his own defense, when you have super strength,
Yes.
it would be very hard to hide that.
Counterpoint: going out with your best friend, skipping out on dinner with your family so you can sit in a car and listen to a police radio.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm aware that I am playing devil's advocate.
No, you
here,
are.
and I'm not.
Yes.
However, yes, he does skip out on that. He skips on family dinner.
He's not even listening to his wife when his wife's trying to tell him, "Hey, your son went to the principal's office today." He's not paying attention as his wife is actively talking to him. She has to go, "Bob, huh?"
Yeah. Exactly.
He's at dinner with his
However-
family, with a newspaper, reading things. He's not at dinner with his family,
However, again, playing devil's
and that has nothing to do with
advocate,
his job.
That has nothing
If
to do
you
with
go
job.
into if you go into Incredibles 2, you know, you lean into that whole aspect of like, okay, 1 was the character arc of him, you know, getting with his family, and 2 is the character arc of him learning to be a father outside of providing.
Okay, so Incredibles 1 is him realizing he has to be a father. The sequel is him realizing what it means to be a father.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And so like if you
can
take the
see
movies into
this
consideration,
is very upward progression.
which means
And,
we
and
can't.
the thing is, it's a very fast upward progression. Like the
Yes.
minute he realizes, oh, I have flaws that I need to work on.
Yeah.
He fixes out that shit real fucking quick.
Yes.
That is the thing is
Yeah.
like
Which
we
gives
do
you
have to
bonus
take into
points.
consideration like there's a lot of bonus points that have to go into play. Right, he cannot go anything below C tier just based on where he ends up in the series.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Is like he started Incredibles ones in D tier and pulled himself out of it.
Now, whether or not he's in high C, low B, all really depends on our opinions on what matters most in his circumstance, where he is now, or how much of his life he spent in D.
I find it hard to play because there's another factor we have to point into is effective overall screen time.
Yeah.
How much do we get to see him do? We can fantasize and hypothesize and all this stuff about what he could do, but we are limited by what we actively see them do.
Plus, we can also, the good news is now that we actually have people on the board, we are actually capable of being like, well, how would you compare Bob to Arthur?
Honestly, I see a lot of similarities between both Arthur and Batman. He's trying to be a hero first for a lot of the story.
Trying to be a hero first for a lot of the story. However, there is another point that I want to make. Mm-hmm. Bob wants his kids to succeed. And most importantly, he wants his kids to succeed in what they are doing. Mm-hmm. He is excited when Dash brings up his speed, because Dash loves being fast. He loves doing his speed stuff. Mm-hmm. Helen's the one who's constantly trying to be like, no, you're not allowed to use your powers. You have to hide. You have to do all these things.
Both of those are completely understandable. It's like Bob, he's like, I want you to do what you like doing.
Yeah, Bob wants his kids to do what they
should not have to hide what makes them special, which is fair.
But Bob is also encouraging his children that's going to get them arrested.
Yeah. It's like Helen is like, it's illegal now. They can't.
I mean, is it illegal?
It is.
It's very highly emphasized.
Being a superhero,
having
superpowers is not illegal.
Is illegal. Yeah. Having superpowers technically isn't. It's just frowned upon.
However, that is the thing. It's like,
I mean, no, to be fair, Dash as a child is not going to get arrested for this.
Yeah.
But if things kept going as they were, and Bob was like, oh yeah, we should, like, Dad always says our powers make us special, that there's nothing to be ashamed of with them. That's fine. That's a good mentality to have. It's like, don't make your kids feel bad for who they are.
Yeah.
But when Dash does something wrong, like use his super speed to put a tack on his teacher's desk during class, what does Bob care about? Whoa, you got on camera, you still got away with it? Whoa, you must have been booking it. How fast do you think you were going?
Yeah, exactly.
You were focusing completely on the wrong thing. By all means, encourage your kid to do what he likes. You are encouraging him in the wrong instance. You were so fast you couldn't get caught. Good job, Dash. That's how you become a bank robber.
Yes. That's the other thing. It's like, I love it. I think that it's presented best at the end of that movie where it's like he's on the track team. And they're like, yeah, go, it's like
second place,
and then he's like, they're like, whoa, slow down, bring it back. It's like second,
make it close.
Which, in my own opinion, that's its own kind of like, okay, so you let Dash go out into sports, but you're inherently telling him, hey, your entire career in sports will be a lie.
Well, I mean, it has to be, unfortunately.
Yes, exactly.
But at the same time...
But it doesn't matter because it makes...
Hang on.
But that's the same point, because the thing is that the problem isn't necessarily the fact that he's encouraging his kids to be these issues. I mean, yes, that is happening. And yeah, it is kind of an issue. But the thing is, the only reason Dash is doing this shit is because his mother constantly refuses to let him to exercise his energies in anything that he actually wants to do. He doesn't actively want to be that kind of prankster problem. He's just not allowed to do anything that he wants to do with his speed. Like, they have to go out in the middle of... He and his dad have to go out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere to play catch. Because otherwise Helen won't let them do it.
Yeah, because they can't, which means if Bob... Because we see that in that montage of Bob being a good dad. Yeah. Hey, let's go out in the middle of nowhere so I can throw you a fucking football and you can actually run to catch it, because with my strength and your speed, we can actually play an interesting and fun game of catch. Why isn't Bob doing that in the early part of the movie? Oh, because he's being a bad dad.
He's kind of being...
Because when Bob wants to, he goes out to the rail yard to emphasize his super strength, burn off all his energy, get into shape, but he's ignoring his kids' needs. And like we pointed out, if Dash was allowed to find an outlet for his speed, he wouldn't be a prankster. Yes. Bob could be helping him with that, but he can't because Helen is also trying to raise 3 kids at the same time.
Again, nuclear family problems.
Because that's the thing, is like because Helen is trying to be there for Violet's emotional needs, because she senses that her daughter's depressed, but also her son is being, he's being disruptive during class, and then also Jack is a literal baby.
Well, here's the thing. I'm gonna say C tier. I think we're all pretty much in agreement there, right?
He tries. He does try, and that's
the problem is his depression, as well as his depression makes him bad.
Because there's a lot like Arthur
really
and
bad.
Batman.
It's overall the circumstances that Bob finds himself in as a parent they basically hold him back from being the dad he could be.
Exactly. Now the question that we have to answer is he above or below Arthur Weasley?
I think
he's just a C.
So would we put him?
I would actually
put him between the two.
I would actually argue that he belongs higher than Arthur because, as you emphasize the fact of it's his character arc, he is going upward, which means he has the potential to end up as a better dad.
He actively, I technically speaking, if you take him just from the end of the second movie, he could be like a solid B.
Yeah, if you just took him from that,
And Arthur doesn't do that.
No.
Yeah, so I guess we put him above Arthur.
Above Arthur. Like there's very similar things, but he actively gets better. So
he actively tries to get better.
All right.
Next
fun one. This will just be me and Ryan. Daniel Hillard.
Excuse me.
Did you actually get around to watching it?
I watched it with you like 2 years ago.
Did we? I don't remember this.
All
right. Whatever. Then all three of us will talk about. Have you seen Mrs. Doubtfire? No, wait, no, that's right.
It was Ryan who
that
hasn't seen it.
Right.
No. Sorry.
It's a fun movie. So Daniel Hillard from Mrs. Doubtfire. If you're someone like Ryan, brief rundown. He's a dad married to a woman, obviously.
I thought he was married to a man.
Which would have made this
There's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with that. Just when this movie came out, they have.
I just feel like that would be great because then we have two dads and we can rank them and have competing dads.
Compare and contrast. Now we don't have
dad.
Well, it's because I haven't really seen very many things with two dads in it.
Is there anything with?
I mean, in more modern
anything that we would have watched?
In more modern anime, there have been some, but I have not seen anything. Anyway, back to my summary.
Yeah.
Daniel Hillard has 3 kids. His wife works in an office of some kind. She's the breadwinner. Yeah, because he's got the eldest daughter, the son, and then the young daughter.
Oh yeah.
So he is an actor. He in the very beginning of the film, we see him be a voice actor and get himself fired because he refuses to basically do a performance that he has moral qualms with. Like there's there is a parrot who is smoking and he's like, this is advertised toward children. I don't feel right about this.
Which is correct.
Yes.
Like, also, it's completely illegal to fire him for that.
But no, he walks out. He says, hey, if you leave, okay, this is studio, you need to do this. If you leave, you're not coming back. That's different.
I mean, that is.
He basically, but the thing is that whenever he goes to pick up his children, she's like, did you get fired again? Emphasizing that he gets fired often. This isn't a common occurrence. It's his son's birthday, but he's grounded because his grades are lower because he's on the soccer team. He focuses more on soccer than his grades. So Daniel decides, we're just going to have a nice little birthday party while your mom's at work for the next 4 hours. His wife gets home. The police have been called because there's a wild party with active farm animals in the house, and just the entire place is a mess. Now they have an argument.
That escalated quickly.
They have an argument, basically emphasizing the fact that she's sick and tired of being the bad guy, of you always having fun with the kids and me having to clean up after it and everything. I want a divorce. So they get divorced, and the judge rules that because Daniel does not have a place to live, he does not have a job, he has limited vegetation rights. But the judge qualifies, hey, this is temporary. If you can get a job and set up a domicile that is good for children, we will reconvene on this issue. So Daniel decides, okay, he's going to start doing that. But instead of just doing what the judge says, he decides to get his brother and his brother's husband, ironically enough, we just brought that up, to make him look like an old woman so he can get hired by his ex-wife to be his children's nanny so he can spend more time with them.
I mean, valid.
Hijinks ensue.
Technically highly illegal.
Hijinks ensue.
Oh, very illegal.
Hijinks ensue from there. Eventually, he gets found out. He gets judged against that he is not mentally sound, and therefore children should not be near him. So he gets downgraded to supervised visitation with his children. Eventually, things work out. The mother intervenes. They don't get back together, but they just every day your father is going to take you. He's essentially going to continue to be your nanny, so you're going to be able to see your dad every day. And it kind of ends up in this middle ground of like, hey, because the message of the movie is very similar. It's like, hey, there are different kinds of families. Some people only have one dad, some people only have one mom, sometimes they live with their grandparents, and sometimes they don't have parents at all. And all that matters in that situation is if you feel love, then you still have a family. Overall, it's another one of those things where, like, Daniel has a character arc to become a better dad, because he realizes as he's pretending to be Mrs. Doubtfire, being the nanny, that he's like, there's a lot of things about my kids that I just wasn't dealing with.
Yeah, no.
And so as Mrs. Doubtfire, he starts actually fixing those problems to the point of whenever he's being Daniel again, he's talking to his wife, he's like, hey, maybe we could reconvene this thing. And she's like, no, everyone's doing fantastic. Everything's going great. And he's like, oh, I've shot myself in the foot. I fixed everyone's problems with Mrs. Doubtfire when I could have done this all along as just Daniel. And if I had done these things, I wouldn't be divorced. So he loves his kids. His kids very, very clearly love him. They're all very upset about this whole situation. Like, they don't want a nanny. They want their dad. But also at the beginning of the movie, he's just a fucking disruptive, chaotic mess.
Yes. Who is not really a good father.
He basically just lacked discipline as the whole thing started.
Yeah.
So again, it's another one of those things where it's like starts off as a bad dad, ends as a very good dad, but it's the whole course of the movie we have to take under our thing. Now, luckily for him, I think his oldest daughter, is just in freshman in high school, so he still has plenty of time to still be a good dad for the rest of the kids rearing, so he has potential. But I find it hard.
Follow Disney logic, then he was a great dad from then onwards.
Was it a Disney movie?
Yes.
It was? Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
But
it also did something very interesting where when the mom starts dating a new guy, they don't make the new guy the villain.
Yeah, he's not evil.
He's just like, oh yeah,
he's just
like
a guy.
I'm in love with this woman, and she's got 3 amazing kids. It's like, oh,
cool.
Oh, just don't worry.
Well, that's neat.
I'll just stand here watching you move in on my family.
Good on you, mate. Great job at not being an evil stepmother.
Yeah.
Good job at that.
I think they were honestly trying to like pull back on the reins on that one. It's like, hey, let's not vilify the fact that the mom was in an unhappy marriage and then got out of it and then met somebody who made her happy. Let's not vilify that.
Yeah. Let's not vilify step parents everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not all evil.
Yeah. So I think from everything I've described, I think we're heading toward another C tier, honestly.
C minus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
C minus. He loses points because the thing he was missing is something that all fathers should have,
and it's something he needs to impart into your kids.
That's kind of but that is
the arc, and that's why it's like
that's his arc.
The important.
Yeah.
So yeah, C minus.
Yeah, C minus.
Definitely below.
Is he
below Arthur?
Is he below Batman?
Above Batman. It's good.
Well, because Batman's highs are a lot higher than him. That's the problem.
Yes, but also his lows are a lot lower.
That's true. We'll put him
the
above Batman.
Let's be honest with you. It's going to be a thing for someone to be in the C tier
and be lower
than Batman.
That'll be
interestingly enough.
Uh-huh.
I know exactly where Daniel Hillard was ranked in the last recording. This is very different.
Is it really?
It is very different.
I am curious to see compare and contrast our first list.
Do you want to know?
Not right now. We'll go out.
Okay.
We'll go later.
We'll do that after.
Because I was so vehemently against where y'all put him last time, but y'all were so fucking dead set on it, and now y'all are saying all of the points that I brought up in that video.
Again, like it's been a couple of months. Things happen. That's the funny thing about tier lists are. It honestly a lot of the time does depend on the mood
how you're
feeling
feeling that day,
the moment.
Mood driven
People
that
like
day.
people like, oh, you're in your top 10 Pokemon list. You said your third favorite Pokemon was Sceptile, but you didn't say your favorite grass type was Sceptile, and your top 10 favorite grass. It's like, guys, my opinion changes over day to day. Opinions change. This is not a fucking set list.
It's like, I love chocolate. It doesn't mean I necessarily want to eat chocolate every day.
There is no objective best dad.
No.
Well, I mean, there is, but like we haven't gotten to him yet. So.
Yeah. Also, at the end of the day, there's also a point of this. It helps that we have like very clear rules.
Yes.
Rather than each of us having like 3 different definitions
and
for
opinions
these grades.
on what each. Yeah.
I'm sorry. That was you said very different rules.
Very different rules when it comes to the
Normally,
names.
you have no issues with that. Just out of nowhere, very different. was straight.
Fuck you.
All right, moving on.
Okay, we got. Oh God, we got Darth Vader.
Ooh, Darth Vader.
Okay, so this is a straight up D tier based on everything
100%.
that I know that we've said.
Every
It's
condition
like
we've
he loves his children.
once
There's
he,
a lot of
once he
moments-
finds
once
out
he
they're
finds out
alive,
they're his kids.
and after he's chopped off his own son's hand.
Yeah, because
no, he loves his kids.
He knew Luke
he's
was
not
his-
actively trying to kill them. He's just trying to bring
Yes,
them to the
he
dark
is.
side.
Okay, the problem.
No, he's not trying to kill them.
The problem was in that movie, in Empire Strikes Back specifically, he was more loyal to the Emperor than he was to his own children.
No, he was never loyal to the Emperor.
In that movie, he was more loyal to the Emperor.
In that, no, he's not.
No,
because
that is actually true.
even in New Hope, there is specific stuff that's showing from before New Hope that the Emperor lied to him,
Yes.
and he finds out he has kids, and from then on, he loses all loyalty to the Emperor.
No.
He just knows. No, this is actual canon. This is current canon for Star Wars. He has no loyalty for the Emperor before New Hope even starts.
Yeah.
The problem is he knows he can't defeat
The Emperor is insanely powerful.
Is insanely powerful, and he would lose. So he's trying to get Luke on his side to kill the Emperor.
Yeah.
Well, then
But
he
he
made
still wants to
really,
be on the
really,
dark side.
really shitty arguments to Luke to try to convince him.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Well, no, absolutely. That's not the argument here.
He made some incredibly shit like evil villain.
But what
join
I'm
me,
saying, the
and
important
both of us
part-
can rule
the
from the
important
dark
part,
side.
Pull back. You have the pop filter, and
Okay.
you're just way too close to the microphone.
the important part that I'm trying to spout with that specific statement emphasis is that he does get the points, like not bonus points. It's just like we can't take points away, being like, oh, he's more loyal to. No, it's like no, he loves his son more than he cares about the Emperor. That's not what it is.
Yeah.
Is
It's
that
just he has
is that why he sat there for over a full minute watching the Emperor torture his son before deciding
because
he's
again, he could not
no,
defeat
no, no,
the
no,
Emperor.
no. We see Vader do this
Yeah, no, this is
in that
true.
scene before he eventually
Determining
decides
whether or not he can.
Okay, so we have seen Anakin Skywalker, who is Darth Vader, say fuck it to everything when it comes to getting in the way to help somebody he loves.
Yeah,
we
that's
have
before
seen
you lost 95% of your fucking body.
Yeah, that's actually
That
good
is
point.
a big
Keep in mind,
difference. Darth Vader
is not Anakin Skywalker.
Darth Vader
Vader's
even
weaker than
himself.
Anakin Skywalker.
Darth Vader stabbed himself through the chest to get a pot shot on Darth Maul during their fight. You're telling me that when he's seeing his son actively dying and begging his father for help, his first instinct was not to get in the way?
Because
Yes.
he knew he could take on Darth Maul. He knew that he could not take on the Emperor.
But he did.
That's the difference.
But then he did.
But then he did.
Then all he did was pick him up with his one hand. Remember, he didn't have the other hand, and just tossed him into a pit. That's
Well, again,
all he did.
Because the Emperor did not expect it. That is the
but
thing.
again, he sat there for over a minute, oohing and umming and awing.
Here's the thing that I'm trying to say. He does care about Luke. He does love Luke, and he loves Leia.
He doesn't care about them as much as his own power.
But I will.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still.
So, like, again,
cares
he is
more
not
about
actively
his
hostile towards his kids, so
No.
I cannot put him in F.
But again,
he is D.
But I'm the thing I was making though with my argument specifically was the fact of you saying, oh, he had no loyalty to the Emperor.
No,
Yeah.
he had no loyalty.
That
to the
I don't
Emperor.
think that's true.
No, that is,
and in that
he
scene,
has-
that
no,
emphasizes
and there is
a lot
that.
to me.
As soon as he finds out as soon as he finds out that his kids are real and realizes that the Emperor lied to him, he loses all loyalty to the Emperor. At that point, he is making plans to take over the Empire. From that point on, this is just all 100% canon to the story of Star Wars.
Actually, if you want to make an argument, like technically,
Even then, that doesn't really matter.
Vader never had loyalty to the Emperor, because literally when Padme is like, hey, this is wrong, and he's like, oh, no worry, Padme, join me, and I can overthrow the Emperor and rule the galaxy, and we can just be happy.
That's what I was actually going to bring up. Vader was never loyal to the Emperor.
He was only using him for the power to save Padme.
Like, he was only trying to get him to save Padme, and then when that failed, he fucking hated the Emperor.
Yes.
He fully was committed to the idea that you are the reason I have lost everything I've ever cared about. I want you fucking dead. The only problem is that he had no way of destroying the Emperor that didn't also involve destroying himself.
Yeah.
And he was so twisted.
However,
Vader actively said he hated himself. Almost got himself killed a number of times because he didn't care if he lived.
Well, that don't matter. None of that matters in the context of this
Yeah, no,
conversation.
we need to bring this tangent warning, everybody. We need to bring this back unstepped.
Darth Vader, D for Darth Vader.
Shout out on that time when Darth Vader was literally dying, and then he decided, you know what? Actually, I think I'm just gonna keep on living. And Obi-Wan had to be like, stop trying to be the hero.
No, based on all what we're
stop trying to be the hero. Let your kids solve the problem.
Based on all what we're trying to say and do here, we need to do another Star Wars podcast.
Yeah, no, Darth Vader, very easy D tier. I have no idea how high or low he's gonna end up on that, because D tier is that one where it's like, if you're in D tier, you're already a bad dad. So like the arguments we're gonna have to make for who's above and below Vader.
It's like, does he like kill his children? Like,
he's not actively trying to kill his kids.
All right.
However,
yeah,
I will state this: he did not need to cut off Luke's hand.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
He didn't.
Like, be very clear here. This is something that is obvious both from the movie, in the book, and by every person who's ever worked that spot, including Lucas. Darth Vader was in no way fighting Luke Skywalker. Darth Vader, and this is actually a thing that he does a lot in like all of the things that he's in. Darth Vader is more or less kind of playing with the hero for a little bit because he was bored.
And also the fact it was like, oh, Luke just like lets go and falls. Like, you had the Force, you could have picked him up. You didn't have to let him fall to his presumed death.
No, he knew he wasn't gonna die.
If it was not okay, Vader did not know that Leia was Luke's sibling at the time. So whenever he goes out through the Force to reach Leia and be like, Leia, she wouldn't have come to get him. Because I don't know if Vader knew that that they had escaped and were flying off the Millennium Falcon. As far as he knew, there was no one to catch Luke when he fell.
So there is a thing about
Except
the fact
Luke.
that using the Force on a Force-sensitive person is kind of tricky. And depending upon the level of power between two people, that can actually be a
Also,
bit of
yeah,
trouble.
Luke could have straight up just been like, "Oh, you're trying to lift me up." No.
No, he wouldn't have not have been able to stop Vader from doing that.
Oh.
In that point in Luke's power growth.
No, but he could have been like, well, it's like, okay, he's trying to pick me up, and I'm just like, I'm just gonna fall slower.
Yeah, but Vader could have pushed him into like a vent or something to stop him just literally falling into an actual abyss.
He did straight. No, he got pulled into a vent.
No,
he got pulled in the vent.
He got pulled into a vent. That's how he survives.
But he's literally underneath Cloud City, hanging on a fucking like
by getting
wire.
pulled
By a
into a
vent.
vent. Yeah, that's like he knew that was gonna
Read
happen.
the books and watched the movie. He fell into a vent.
It's been a while since I've seen the movies.
Anyways, that doesn't matter.
Anyway.
D tier dad.
All right.
Next
D-tier
up,
Moving along.
Doc Saturday.
Dr. Solomon Saturday.
This is gonna be
a
all Aaron.
A solo me. So this is a Cartoon Network show, The Secret Saturdays, where basically they are cryptologists.
Right.
They are a member of a secret society of scientists called Secret Scientists.
Right.
Very clever. Each of them have a different secret science that they're looking into. Like, one of them is looking into aliens, another one's looking into like portals and shit. Like, so their whole thing is cryptids.
Oh yeah, this is the one with the dad who's a super scientist and the mom that's a super witchy, and
the guy
they're raising this kid that's gonna bring about the apocalypse. Okay,
yes.
cool.
Yep.
I'm back on Lord.
Yeah,
Continue.
Ryan remembers the last time I had to explain this.
Continue, as you were.
So Doc is a scientist. He loves science, and he's fascinated by cryptids.
Stop.
Yeah, so they're secret scientists. They study cryptids, and they treat cryptids like normal animals for the fact that some of them have weird powers.
Yeah.
And they understand their whole point is to keep cryptids safe and secret, because a lot of these cryptids have abilities that if the world knew about it, they'd panic and stuff. And
Problems would occur.
so they basically, it's like if they find a cryptid who's causing havoc, they don't kill it. They just try to find it a better place for it to exist so it can continue doing what it
thing.
does. There is this ancient enemy called Kerr that is basically the source of all cryptids. That's basically prophesized to destroy all of humanity. Their son has the ability that he can kind of control cryptids. So his parents are like, "Hey, you might be the only weapon we have against Kerr should it come back." There's a villain, Vivi Argost, that is trying to basically bring about Kerr's resurrection because he wants to use Kerr to control mankind.
Yeah.
So Doc is a scientist.
And his kid is prophesized to end the world. Right.
Well, no, that's something they find out. They find out that Zack is Kerr. And when they find out about it, the whole like, okay, we're gonna keep this secret because if everyone else finds out about this, they're gonna chase you and think you're a monster. But Zack, we're your parents. We love you. We're not gonna let anything happen to you. Jump cut a couple months somehow that everyone figured it out, and they're going to war with the other scientists basically to keep their son safe. Because like, oh, don't worry, don't worry, we're just gonna put him in like a stasis capsule, and we'll work together to solve this. And his parents went, "Fuck you, we're the cryptid experts. He's our son. Fuck off."
I mean,
because
bonus
honestly,
points.
well, to be fair, honestly,
Willing to throw hands.
it's like you,
not normal situation.
like you'd be like, oh, why aren't they willing to work with this other scientists? And then you find out that for a very good reason, they don't necessarily trust all the other scientists with these kind of things. For example, the alien guy, there's this like flute that like can kill Kerr by displaying its music, and he took a recording of it, and later on he uses it as a weapon, and is like, what are you doing? It's hurting him. I was like, don't worry, I'm not giving him a lethal dose. How do you know? I don't. I'm a scientist. I'm giving it my best guess. So I don't trust this motherfucker with the fate of my son, because if he makes an assumption that, oh, we can't stop him, so we'll kill him, I believe that guy would do it. So I'm on the side of Doc and Drew Saturday to not necessarily let the other scientists stick their noses in a science that they don't know anything about. And this guy also had a huge epic fucking rainstorm fight against a powerful cryptid for the fate of his son that resulted in the loss of his eye, and that motherfucker, and he still won. So that was epic and awesome, and like
Well, that has nothing to do with him being a dad.
No, it does. It has everything to do with being a dad, because he did that fight, a fight that he claimed was the hardest he'd ever faced for the fate of his son. Because whenever the cryptid show up, he was going after Zach, and he said, "I'm his father. You want to deal with him, you deal with me." So yes, that was for Zach. And so going toe-to-toe against an ancient, powerful cryptid, yeah, that's him being a dad. So I would give him A tier. I can't quite give him S tier only because he is a scientist and sometimes he gets, distracted by his work to the point of his wife said a good scientist makes aware of all of his surroundings. So she brushed Fiskerton, who's a giant furry monster, put hair in between two slices of bread and go, "Here you go, sweetie, a sandwich." And he goes, "Oh, thanks, honey," and then eats the whole sandwich and doesn't stop. So he has those moments where he's not really paying attention, which makes him a flawed human being. And like there are other, so I can't quite make him S tier, but I would say he's a very high A tier in my opinion.
All right, A tier it is.
What do you mean, eh? What have I did?
I can see him as B plus.
What do you think is holding him back from A?
I don't know him well enough.
That's the only, so you don't have a reason. You're just like, well, for everything.
It's not someone that I know and like, so therefore he can't be A.
Fuck you.
All right, next up we got Dracula
yes.
from the Alucard Castlevania series.
Dracula Tepish. Now apparently that anime has
specifically Castlevania Dracula.
Yeah, not the video games.
No, the anime.
The
That's a whole other can of worms. And
Which
I'm not
again, I will have
sure.
nothing to say on this one. So
I
I'm
have
just gonna
only
pull back.
seen the first 2 seasons.
I've only seen the first 2 episodes, so I honestly could not care less about this guy.
You suck.
He tries to kill his son.
yeah, he tries to. He actively tries
No, he
to kill
doesn't.
his son.
Yes, he does.
No, he doesn't.
He
Okay, we had this exact argument last time.
Flat out stated,
straight
"I'm
up-
killing our boy, Lisa."
And then continues to do
No,
so.
after he realizes he was trying to kill his son, he
Son,
verbalized
that's when
he
he
stopped.
stops.
But
That's what pulls him out of it and actually stops him is the fact
But he
that
did try to
needed
kill his son.
and that realization of I am killing my son.
Yeah.
And honestly,
I
his son
stop.
felt like he needed to kill his dad.
well,
so,
because he did.
yeah. So like,
Yeah.
that's also not good, Dad.
That's not
Yeah,
not
putting
good dad,
putting
but
your
big son.
putting
I'm not
your
saying
son
F tier.
in the position to kill you. Not
I'm not
great.
saying quite F tier.
No, he's not F tier because there was a time when he was
He
a
wasn't
very
trying
loving
to-
and caring
yeah,
father.
And it's also very obvious that this is just a dude going through a very bad downward spiral.
I mean, he literally states, "I must already be dead."
But
He's clearly D tier. It's just like,
Alucard being you.
is he above or below Darth Vader? is
This
the real
has-
question
this
here.
has-
So, see, here's the thing. I don't necessarily think he's D tier.
No,
No,
he's
he's
D
D
tier.
tier.
Because he ends in D tier. Sure. And you see him in the show in D tier. But there is very clear evidence that this is not his normal dad state. This is just, he's in a really bad spot and he went into a really bad spiral.
Uh-huh.
And he just did a really bad low.
Uh-huh.
But everything else about the show,
Uh-huh.
anytime that's referenced him in the past, he was an amazing father.
Mm-hmm.
He was very clearly an amazing father. Alucard talks about the fact that he was a great father. And that's actually kind of part of Alucard's problem, is that this is his dad, and he loves his dad. There's even points where they're like, okay, are you ready to end Dracula? And he's like, no, but let's do this, because I don't want to kill my dad. He was a great dad to me. He wasn't a douchebag. He wasn't awful. But he's a problem now. He has become a problem, and he's not going to come out of this problem. I tried to get him out of this problem when this problem started, and he didn't get out of it. And now he's been in it for he's been in this thing for like a year in this downward spiral. I'm not going to break him out of this at this point. I have to kill him.
I understand your point.
So I don't necessarily... I see him as being less than Batman, but I don't quite see him as being D tier.
Okay.
I understand your point. Counterpoint. I am not willing to put anyone who almost killed their son, no matter what they were beforehand,
With their bare hands.
no matter what they were beforehand, because anything above D.
Yeah, because there is an argument to say he was a good dad and it ended in D tier. In my opinion, starting off as a bad dad, getting better pulls you out. But if you end shitty...
That's just shitty.
Like he tried to murder his son with his bare hands and then forced his son to kill him because he realized that he was an empty, hollow husk. That's a really shitty thing to put your son through. And not forgetting the fact that Alucard he might look like an adult. He's a teenager.
Yes.
However, at the same time, even after that happened, he was still trying to comfort his kid, even as he was disintegrating into a dust monster. And then
Gee, son, I'm so sorry that
I
brutalized you
This is
with my
fine.
bare hands in front of your friends. I'm sorry I tried to murder literally the entire world, despite the fact that your own mother would never have wanted this, and I ignored her feelings and dwelled only in my own, ignoring your... I'm sorry I was really shitty to you there at the end. Have a hug while I decompose.
And then also when he comes back at the end of like season 4, he realizes maybe we don't go back into Alucard's life right this second. He just put himself back together again. I'm gonna go off to Northern England and become the
Yeah, I'm gonna go with D tier here.
I'm willing to put him above Vader.
Yeah,
but
I'm
I can't put him in C.
I'm trying to devil advocate.
Trying to kill one's own children.
D.
It is near impossible to recover from that. In my opinion,
I'm just trying to argue for these guys.
Make a solid argument. The audience should hear the reason why that he's not in F tier.
Yeah.
But we can't put him in C tier.
Here we go with another D tier, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
We got Endeavor.
From
My Hero Academia.
Okay, so now the manga is over, but I've not read the manga. I've only
Shit, I've only seen like 2 seasons.
I've watched My Hero enough to see Endeavor pull him out and start going through a character arc of being a better person, hero, and father. Brutalized his son to use him as a weapon to defeat his rival. He never could, to the point of he was training Todoroki so hard at the age of like 6 and he was vomiting.
One of the greatest, like one of the best villains of all time.
I don't know.
Yeah, like
Dobby's his kid.
Is Dobby actually his son?
I think so.
I think he just has fire powers. I think we had this argument before.
No, because like even Endeavor uses the same blue flames.
I never saw Endeavor use blue flames, so I didn't...
It was when he's fighting the
the guy with like the scarred bottom chin.
Yeah,
that's one of his sons.
Is it?
Apparently. So here's the problem.
Oh, is it the patchwork guy with staples in his burnt skin?
Yeah, like that guy.
Yeah, that is okay. So Dobby is one of his sons.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
As much as I want
to
say I do want to put
at least
in
according
that
to this article. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. But if that is the case,
either way, I'm still leaning toward D tier, honestly.
Total D tier.
And I will also point out the fact of I didn't finish My Hero Academia. Probably never will. Here, the ending's really bad.
Yeah, same here.
But everything that I have seen of Endeavor, despite the fact that I did end when he started his character arc to be better. From what I know of Endeavor,
here's the problem.
Yeah.
This is the crux of the issue.
Oh.
Bob was a shit dad.
Yes.
He was 100% a D tier dad. But then he grew and became a better person.
He never physically abused any of his children.
He was never actively hostile.
Yeah, Endeavor straight up abused his children.
Endeavor, not only was Endeavor hostile, Endeavor was using them as a tool. They weren't his kids.
They weren't people.
tools to his revenge.
That literally the reason why he
This
ended
is
up
kind of my problem with Japanese anime and period is when they try to do it. Oh, this guy's got a redemption arc. They take some of the worst fucking people imaginable
Yeah.
to do a redemption arc.
Yeah.
And it's a shit redemption arc.
Yeah, and then one character who's has done
Black girl?
basically nothing wrong, like just does kind of one shitty thing, condemned forever, locked in the pit of Tartarus.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah,
are you
no.
kidding me?
I'm gonna say Endeavor D tier.
D tier.
D tier. Like he was F tier.
below Dracula,
Below Dracula. Below Darth
above
Vader, actually.
but above Darth Vader.
No, below Vader.
Well, again, like I state, like he was trying to become.
Well, he did
better.
he did have an arc where he got better, so like he would be above Vader.
No, look. The only reason he's in D tier for me is because he's trying to do better. He's still a terrible fucking father.
Well, to be
And
fair,
a terrible human
okay.
being.
Well, let's also be fair. Vader never actually got a chance to be a father to any of the kids.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
But Vader does make that point of he tries to, even in his last moment, he makes that point of trying to be to
Aaron,
comfort his son
So,
and be
so,
like, hey,
so,
it's okay.
So what you're saying
you
is,
saved me.
so a villainous father who did terrible things and tried to use their kids for something, but then in their last moments did something good.
Yes.
Gee, that's how Vader ends. Endeavor gets there and has still more after that.
I'm gonna say it like this. Here's the ruling, right?
Uh-huh.
I am putting him above Vader.
No.
Ryan's putting him below Vader. Aaron, where are you putting him?
Above Vader.
All right, he's going above Vader.
2 out of 3.
Two out of 3.
I don't.
All right, now we're going to an F tier.
Easy
F tier.
F tier.
F stands for Fire Lord Ozai. Let's go. F tier. No argument here. Is that all the arguments?
No.
All right.
For
all right.
those of you who lived in a rock for
F.
some reason,
now we can
and
discuss.
don't know
like we put him in the
anything
tier
about
first,
history.
then we discuss why.
This motherfucker turned one of his kids into a sociopath.
Yes.
Actively turned one of his kids into a sociopath to use her as a doomstick for all of his problems.
Exactly.
And then after she accomplished everything he wanted her to accomplish,
He threw her in the
shoved her
trash.
to the side.
Abandoned his tool because it was no longer useful.
Yep. And was actively a threat to him potentially.
Yeah, and then gave her a
tried
fake
to
nameless
murder.
position.
Tried to murder his son on multiple occasions.
multiple occasions. Abused his son on multiple occasions.
Literally
tormented
scarred
his
his
son.
son for life.
Scarred his son for
In
life.
front of a
and
huge
literally.
crowd of people.
And
Yeah.
the worst part is, he did all of that to his son out of petty revenge.
And the fact that he didn't see him as a son anymore because he flat out said to his wife, "Oh, you don't want me to? You wish he wasn't my son? Congratulations. Now he's not."
Yep.
Yeah, that moment of everything all the pain and suffering that Zuko has had to suffer through his entire life isn't because his father genuinely hates him. It's because his father is such a petty bitch
And hates
that
his
he
mother.
just decided to do that just to be a mustache twirling dick.
Yeah.
Like
F tier.
F.
F minus if could.
Yeah.
No, not quite. Zeus exists. He's not F minus.
You're right. Ozai never raped his children.
Ozai never raped his kids.
We'll get there.
Zeus exists. There cannot be a worse dad than Zeus.
Next up, this one's
I don't know. Kronos was the thing.
this one.
Even then, Kronos didn't rape his kids.
I
He ate
guess.
them.
This is
Ate
all,
them,
Wait,
yes.
This is. We'll get to that. Next
He's literally last on the tier list.
is all Ryan. It's Alexander Karinsky from.
All right.
What's he from? Again?
40K.
Battletech.
Oh, BattleTech. Okay.
BattleTech.
Okay.
It's one of those like.
It's
nerdy
either
things.
40K or BattleTech.
If it's Ryan, it's 40K or BattleTech.
Hey, there are other things.
No, there are, but when it's like obscure
when
ass
it's
military
something
motherfuckers,
that me and him don't know,
Then
it's
it's
BattleTech or
either
40K.
All right, so Alexander Karinsky. All right, so this guy he was a great general of a group called, for background information for you guys, in the future we form a giant great spacefaring civilization
While he goes
called
into his
Terran
40-minute
Alliance.
explanation, I'm gonna I'll be right back.
okay.
Called Terran Alliance. Terran Alliance then fell apart. It turned into the
fell off
Star
again.
League.
Another
And a
piece
new
of- another piece
civilization
of
came
plastic
up, and that
fell off
civilization
the
was called the
chair.
Star League,
Okay.
That was
which was a whole ass thing.
Yeah.
General Alexander Karinsky was a general in the Star League. He was a phenomenal general, loved by his troops. He stuck to his code, stuck to his morals, even when he had all of the reasons and the ability to be just an apocalyptic asshole. All around good person. Terrible fucking father.
Okay.
He had 3 kids, 2 by his blood and 1 that he more or less kind of adopted. So his the one kid that we're gonna point to, which is the one they more or less kind of sort of adopted, was Jacob Cameron, I think.
I have no fucking clue.
I'm probably gonna get utterly roasted for that, and it was the wrong Cameron. Whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, by all of our BattleTech fans.
Oh yeah.
And any BattleTech fan is probably gonna burn me alive, but
We're
Cameron.
gonna isolate this clip, send it to all the BattleTech YouTubers. Shame him now, shame him hard.
And I deserve it, so do it. But anyway, he had a Cameron kid. His father, who was the leader of the Star League, died in an accident that was totally engineered to be an assassination attempt. He was left.
No,
ripe old
it was an
age.
accident.
He was left.
all
he
the
was
telltale
left
markings
to
of an
be
accident.
Immediately, the Star League, the Lord of the Star League, at the ripe old age of 6.
Oh my.
Bit of an issue.
Uh-huh.
The council had Kerensky stand in as It's working. It's working.
Just making sure.
Basically had him step in as a what's the word I'm looking for?
Viceroy.
Regent. There we go.
Regent? Okay.
As regent and guardian. He raised the kid, and Cameron was the last Cameron ever. Immediately, he was a complete colossal douchebag, petty, whiny child whose actions caused the death of Star League and then the destruction of the entire galaxy. Good job. Great parenting start. He then had 2 other kids, Nicholas Kerensky and Jacob Kerensky. Jacob was okay, but also an idiot and a bit too trusting of his family, which is a problem because Nicholas Kerensky was a sociopath. Now, in their defense, they were born and raised during the time when the dude who murdered the Cameron took over, and he was a colossal douchebag. And he got to see some of the worst sort of leadership and philosophies known to man put into practice. But he was a sociopath who then created society with some of the worst society concepts put into practice. And Kerensky raised him. Very much a bad dad. Yeah. He is very much a solid D tier.
Okay.
The only reason he's not an F tier is because he's not actively trying to be a bad dad.
Okay.
He just sucks at it so badly.
So is he above or below Darth Vader?
Below.
Okay.
All right.
Like there's the fact that you're so bad through just sheer incompetence.
Yeah.
And no actual will is a quality all of its own.
All right.
Not necessarily a bad person, but a bad dad.
But a bad dad.
Now we've got somebody from The Witcher 3, Geralt of Rivia.
Which I know basically nothing about. The only thing I really know about
here's the
Witcher
real
is
question.
the first season of the show where we never see Geralt be a dad, so I don't.
Well, here's the real question. I'm under the opinion we go with Geralt by the games because it's the one that both of us know. But Ryan does know the books, if I'm not mistaken.
I actually don't know the books.
Have you seen more than just the first season of the show?
I've seen more than the first season of the show. I do have the show to fall back on to an extent.
But yeah, I think we're going mostly off of game Geralt.
But
then.
mostly it's going to be
specifically
game
Witcher 3
Geralt.
because like that's where it's really the most present.
I will point out that Geralt is definitely trying to be a good father. The problem is that he has absolutely no idea how to be a human being,
let alone
which
a dad.
makes being a father a bit trickier.
Yeah. He knows how to be a mentor, maybe, not necessarily a dad.
He doesn't know how to be a mentor. He has no idea how to be a father. He has no idea how to be a human being.
From what I heard in
which is kind of a problem.
From what I heard in the second season of the show, that Ciri wants to start to learn how to defend herself, maybe start to be a Witcher, and Geralt goes, no. That's ridiculous. I'll just protect you from literally everything.
Yes,
You
yes,
won't.
yes.
You won't need to have to do that.
Which is a big mark against him, in my opinion. I'm sorry.
In a world,
I mean, obviously
no,
that changes.
It's a good trait in a dad to want to protect their kids, but like when the kid asks to learn how to be a little more self-sufficient, and you go no.
Well, I think the problem isn't the fact that she needs to be a little more sufficient. Is that she expresses it as, I want to be a witcher.
No.
Being a witcher is the worst life known to fucking man.
Okay, again,
Yes.
I was talking about something that happened in season 2. I don't know if necessarily she, in the context of she wanted to be a witcher,
wanted to be a
and
witcher.
that's what Garrett said no to, or if she just wanted to learn how to
She
fight in
wanted
general.
to be a witcher. Every time she wants to learn to fight, it is, I want to be a witcher.
Yeah, which is terrible.
Well, we literally have that scene in the beginning of the third game for the tutorial where we see Ciri literally training in swords play and all this stuff, and literally running the Witcher fucking obstacle course.
And then Geralt, because it goes back to Geralt didn't necessarily want her to be a witcher.
Uh-huh.
He really did not want her to be a witcher, but it's kind of all he knows.
Yeah.
So, and he's surrounded by other witchers. So at the end of the day, he ends up having to basically raise her to be a
I think
witcher.
the biggest problem with with Geralt, it's like there's no all of his inherent flaws come from just not understanding what it means to be a dad. And
Not his fault. Not his fault.
Not his fault. Which is why
I'm sorry,
say
when you
I
get
think
taken
he's-
up at the ripe old age of 6 and then raised to be a weapon
a monster
against
killing
all
machine, yeah,
monsters,
yeah.
put through some of the worst fucking things known to man, stuck through a science experiment that literally deadens your emotions.
Yes. Which
And
they
then-
say it gets rid of them completely. I'm like, that's fucking
No,
bullshit.
it
You've
deadens.
given way too many examples of the fact that because they say straight up, no emotions. I'm like, bullshit.
Yeah, it's not like
We have examples.
It's not like Geralt has multiple
even goes
occasions
on
of
to
him
state,
being in love with a person.
They say it gets rid of all of my emotions because that makes it easier for them to treat me like I'm not human.
Well-
we do have emotions.
I just know that's what it says in the game. I assume that comes from the show.
It comes from, it's also from the show and the game. Like Geralt's like, yeah, they say we don't have
Either way,
emotions.
I think
because-
Geralt is literally perfect material for based on the exact subscription that we gave for C tier.
He's a
Like-
C-tier dad.
Like,
Honestly,
a
straight
solid C.
I
solid
want
C.
I want to make an argument for D tier only because you guys both said on multiple occasions he doesn't know what it means to be a dad.
Yeah, but there's a difference between
not quite understanding it.
he
and-
doesn't suck at it.
Yeah, he's
like,
not
he-
bad at it.
He's not colossically awful.
Well,
at
think
it.
so. Is he being a father to Ciri, or
Yes.
is he being more of a mentor / bodyguard to Ciri?
He
Okay,
is. He does figure it out,
Okay.
kind of, and he is trying to be a father.
Okay.
Yes. So I'm gonna go with C tier. I think Ryan agrees with me on that one.
Yeah.
But then do we put him above or below Batman?
Above Batman.
Above Batman.
Okay.
Again, it's going to be really interesting.
Above
to
or below
find
Daniel Hillard.
I would say below Daniel. Daniel is an
Yeah,
active.
well-
Is it like he has that character arc of being an actual good
Okay,
dad?
another one. This is gonna.
No,
be
actually,
all-
I put him above.
No,
I would. I put him
from
above.
okay, granted, I don't know as much about Geralt as you do, but from what I know about Daniel and what you guys have told me about Geralt,
If we're
Daniel
going by
is
the
a
end
better
by the end
dad.
of arc. Daniel is better by
Is
the
it-
end of arc, but by beginning of arc.
Well,
Geralt
things
is
are,
better.
things are,
much-
okay, if we take them at the beginning of their arcs, then Geralt is overall a worse dad than Daniel, only because he doesn't know what it means to be a dad. So, because basically, it's
No, if
so,
you go by the beginning of their arcs, Geralt is better. If you go by the
well,
end
I guess,
of their arcs,
I guess,
Daniel
it's, I guess,
is.
it's, I guess,
Because as
it's,
much
it's
as
question
Geralt-
is it better to be a
It's
bad
better
dad
to-
or better to not be a dad at all?
Because here's the thing.
Well, it's better to end up a better dad.
Well,
which
I'm
is
not,
why I
that's
place-
not the argument I'm making right now.
Here's-
Right now, here is it better to be a bad dad or to not be a father at all?
It's better to
here's-
not be a father at all.
Here is the
Okay.
this is the thing that this is the reason why I genuinely think that he should be better. Yes, Daniel had a better Saw arc where he actually grows and becomes a much better person and father at the end.
I would argue that Daniel, through his actions, ends up in the quality of an A tier.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
While Geralt doesn't have quite as high, it's not quite a solid A. Maybe an A minus or a B plus, but not quite that solid A at the end of his arc. There's the fact that Geralt is aware I am probably the worst person to be a dad possibly known to history from the beginning, and is actively trying to figure out how to do it and be a bad dad from the start. Daniel, from what everyone has said, he was an awful dad and
not,
obliviously awful dad.
I would not call him obliviously awful.
I would say obliviously
I would
bad.
he would have been
He was a bad dad.
Well-meaning, poor execution father.
Here's the
He's
thing
a
that- here's the
well-meaning
thing
dad, but
that you
he's
brought up.
oblivious to his own flaws.
Here's the thing that you brought up that I think really puts Geralt above Daniel.
Okay.
And where I have to agree with Ryan on this one
Uh-huh.
is I agree it is better to not understand how to be a dad at all than it is to just be a bad dad.
Okay.
Which is
So-
what Daniel was at
that's-
the beginning.
Yeah, at the beginning.
Yeah.
But where they end up, as I stated before, Daniel ends up A-tier quality dad nearing S-tiers where he ends the series. From what I hear from you guys, Geralt kind of just figured out how to be a dad. Like
he was a good father. He is again like he doesn't hit
Also,
as
to be
high.
fair, we don't know how because Witcher 3 is where we get to kind of see where that goes into. Witcher 4 is really where it's going to get.
I guess that's where the
ironed out.
rubber's going to meet the road.
Yeah, Witcher 4 is really where it's because it's Ciri's now the main character and she's like older and it's like okay, we get to see the results of what happened.
So Daniel started lower, ended
lower,
up much higher.
But because Geralt didn't start as low. And there is the fact that as low as Geralt started, Geralt was fully aware, I am probably the worst dad to be the dad, and actively attempted to try and figure out how to make this work.
Here's what we're
understood that I'm probably not doing this correctly, and moved on. Daniel was just a bad dad and oblivious about the fact that he was a bad dad.
Well, here's the thing.
Until that shit got shoved into his face, and he couldn't ignore it anymore.
Here's the thing. We've all presented our arguments. Aaron's in favor of Daniel being higher. Ryan's in favor of Geralt being higher. And I'm in favor of Geralt being higher. And me and Aaron have actually both played the games. So we're gonna...
Me and Aaron?
Or me and Ryan have actually both played the games. So we're going to make Geralt...
But Ryan hasn't seen...
I'm the only one that's seen Mrs. Doubtfire and played Witcher.
Well, it's literally just the whole thing is it's you 2v1'd me. So
yeah,
that's just the argument.
End of the argument.
There we go. Okay.
It's fine.
Well, again,
that's just how this has to. It's just how it has to happen. He's like, if you get outvoted,
the arguments were presented. We were literally just repeating arguments. At that point. So I just like. Anyways, this next one is all Ryan again.
Yeah, we have a stretch of a couple where I'm not gonna have literally anything to say.
This is gonna be fun.
Yeah, we got God Emperor of Mankind, which I actually had a few arguments thrown at me from a couple of friends who are huge into Warhammer. They're like, God Emperor is like F-.
Yes.
And I'm like, I agree with that 100% based on everything that I've heard. Now, I'm not as into it as you are. But I'm like, everything that I've heard, it's like, man, this man is just ass. Like, just ass.
Here's the problem.
Because all the Primarchs are his kids, right?
All the Primarchs are his kids.
Yeah.
He also has actual biological kids.
Oh,
God. We're going to go...
all hate him.
We're going to go ahead and put
I love how, like, for
above or below Ozai? This is all you. You know him more than I do.
I would assume below.
Below.
I would, yeah. Okay.
Below. So here's the problem with this.
Yes,
they both were absolutely horrifically awful to their kids. Yes, they both.
But intent does matter.
Well, I would make the argument that God Emperor has way more children.
God Emperor had actually way more children.
Yeah.
Although an argument could be made that as bad as.
But did he intend to be as shitty as he was? That is in question. That is in question here.
Was his shittiness calculated?
Yeah, because...
Yes.
Okay,
then worse.
So here's the problem. Here's the thing. The reason the God Emperor was such a shit dad was because he was using a device to allow him to see the future to pick the best possible outcome for humanity as a whole, which required him treating his kids like absolute shit.
Okay.
Because during the Heroic Heresy itself, warp shenanigans happened, and he lost the ability to use that device to see the future, and he started actually having to do things based upon what he thinks and feels is the correct possible, and he makes a whole lot of better choices. So I'm of the firm opinion.
Actually, with that,
okay,
I would put him above Ozai.
I'm of the firm opinion.
I would say
if he was allowed, if he was just based on his own thought processes of him being what he thought would make for a good dad, he would have been an actually good dad. But because he actively chose, yes, I could be a good father, but I'm still going to treat all of these people like trash tools to be used
for the
to accomplish my goal.
Yeah.
I mean, you could make that argument that he had the entire world's benefit in mind.
Which
But
includes his kids.
Yes, but
that
as a father, your
He
children
chose
are
to-
supposed
yeah.
to be.
But that's the thing is like I think that does put him above Ozai.
However, there is
specifically.
one
'Cause
argument
Ozai
I
only
will
cared
make
about himself.
that might bring Ozai up higher. Now I'll bring this point to you guys and
Okay.
we'll see what you guys think from a
Okay.
non-biased
Okay.
point of view.
Okay.
Zuko and Azula
Uh-huh.
are utterly destroyed by Ozai.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
he tears them down,
Yeah.
and then rebuild Azula into the perfect tool that he needs.
And if it wasn't for Iroh, Zuko
Zuko
would,
would have
yeah.
been the same thing,
he would be dead.
or dead.
He'd be dead.
Yes.
As awful, like genuinely shit of a dad
the God
that the
Emperor
God
made.
Emperor of Mankind was.
Uh-huh.
8 of the Primax turned out okay.
That's what I'm saying. I would put the God Emperor above Ozai based on the arguments that Ryan has presented.
You said they are or aren't okay.
They're
They
okay.
are.
They
Yeah.
are okay.
But 8 of the Primax are okay.
Because it's also about
Like,
intent of
Gilliman
the person. Ozai only
is a
cares about
decent human
himself.
being.
Ozai only cares about himself. The God Emperor was doing what he was doing for the good of humanity, which does technically include
No, it didn't.
his children,
Nope.
No.
like his biological children, at least.
If you make the argument of he was doing it for mankind and he sacrificed one of his kids' lives.
Yeah, but it would be better than sacrificing one of your kids' lives for
I mean, you
yourself.
didn't sacrifice.
You could
Here's
just-
the thing.
you could
He
just
didn't
rip
just
and
sacrifice
run.
one of his kids' life. He sacrificed
A lot.
9 of his kids' souls,
Jesus.
and he could have made the choice to just rip and run.
and then destroyed 2 of his kids so utterly he erased them from history.
Yeah, that is kind of a hard one.
I'm the opinion, personally, the God Emperor is below Ozai. Because even though Ozai was way more malicious, God King Emperor has a way bigger rap sheet.
Ryan?
Well, he was posing the question.
Like,
I'm-
as awful as the God Emperor was,
That's what I'm saying. I'm putting him above Ozai.
9 of the kids actually turned out.
Okay, so
Decent.
above
So
or below?
you are the rule breaker here.
You're the
and you know
tiebreaker.
most.
You're the tiebreaker.
You're the
Above or
tiebreaker.
below? Flip a coin.
I might have to. No, I'm not going to.
Okay.
I'm going to have to think about this for a second.
Look into your heart. Which one would you prefer to be your dad?
Yeah, that's the question.
That's the question.
Which
Which
one
one
would
would
you
you want to
prefer
be
to be
your
your
dad?
dad?
I can kill Ozai. God Emperor is perpetual. Let's go with that one. He's below Ozai.
Okay.
You can't kill a fucker.
All right. Here's another one. Man, Ryan's really just. We're going off. On
I told
these.
you I would have nothing to say.
We got. Okay, this is Godfrey from Elden Ring. Now let me pull this up.
10-minute argument about Ryan and Kodak arguing about lore of Elden Ring. Go.
That's what happened last time.
So
Okay,
Godfrey.
So this time I actually have it pulled up. Godfrey's kids.
Yes.
No, that's America. One second. Okay, Godfrey's kids. He has 3 kids.
Yes.
Godwin the Golden.
Wait, no. He has 5.
No. This is the official wiki.
He has 5.
He has stepkids.
No. He has 2 other kids.
Okay, well let him list off, and then you can say which ones are missing.
Godwin the Golden, Morgoth, and Moog are his only
All right.
actual kids in the game.
In the new expansion, he has 2 more kids with America.
Who?
Melina, the girl, our Firelink girl.
Melina is a distant relative.
Nope.
No, that's official listed. She's
Nope.
a distant relative.
Nope.
She's not a kid.
Because her brother is one of the villains of that arcade, whose name I can't
Okay,
remember.
well let's for
It's,
right now. For right now, for one that has nothing to do because Godwin's dead by that point. For right now,
It's
for right now, let's just talk about what we know from Elden Ring, not Shadow of the Erd Tree.
Alright.
That is the problem, because like when the first video was recorded, Shadow of the Erd Tree hadn't come out yet.
Like I said, I have no arguments. I don't know shit.
I mean, still bad dad. Like you.
I
Can't,
mean, by the
you
sheer
cannot be-
by the sheer fact of that you're in the FromSoft game, really hard to be a
you
good
cannot-
dad.
You cannot be in Elden Ring and be a good dad.
You would-
I mean,
Mesmer. There we go.
I have no fucking idea who that is. I've never finished
He,
Shadow. of the
he's
Erd
one
Tree.
of the bosses of Shadow. So he's really you haven't you said you started it.
I've beat the
Literally,
first
the
boss.
first people you fight are his soldiers.
Well, that doesn't mean I fought him.
But you've like the whole.
Oh, is he the guy
reason-
that the guy is in the street is screaming about? Like, Like that's Mesmer.
Yeah, Mesmer's the guy who burned the place to the ground. The whole reason he's there is because Marco wanted to have a bitch fit about another
fucking cares? That has nothing to do with Godfrey as a father. Godfrey as a father.
Going back to the point.
Okay.
Those are both his kids because those were both kids that Marco had before.
There's no way.
Yes.
She had Melina.
She had Melina
before Melania.
Mm-hmm.
That don't make no sense.
Yes. You know how I know?
Because we meet all of Melina's sisters.
You want to know how I know? Want to know how I know?
How do you know?
They're twins.
No.
They're twins, and Mesmer's older than Godwin.
No.
They're twins.
No, you made a joke. I really didn't think it was going to
I knew this was gonna happen. This happens every time you guys talk about Elden Ring.
They're twins. Mesmer is older than Godwin, and I know this because Godwin looked up to Mesmer.
I'm looking this up. I have to look this up.
I don't know if the official lore has been updated
Yeah, because this
yet.
is the thing with Ryan, is he will infer and then claim fact.
But,
you know,
like,
he does this with Harry Potter all the fucking time.
No, he does this with everything.
No, because
Be like,
all the
well,
lore
if
is
you
in the
read
back-
this
there's lore in the
evidence, then it
background.
suggests. And it's like, well, that's not fucking evidence, now is it?
Okay. How about for right now?
Let's just use the wiki as the definitive, like, this is what it is.
Okay, well then...
Okay,
fine. So for Millennia and Mesmer, I guess she shagged some random clansmen.
I was
had two kids.
What I was going to say is, do those two other kids really put him higher or lower, or does he stay stagnant?
Yeah, it would keep him
That would
stagnant.
be the big difference, is if he treated either of them a fuck ton better
Well,
or worse.
He doesn't interact with any of his kids. Well, except
Well,
Godwin. He interacts with Godwin, but, like, Godwin's dead, so, well...
So here's the thing.
Godwin's
So
kind of
Melina is probably the glow-eyed queen.
Well,
Who
Melina? Well,
went to
Melina
war.
isn't even fucking...
Oh my God.
No, because Melania's not even Melina's, or not even fucking Godfrey's kid.
Melina is Mesmer's twin.
No, if you're saying that because Melania is related to, we know that Melania is related to Melina. We know that much.
Editor Aaron,
However,
please maybe have a scene where you go, we'll be right back, and let's skip ahead in this editing.
Anyways, okay, none of this matters. No, stop.
Melly
No.
Melly is Mesmer's twin brother. Twin sister.
Ignoring possible lore references.
And for your audience ahead, we have
going
another person in Elden Ring on this list, so this is going to happen again later too.
We are going purely on the wiki today, okay? We are just going to stick to the wiki. This is stuff that most fans agree on. We'll go off the wiki because at least most of the fan base agrees that the stuff on the wiki is correct.
Fine. Melly and Mesmer are not Godwin's kids.
For now.
Marika just shagged some random clansman at some point and then met
that's
Godwin.
what we'll go with. All right.
I guess. Moving along.
He is the father of Godwin the Golden, Morgoth the Omen King, and Mohg Lord of Blood. All of whom turned... Well, one of them's dead. Well, technically they're all dead. But one of them is dead before the story starts. And the other two are fucking brainwashed. Because you have Morgoth, who is completely despised by everyone in the royal capital, including his family, because he's an omen. But he's so fucking brainwashed by the thought of everything that is golden is pure and needs to be protected, despite that the golden thinks of him as a fucking rot on the world and something that needs to be destroyed. He still protects it because he was brainwashed by his family. And then you have Mohg, who's just like, okay, well, they hate me for being an omen, so I'm gonna worship the ancient god of blood, and then, like, just, it's so
Give them
bad.
a reason to hate
Well,
you.
actually, that whole thing with Mohg, it's because he's being, you find out in the DLC, it is because he's being brainwashed by Mikla. So, like, that's a whole
So we
other
actually
thing.
don't know what Mohg's original
But we
impulse
do
was
know
going
that
to
Mohg
be.
was straight up. We do know that the reason why he started worshipping the blood god was because of everything that happened to him in the capital. Because Godfrey didn't love... Godfrey, they specifically point out, like, Godfrey hated his children because they were omens. And then
Godfrey didn't America hate his children because they were omens, and Godfrey
just accepted it.
Godfrey A, just accepted it, and B, believed that if you weren't strong enough to rise above your position, then sucks for you. You deserve to be where you are.
Plus, Godwin's the one that lives in death, right? Is that one Godwin?
Godwin was the golden child. Godwin is also, if you actually stop and think about it,
No, what I'm asking is he the one that lives in death?
Yes.
Okay, then yeah. So yeah, like it's strange. That one's really strange. Which honestly, because Godwin's mother is the reason
Mary.
why, and Godfrey was okay with that. Bad dad.
So is he an F tier or D tier?
F tier.
F tier.
All right.
Definitely above God Emperor.
Is he above or below Ozai? I love how Ozai's our measuring stick.
Yes. I think he's above Ozai. Because it's not because he actively hates his children. He just
didn't
care enough to stop someone who actively hated his children.
Okay, so I know in love, people say it's better to be hated than have indifference. When it comes to parents and children, is it better to be hated or indifferent? I would say it's better to be indifferent.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Better to be indifferent.
So I would put him above Ozai, yeah, because Ozai straight up hated Zuko. Well, actually, he hated.
No, he didn't. He hated Zuko by proxy.
Yeah,
but that's still hatred.
but I'm still putting him above Ozai.
Yeah.
Okay, next up, we can finally talk about a better dad. Jesus.
Hey, history.
Now that we've gone through all of these bad dads,
We got Goofy.
Okay,
from
so
Disney.
still not a great dad. but
Goofy
it's a good dad.
loves Max with every fucking fiber of his being. It's
big
just
Max.
he's cursed.
Yeah, the man is cursed.
He cannot take 3 consecutive steps without something going horrifically wrong.
There's also the very real fact that as much as Goofy loves Max,
And Max
in a
recognizes that
very
his dad
real
does love
sense,
him.
there are 2 duties of the father.
Did you say that exact sentence? Like,
To clothe and feed.
Clothe and feed,
yeah.
and
Make sure
It's-
they don't become a murderer.
discipline. Goofy fails at both.
I would say it's more than just discipline.
Unless
If you
I am
watch
wrong,
Goof Troop,
Okay, there's 3. It's feed and clothe, discipline, love.
they just went love. I'm sorry, if you failed the love one, then you're not a dad. Moving along.
Ryan doesn't.
Well,
know
that's
love.
still a duty as a father.
It is a duty as a
Ryan
father.
doesn't know love. That's why he didn't bring it up.
Okay,
I'm just kidding.
so the big so the big thing is it's like Goofy has a lot of love. He
has a lot of
tries
love.
so incredibly
Very
hard. He
hard.
tries harder than I would probably argue almost anyone else on this list, except for the people who fight literal apocalypses for their children.
Yeah.
true.
Here's the thing. He does discipline Max.
Yeah, when Max acts
he?
up and does
When Max acts
in
up, he
in the
does-
in the Goof Troop TV
TV
show,
show.
Max does certain things, and Goofy's like Maximilian, and like he tries to
Yes.
give him discipline. He does try to teach him
moving
to do
on.
better.
All right.
The thing holding back Goofy is the simple fact of Max has very real traumas in his experiences of being Goofy's son.
And that's not Goofy's fault.
But
But it
it
is
does
caused
hold
by
does
him
bring
back.
him down a little bit.
Which bumps
Which
him
is
down.
why I put him into B tier.
If we have bonus points, we also have to have negative points.
Which is why I put Goofy into a straight B tier. Because he loves and cares for Max way too much to be in C.
Yes.
However, he's brought down from an A due to
right.
that curse.
Yeah.
Which is not his fault.
Because
I
but it
put
just
him.
puts
I put him
there.
at the bottom of B. I'm
Yeah, I would
sorry.
put him below.
below
Yeah,
Yeah, you're going to be the measuring
If-
stick of B.
I mean,
Are you above or below Goofy? Here we go.
I will say this though, for like when you watch Extremely Goofy movie, Max at college age, he's like one of the most put together, like chill guys
Ever.
He's got a bit of an ego somehow.
Yeah, Goofy.
But but he is a generally good person who cares. He's but he's
All right, so he
he's
succeed at the goals of being a dad.
Yes, he does. He did. As far as we've seen from Max, even though he's no longer canon to Disney, which is sad. Max got to college, and his dad. He was a single dad, so that's pretty
Which also
impressive.
gives bonus
and
points.
also another bonus point for effective is like Max never. I don't know if Max ever knew his mom, but when he finds out that his dad has a girlfriend, Max is like, "That's awesome. Go you."
Yeah.
That's great. if you can have a child and then you start dating somebody and your child is encouraging you, that means that you have given your child enough love and support that they can be comfortable with the concept of their parents seeing people.
And also, they actually want to see you get that love and support, which means you didn't have that to start with.
But I'll say,
and you were still had enough of it
Yeah.
to give it to someone else.
Yeah.
That is some awesome shit.
Yeah. I will still stay B tier though.
Yeah, still be here. All right, moving on. Avatar: The Last Airbender. Hakoda.
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 So Hakoda has the issue of being He's
A
a war.
dad
He's
in war?
He's a wartime dad. He's
a
like
war
he's like
chief
one of
at
the
the same
leader
time
of
as
his
being a
people.
dad.
And this is after his people have been beaten and downtrodden for 100 years of war. One of the horrific things happening to his war, which I'm pretty sure was before Hakoda was born, or at least when he was very, very young, was all of their waterbenders being taken from them. So they lost a huge part of their culture.
Yeah.
And then the
Well, it had to be
and
before
then
he was born,
and
yeah.
then the Southern Raiders coming to killing his wife and the whole thing. He's like, Hakoda made the realization that the Fire Nation is just not going to leave them alone. They are literally they are the only people further away from the Fire Nation than the Southern Water Tribe is the Northern Water Tribe. And the Fire Nation is just not going to leave them alone. So he made the choice for everyone involved, not just for him, not just for his children, not for the Water Tribe, but the whole world. This is not going to stop until someone stops it. But you did abandon your children at the ripe old age of like 8.
Yeah, exactly.
Granted, you also left them with a support structure.
With the grandmother,
you
yeah.
ensured there was a support structure there in place.
Which is true. However, with that in mind, it's still like that's a C tier, just because it's like you're just not there.
However, and this is another thing that I would point to it, is that when he is allowed to be a father, when they do show back up into there, and that he is there,
He is good dad.
He's being a great father.
Like giving fatherly advice to Sokka.
does he give
is-
great deals of father's
but that's
advice.
the thing I will point out. The fact of is like he is a great father to Sokka. We never really get a great opportunity to see Hakoda be a father to Katara because the only
that's 'cause
the-
Katara is a
no,
mom.
no, because the only scene we really see Katara and Hakoda interact with one another, she's yelling at him saying, "How dare you leave us?"
But she's also a mom, so like.
But
that is the
being
thing.
being a mom does not
Sokka
mean that you no
needed-
longer need your dad.
Yeah, that's true.
Sokka
Being
needs
a
his
dad
attention
and a
more.
mom in general is a lifetime career, and you don't get to just stop.
Yeah.
If you stop being a parent, honestly, you have failed.
Yeah. So C tier. I'm gonna say C tier.
Yeah, C tier.
C tier.
The world conspired against Hakoda.
Yeah.
Poor
guy got fucked
There
over.
was love there.
Below or above?
Above
Arthur
Bob.
Weasley? Above Bob.
Above Bob? Yeah,
Hakoda
He
is a good father.
He
He, just
is.
was
Yeah.
not given the option to be a good
the
father.
world conspired against him. There was no character arc for Hakoda. It was just the world that fucked him over.
He was already good dad. It's
Yeah.
just he had to leave. Yeah.
Yeah.
Next up, Dr. Heinz Doofenshmirtz.
Okay, so Heinz.
Another solid C.
Okay, Heinz is a bad person.
I would say more like B, because he's got major goofy
Okay.
energy.
He does have goofy energy, but the difference between Goofy and Heinz is Heinz makes an active choice to do a lot of the things that he does.
That is true.
He had so much past traumas with his own parents and the whole favoritism of his older
He was like, I'm not gonna be like my
raised by ocelots because his parents couldn't give enough of a fuck.
Yeah.
But when he got divorced from his wife, but he never stopped being a dad to Vanessa, despite the fact that Vanessa really doesn't care for a lot of the things that thing. And the song, I Guess You're Not So Bad a Dad After All. She had the opinion that he was a bad dad. And then because he did something.
Realized, no, he was always there, no matter what was going on.
Well, most of that song is literally about the fact of is like my birthday parties were too big. When at my recitals, you always clapped way too loud. Like all these things were like Heinz attacked the assignment with enthusiasm, but was he qualified?
I'd say still B tier. I cannot responsibly put the man in C, because he tries way too much to be a good dad. Like I said, it's just like Goofy, but like just below Goof, in my opinion.
So here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Mom's breadwinner, so he doesn't quite do the clothes feed.
Well, he doesn't have custody over Vanessa.
And he doesn't have custody of her, so he can't quite do the clothes feed whatnot.
Yeah.
But he is supportive,
He is grossly overprotective.
overprotective, and loving. He is super duper so, to an extreme degree. Yes, but he is still fulfilling the checkmark. And Vanessa did not turn into a horrible, evil piece of shit.
Which is hilarious.
But okay,
However much of that may or may not be due to his efforts or just for the fact that he existed as an example, Vanessa did not turn out to be a horrible piece of shit.
Yes.
So he fulfilled 2 out of the 3. He's B tier.
I agree.
Okay, here's one thing though, is that Vanessa's a teenager in the show.
Yes.
It's not incredibly clear how old she is. She's old enough to be like, probably high school. She's dating boys, all these things.
No. She's higher. She's older than that.
No, she's
because-
not.
no.
No, because she ends up with Ferb at the end of the series, and Ferb is a child, so that the age gap can't be that discrepancy. Otherwise, it's gross.
Really?
Yes.
Yes.
That
Well,
happens.
this is also a universe where I was gonna say, because the reason why I said that is because she's an agent.
No, she's not.
she's
Is
not.
she?
No, she's
That's
not.
what she was.
No, she's not.
No.
She just wears black.
Yeah,
Is she?
She's a goth.
Is she just a goth?
She's a goth.
Yeah, she's goth.
Oh, well, then never mind. That is weird.
No.
though.
Major Monogram has a son who briefly dates Vanessa, and he does kind of agent-y things.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay, the thing that wants to pull me down for Hines is you listed overprotective earlier.
Yes.
He is incredibly, honestly, debilitatingly overprotective sometimes. He is basically refusing to let Vanessa grow as, like, for example, there's an episode where she goes on a camping trip with her friends.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's just 4 teens in the woods. They didn't go anywhere dangerous. It was like a normal thing. And Hines could not let his daughter do it, to the point of he dressed up in a bad costume and tried to insert himself into the friend group. Hey, man, be careful of those things. He grabs like fucking bubble packing and starts wrapping around shit. He is piss terrified. He cannot see Vanessa for how old she actually is. And
True.
the way the episode ends with her being allergic to bees and then him happening to show up and to take the bees away from the whole group, that doesn't also, it was his fault that it happened anyway, I'm pretty sure. So that doesn't make up for it. So him being so overprotected to the point that he can't let his daughter grow up, bad.
I disagree. I still put him in B tier. That's what keeps him in an A tier, in my opinion. But B tier, in my opinion.
No, what puts him on B. What keeps him out of A tier is the fact that he doesn't fulfill all 3.
Well, that's for you.
That's the big thing that doesn't put. He doesn't fulfill all 3 goals of being a parent. Love, support, clothes, feeding, shelter, and discipline. He fills 2 of them. One of them by accident, probably.
He doesn't really provide her with discipline, though. He's not really raising her.
By example. There's the other. It's not necessarily discipline, other than as long as the kid does not become a horrible piece of shit, either through discipline or through example. He did it by accident.
She recognizes him as an evil scientist to the point she's trying to convince her mother that he's actually evil. That happens in the show.
Like, he might have done it by accident, but she is not evil.
No, she's not.
So,
But that's
he
not
fulfilled
because
2 of the
no.
roles.
The reason she's
Even
not
if it
evil
is-
is not because of Hines. If it was Hines' way, she would be evil with him. She'd be with him in her plot to take over the tri-state area. It is her mom that made her not evil.
I'm still in the B.
Okay, the fact that he is so incompetently evil that he made his daughter good.
Okay, Ryan.
Again, I would say he did not
stop.
do it.
Enough.
All right.
Ryan, rank.
He fulfilled 2 of the 3 roles.
No, I agree. I agree.
Which gets him to B.
B. B.
But
Aaron? Aaron.
You are correct. He is overprotective as fuck.
I just need
To
to
a
rank.
debilitating amount.
We keep going in the same. We're going in circles. I just need to rank.
Upper C.
I'm in B.
I would say C.
I'm going B minus.
C.
Below
We
Batman.
had a thing.
Below Batman?
Not below Batman.
Below Goofy.
No.
We
We have both
2 out
said
of 3.
C.
Come on.
You've been outvoted, sir.
You've been
No,
outvoted.
You said upper C. I said B. So that
I
goes to
said
B minus.
C.
That goes
So-
to B minus.
No.
No, it's
No.
C.
C. A C plus means you're at the top of C. It does not automatically bump you up to B. If you're the only one that votes for B at all, that does not automatically pull him a rank up.
No, unfortunately. As much as I want him to be B, I want him to be B so badly, but he is C.
is
Aaron
C.
is right.
All right. Well.
Unfortunately.
Okay, so this next one's gonna be easy.
Well, it isn't
Next up, we got Herb Copperbottom.
S tier.
Robots.
Herb
S
Copperbottom.
plus.
S tier.
Yeah.
Solid S. This man is like
All in agreement.
the beacon of
Straight up.
S tier. This dude
Just perfect dad.
was dying.
Uh-huh. And was giving
And
his son a
the
pep talk.
only thing he cared about was his kid and how he did in his first day. How he
Exactly.
was doing. Like, he could not give less of a fuck. about the fact that he was dying. Didn't give a shit. How are you doing, kid? How's it going?
Exactly.
You made the big city. You got your own thing. You're helping people out. It's amazing.
I mean,
Best dad in the world. Best robot of the world.
one of the big lines definitely is the fact of like, Dad, I understand that you felt bad that you couldn't give me a whole lot growing up, but you gave me the one thing I needed most. You believed in me. Because from the moment you were born.
From the moment you were born. Like, the greatest robot in the world.
I'm so glad that Herb, like, I remembered to add Herb to this because he wasn't on the original list. I'm so glad it's like, otherwise I don't know if we would really have any S tiers if it wasn't for Herb.
No, there's a few.
Eh.
There's
No,
gonna be a
without Herb, there is no S tier.
Well, we'll see. We'll get arguments. All right.
Moving along. All right, now that we have this very short discussion about the fact that this man is amazeballs and flawless in all things.
We've got Howard Stark.
Okay, I think we're gonna focus predominantly on the MCU here because
Who the fuck knows Howard Stark from the comics?
I don't even remember if he gets really mentioned in the comics. He just exists to be like Tony had a dad.
part of
and
Tony's
then he
backstory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
and then he died.
Okay,
Moving along.
So the instances where we get to see Howard be a dad is in that flashback scene in Civil War.
No, there's a couple of.
Well, no, is it we
He's
see,
mentioning them.
see him being a dad in Civil War. There's that film reel in Iron Man 2 where he's shirking his son.
And that's it.
And then there is how he's talking about how he's going to interact with Tony in Endgame, and Tony responding with how he
And
remembered his
fears.
father.
But that's all the times we get to see him be a dad. So
So basically, we have to infer his fatherhood from how Tony sees his dad and
Sees
how
his
Sony
dad.
instead.
my
And
father
Tony-
never told me that he liked me or loved me. He never even told me that he liked me.
And then it comes back to that rotating things like, I thought my dad was hard on me, but now when I think back to him, all I see is the good things. Because Tony
He
hadn't,
was just trying to do his best.
like, he hadn't, because now that he is a father in his own right, he can look back on his dad and see the things that he ended up doing for him. Because Tony back then was just angry and bitter, and he couldn't really see beyond his own nose.
Yeah.
Then we see a fully, like, character arced out Tony, which, on one hand, Howard didn't do that because he was dead. But on the other hand, he couldn't do that because he was dead.
Dead. Here's the thing. This is what I think about Howard. Howard definitely loved Tony, and he cared about Tony. He really wanted Tony to succeed and to be the great person.
Just didn't necessarily know how to express it.
He was just aggressive about it. He went about it in a really bad way. Like, he fed and clothed Tony, and he tried to give him that discipline, push him to be the best person he could possibly be.
There also was that problem that Tony was just so dang smart.
But also, he didn't really show Tony the love and support that he needed growing up. And it became such a bad problem that even after witnessing his father's murder in front of his face, the only thing he cared about was the fact that the man who did it also murdered his mom. That's a big minus
Yeah.
to have.
I
Your
mean,
son witnessed your death, and then the only thing he cared about was the death of his mom.
yeah, I mean, he does say, I don't care, he killed my
I don't
mom.
care,
Not
he
that
killed my
he
mom.
didn't say my parents. I guess C tier then, honestly.
He's C tier. He did try to be a good dad, and he accidentally filled 2 of the roles.
So-
but he failed at one,
So is he...
and he failed so badly at that one
Uh-huh.
that the only thing that his son did not care about the fact that a man murdered his father.
Okay, I was about to ask where do we put him on the C list, but then Kodak decided to just jump ahead and
Stick
place
him above that's kind of where he's gonna have to be. He cannot be higher than that.
I guess the thing really holding him back in this ranking is the fact that we don't see enough.
We don't see enough. And 2, Tony has such a viscerally negative reaction to him for so much of the thing.
Yeah. Alrighty.
All right, next up we have something that me and Aaron are going to vehemently disagree on. Hugh Neutron from Jimmy Neutron.
So, Hugh Neutron, fan favorite character. No one's actually seen the show. People love him for good reason. He's hilarious.
Yeah.
Loves Jimmy. Jimmy very clearly loves him.
Yep.
There are multiple
What,
episodes.
you benched 4,000 pounds?
There are multiple episodes dedicated to the loving relationship between Jimmy and Hugh, despite the fact that Hugh doesn't necessarily understand Jimmy, not because he doesn't want to, but because Hugh is kind of dumb and Jimmy is a
super
boy
dumb.
genius.
Yeah.
But in the few episodes where Jimmy tries to change his dad in one way or another, either through time travel or whatever, all Jimmy wants at the end of the day at those episodes is he just wants his dad back because he loves his dad. And Hugh does try to gives Jimmy discipline. Whenever he steps out of line, he does something wrong, Hugh steps up. But again, it's those things where it's like bumbling dad energy. Sometimes he does something stupid to make a plot happen. Does that necessarily make him a bad dad? No, but it does kind of hinder certain things. Is a stupid dad through stupidity can hurt his children. And while I don't think he necessarily physically hurt Jimmy, there would be times where Jimmy's trying to explain to his dad, hey, don't touch that, because if you do, a fucking black hole could open up, and Hugh doesn't want to listen to his son. That has happened a couple times. So loves his son loves him, they have a caring relationship, provides everything he needs to, but he's stupid. So I want to lean toward high B, honestly.
I vehemently disagree with that. I'm going to let Ryan make his decision real fast.
No, I'm going to listen to your opinion first.
He doesn't really seen the show, dude.
I want to have a reason, so I'm based on what you guys bring
He
out.
needs your argument.
So I need your argument. Make your
I'm
fucking
still
argument.
an S.
You putting him in S tier?
I'm still
He
on
can't be.
S.
S is for unproblematic, and Hugh has problems.
No, he's not. He's not flawless. Look, he is not on the same level as Herb.
He's
sorry.
not.
I don't
No,
care
I
how
wasn't
good
going to
of a
put him
dad
above
he
her,
is.
but I still put him in S tier.
He's
No.
not on that same rank.
So I said we're going to disagree on this one. There's not really much y'all can say that was going to change my mind. The biggest problem is I'm not as good as articulating arguments as Aaron is, so you're going to choose what you're going to choose.
No.
Well, that okay. Well, Kodig.
I don't really have an argument. I just have what I remember from the characters of the show and everything that I remember on it. I didn't see any of the flaws that Aaron's bringing up. So, I don't know.
So the time when Hugh would ignore Jimmy's when he's trying to explain something, hey, Dad, don't touch that, and he would immediately ignore Jimmy and touch it anyway?
No.
You don't remember that happening at all?
No.
When was the last time you saw Jimmy Neutron?
Maybe like a year or two ago. What?
You don't remember any of that happening?
No.
Jesus.
Most of the stuff I remember between Jimmy and his dad is all the times where, Jimmy would try to change his dad and then at the end of the day. Or those times where Jimmy's dad,
So
or
here's
that
the
time
problem.
where Jimmy's dad was like, everyone is in the world has disappeared and he misses his...
No.
The first thing he thinks of is,
Uh-huh.
my boy and my wife are gone. Everything is miserable. I hate life now. And that is his first immediate thought after thinking he is the only person left on Earth is, I miss my son and my wife. So no, I cannot put him anything below S. I can't. However, I understand that it's not going to end up being that way.
Okay.
Here's the problem.
I just can't put him below S.
Yes, every single time Jimmy tries to change his dad,
He always wants him back.
he always wants him back.
It doesn't always go horribly wrong. He just realizes that he loves his dad and doesn't actually want to change him.
There is still the fact that this episode begins with Jimmy wanting to change his dad, which means there must be a flaw.
It's because his dad's dumb. It is because his dad is dumb. The only thing keeping Hugh Neutron out of S tier is his stupidity, which brings him down to A, because that is his only flaw.
Okay, but the flaw in that argument is you're seeing the stupidity as a -1, a flat binary of, oh, he's kind of stupid, so it gets -1 point, right?
Because it's his only flaw.
Yes, but it's not being about. It's like with Goofy, for example, where it's like his only real flaw is that he's cursed, but his
only real
cursed.
flaw is so cursed that it is actively hindering his child, whereas everything Hugh does benefits his child, and very, very, very rare occasions does it cause anything that's even equals to strife. Even then, it's barely a thing because Jimmy is capable of solving those problems in an instant, most of the time. So again, the only thing preventing him from being an S, because he is basically perfect.
as the middleman, I have final verdict.
Okay.
A tier.
Okay.
Okay.
Which means because you being B and you being S, he's A tier by
See-
default.
What's his name?
Hugh. He's also Hugh.
It's Hugh.
It's
Okay,
Hugh
it's
Test.
Hugh Test. Hugh Test from Johnny Test.
Now this one is probably I would.
D.
He's mean.
Bad dad, D tier.
He's bad.
He's a
Have
bad
you
dad.
seen Johnny Test?
Yes.
Yeah, D tier.
D tier.
D tier.
Yeah, he's
Let's
bad.
call it D tier.
He's
Okay,
mad.
cool.
He's bad.
Like, he's not actively malicious to his kid, but also he lets his kid get away
So-
with way too much shit.
Definitely above Dracula.
I mean,
Because he
he's
doesn't try to
He's
kill his
he's
kid.
definitely
because he-
above the rest of the kids because he does not. None of his actions inflict bodily harm
Yeah,
upon
he's
his
just
pets.
he's
But he's such a shit.
yeah,
father.
he's so selfish.
Yeah, exactly.
He's so self-centered and
all
such
of his family. We hate
Your
fucking
your meatloaf. Oh, I'll just make it for dinner every single
every
night.
single time.
So fucking terrible.
I think we're gonna move on. Like,
Yeah, that's all.
we're
That's all
not-
that really needs to be said.
He's just
I mean, I feel like we should, if we're gonna play somebody, we need to at least give an argument to the audience. But
Yeah.
like, if we in
like,
agreement, we don't need that
You
much.
could argue that he isn't, he's not inherently hostile than the rest of these guys, but like,
No.
they're also all low D tier.
Yeah.
Like they're all solidly low D tier.
I would go
This
next
is like our
up.
first straight D.
Yeah.
We've got from Nickelodeon. We got
Jack-
Jack Fenton.
So this is another one where it's like,
It's just dumb.
I mean, he is dumb, but it's also this funny thing where it's like, he is dumb, but he's like he's an idiot savant.
Yes.
Like, he does make
is a
inventions
genius.
that actually work. It's just he's also kind of dumb, and he likes sweets and his whole thing, and he's not very like if it comes time to throw hands, he knows what he's doing.
I don't know what
It's
exactly.
just I think he just makes inventions a little bit too complicated for his own good.
I don't know exactly what he would place as. I know he can't go any higher than B because his son is actively scared that his dad would try to murder him.
Yes, but
Yeah.
counterpoint. The only reason his son is afraid is because his like, parents are like, oh, ghost this, ghost that, ghost this, ghost that.
Yeah, but even then, you think your parents would care less about you being their son than you being a ghost. Like if it's at that point.
Hold
and
on.
then like Maddie goes into the whole thing of like Maddie figures it out fucking immediately.
Not Maddie, Jazz.
Jazz figures it out like fucking immediately.
She didn't figure it out. She saw him transform.
Yeah, but even then she would have figured it out. Like it's like they are so fucking distant from Danny's life that like you don't notice.
No, that is fair. Jazz notices how obsessed that Jack and Maddie are with ghost hunting, that she feels it's her responsibility to try to give the parenting to Danny that she feels that he's not receiving because of her parents' obsession with ghost hunting. And at the beginning of the series, nobody's ever seen ghosts before. Like this is not a common occurrence at the beginning of the series. So they're so obsessed with something that doesn't exist that she feels that her and Danny, but she's older, so she takes it. They are being neglected.
Yep. Which they are.
Now that could just
That would
be
be
Jazz
easier.
putting her nose in places where it doesn't necessarily matter.
Like, do they actually fulfill any parenting roles? throughout
Yes.
the show?
Oh, absolutely.
All the time.
They provide everything for their kids.
They
and
provide-
They
they
do discipline their kids, and they do show love.
But
And support?
Okay, the main problem with it, the main problems that Danny comes into conflict with his parents are from is not from parenting. It's from Danny's secret identity that he's refusing to share with his parents.
That's where most of it comes into.
And whether or not Danny's parents hated ghosts or not, there is always that element for the genre of superhero that Butch Hartman was pulling from. I know I'm pulling extra like teenage superheroes don't want to tell their parents that they're superheroes.
Yeah, no.
So whether or not there's like, oh, molecule by molecule, I don't think Danny would have told his
When-
parents regardless.
No.
When
That-
Danny...
that's me cheating, but
Okay, first of all, did his parents know that Danny was a ghost?
Not until the end of the series.
actually, I'll bring this up. I'll bring this up. In fact,
What was their reaction to Danny Ghost?
they're always okay. His parents have found out that Danny has had superpowers 3 separate times, and every time, but the last time they reset it. So Danny basically got the Infinity Gauntlet. His parents found out he was a host, and they're like, "We love and support you, Danny." And Danny went, "Okay," and reset the timeline, and went, "I'm not going to tell my parents." So Danny has full context that his parents will accept him if he tells them that he's a ghost, but then decides he wants to keep that secret.
Yeah, but they don't actually fully find out until the end of the series.
Whenever he's like, okay, I'll let it happen this time for realsies.
Yeah,
Because the show was over.
Yeah.
But they actually
everyone
didn't
on
know
the
that he was
fucking
a,
planet
they
finds
genuinely
out.
didn't know that he was a ghost. Or
They
they
did.
just
They
let him think didn't
they
know?
never. Okay. For simplicity stakes, they don't find out until someone tells them.
Okay.
And then after they find out, they're not hostile to Danny at all. All they are supportive.
But are they hostile to Ghost Danny before?
Yes.
But that's because they don't know that
they
it's
don't know it's
Danny.
their son.
They just see it as a ghost. And also, counterpoint too, in one of the series, I think season 1 finale, they frame him as a monster. That Danny Phantom, the ghost, is a hostile ghostly entity.
Like, not the parents, like the world.
The other ghosts frame Danny.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then it's like, whole thing is like, all right, my parents are overshadowed. This laser blast should gently push the ghost out of them. And then he shoots them, and they go flying. He goes, or they could not be possessed, and I just pissed them off. So there are reasons. They give reasons as to why the parents would be negative to Phantom.
If they are actually shown to be good parents, outside of I would say B.
I would also say B.
I would put him in high B.
Okay.
Like,
I'm not
they're
putting
good
him
parents. They just
I am not putting him above Bob.
Okay, no, Dunk above Goofy. Above Goofy, because while Jack is a little bit like hit or miss with certain things, like at the end of the day when his son needs him, he's always there for him.
Yeah.
So
Whereas Bob is just like
Bob isn't stupid. That's the thing that keeps him above.
Good father, yeah.
Yeah, he's not dumb.
Oh, we got another D or F tier.
We got another 2 that I know nothing about.
Jacques Schnee
From the Wooby.
Okay, so I'm gonna preface this straight up that I genuinely believe that all fathers in this show are either D or F. With like,
we'll
exception of maybe Penny's dad, whose name I can't remember. He was only in one season and only like a quarter of it. But
yeah,
Jacques is definitely F.
F? Interesting.
F.
Because we did set apart the thing where it's like F is actively trying to either A, actively trying to kill your kids, or
no,
B,
actively malicious.
Yeah.
You
Which
do
I guess
not
he
have
does
to be
send his
trying
daughter
to
into
kill your kids. You just have to be actively trying to destroy them in some way to maintain
like that
control
scar.
over
That
them.
scar over Weiss's eye is there because of her father.
Yeah.
Now it's not her father that did it. He's nowhere near powerful enough to do that. He forced her to fight
a possessed.
No, it wasn't a
Doom
possessed.
bot.
It was one of the summons.
No, it was a possessed suit of armor
No, it was
that
a
was
summon.
possessed by a ghost monster. He doesn't have summons.
No, it wasn't him that summoned it.
Nope. It was an armored Doom robot.
Well, it
that
doesn't matter what it was.
possessed
He
by a
basically
Gigas
forced her to fight a
ghost.
giant thing, and it fucking slashed her face. And
to prove a point.
Yeah,
Try
to
and
prove a
force
point.
her to go to Atlas, where he can control her.
So yeah, F. I'm fine
He's
with
F.
that.
Because he does not care about his kids. He does not love his kids.
Definitely above
He's a
Ozai.
solid shit father.
Definitely above Ozai.
It's very hard to be lower than Ozai.
But
he doesn't actively try to kill.
But is he better than Godfrey? That's the question.
lower than Godfrey?
Okay, yeah.
Again, Godfrey is protected by his apathy.
Yeah.
He's not trying to be malicious. He's just that fucking malicious by nature. He allows malicious things to happen.
Okay, out of all of us, who's played Final Fantasy X? Okay, it's
This
just
is the guy who abandoned his son because he turned into a giant monster of death, and then his son has to kill him.
Jet, yeah. Okay, so like the problem with Jet, right? Like obviously he can't be like A or B tier.
No.
Because he did technically, well, I mean he didn't abandon his son. He had no choice in that matter. But he was a shitty dad there for a long ass time.
All right.
Like
What
it was like,
Typhus's opinion of him?
oh, not good, not good at the start. Because here's the thing.
Titus,
It was Titus, yeah.
not Typhus.
Here's the thing.
Then Titus.
The only reason why Titus ever became a professional baseball player was to become better than his dad, and it wasn't because he was like. It was because his dad would constantly like. His dad was what's the word? Where it's like his dad was kind of like a bully, to be honest. He was
Okay,
kind of like
well
a bully.
then he's definitely in D tier at least.
Yeah, which is like I would not put him any higher than D tier. But
Alright.
what keeps him out of F tier? Because like a lot of people are like, oh, like will he become Sin and tries to kill his son? That's not really how that.
Yeah, he was
plays
possessed
out.
at that point.
Yeah, no, like,
Yeah,
'cause,
I
like
don't-
the only reason why he didn't abandon he didn't abandon Titus, right? Or Titus, whatever the fuck you want to call him. Well, he's called Titus in Kingdom Hearts. That's why it's so fucking stupid.
Yeah, the one game he's in, yeah.
Yeah, he didn't abandon Titus. He was pulled into another universe.
Yeah, but once you're possessed, you stop to be.
Well, he was pulled into another universe, and then he's like, okay, I gotta go on this journey because they're taking us on this journey. And it's like, all right, we beat Sin. Well, someone has to become the new Sin. It has to be me. And then he pulls Titus into that universe again to defeat Sin.
Okay.
Permanently.
All right.
Yeah, but at the same time, a father.
Well, he also wants to make up for the past, and that's straight up like,
son, I want to make up for the past for being a shitty dad. Kill me.
What I'm saying is like, yes. What I'm saying is like he's not in F tier for that reason. It's like he's trying to make up for the shitty parenting he did beforehand.
Right, cool.
Still D tier. But you bonus points for effort for in the end. In the end.
Is it stated in the game somewhere that he has come to realize his flaws and try to improve?
Yes. It is stated.
Does that come to Titus?
Yes, it comes from Jet to Titus because there's a point. There's a point where Jet as Sin basically projects himself as Jet to Titus to speak with him.
All right, then D tier.
At least as far as I know, because like whether or not anything actually happens in a Final Fantasy game is up for fucking debate.
All right. Well, then the question is he above or below Endeavor?
Below.
No, because Endeavor, with the shit that Endeavor does.
Did Jet, growing up, did he ever lay hands on Titus?
No.
Okay, well then above Endeavor.
He was just kind of mean.
I'd say above Endeavor then.
Look, the fact they both started at F.
No. Well,
yes.
I mean, because he was never malicious towards Titus.
If you're a bully...
what I was saying was No, I said what stops it. Like I said, he's not in F because a lot of people might bring up, oh, well, Sin is trying to do this. And it's like, no, that's not Jet. That's Sin. It's a whole different being.
I'm talking about. You said before that he was a bully to Titus.
Like, the reason why he wanted to play Walk-a-Ball was because of something his dad did.
Blitzball.
Yeah.
Yes or no?
But it was...
That is malicious.
Here's the thing. It's not malicious.
There is no form of bullying that is not malicious.
It's just like Marshall Erickson's dad in How I Met Your Mother. My father asked for no quarter, I gave no quarter. It is rough parenting, not malicious. He cared about his son. He just thought the only way to get him where he needed to be was to essentially...
Okay.
You get what there's a fucking word for it.
Your example was whenever Marshall's dad was being Marshall's coach.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. It's like he's trying. It's not malicious. He's just trying to make him better through.
Okay. No. Did Titus interpret it as my dad is encouraging me, or did he do it as like I'll get better than my dad out of spite?
Would you ever think that your dad was encouraging you in those instances? No.
Okay, there's a way of being.
What I'm saying
there's
is
a way of doing rough love.
What the point? That's not even the point. Ryan's trying to make the point of intent.
Okay.
And his intent was not malicious. His intent was malevolent. Or malevolent, is that the word?
No.
Benevolent. His intent was benevolent. It was just a terrible fucking strategy. So that's what it's like, no, he is above Endeavor. Because Endeavor's intent was malicious.
Yeah. Jet still saw his son as a son.
Yes.
I don't know enough about these characters to argue. I guess I'm gonna have to trust you on that.
Well, that's why I said.
By your statement, he would be higher than the Endeavor.
Yeah. That's why I said Endeavor and
still not higher than Dracula.
Yeah,
because Dracula was a great.
Yes, exactly. That's why I asked. Like, that's where my barometer was.
Next up, we got another one that Ryan's not really going to know much about, which is hilarious because of Ryan's affinity for wizards.
Yeah, magic.
We've got Jerry Russo
to be fair,
Wizards of Waverly Place.
Wizards of Waverly Place is more of a sitcom drama than an actual like
D tier.
Because Ryan knows the one big fact is that in wizard families only one child can have magic, and Jerry decided to have 3 kids.
No. It's not even that, because I actually do know this character a great deal. Mm-hmm. He is D tier. There is no and if or buts about this shit. He is actively favoritism towards the oldest son.
Towards Justin, yeah.
Justin.
He has active favoritism towards him.
So below Dracula, above Jet?
Boom.
Because he does love his kids.
Above Dracula.
Above Dracula?
I would put him at the
Below-
top of D tier.
You know what? Yeah, you're right. Because, like, he's not...
No. Because here's why.
Well, you would put him...
He knows Max is not going to be able to make it. He knows Max is already starting from a bad point.
Well,
That he's never going to make it. He doesn't have... He's not smart.
to be
he's
fair-
not intelligent. He's not capable. He is starting from a lower period of time, and they all have to take this test at the exact same time.
Well, to be
so
fair-
he already knows
He
that
does-
Max is not going to make it no matter what's going on, and he gives Max hope.
No. He does try to prepare. There's a bunch of episodes where he tries to prepare Max by saying he's going to be taking over this the subway shop. It's like he's trying to prepare Max for taking over the subway shop as opposed to being a wizard. But Max stays determined to try to be the family wizard.
Does he ever be like, look,
yes,
you're not going to be a wizard?
Okay.
until it comes to the point where Max is so fucking far ahead of Justin and Alex. That entire time, Jerry straight up comes to Max and is like, look, there is a higher than likely chance you will be taking over the subway shop. And that's something that is brought up in the show until Alex and Justin fuck up so horridly and Professor Crumb takes away all of their powers and Max is so fucking far in the lead ahead of all of them. They still end up winning.
Yeah.
But like...
Yeah. Well, okay. I'm against your notion of, with the context of how young Max is, if you as a dad is like, hey, this isn't for you, you're not going to do it. Like, crushing Max before he really really get a chance.
Sometimes you have to be cruel to be kind.
Yeah.
Max was never going to succeed. Max was very
No, he wasn't.
clearly showing that he was never going to succeed. Allowing Max to continue to grind himself into the dirt.
Which he was not doing.
Here's
so,
the thing.
so that argument is invalid.
Here's the thing. We all agree that he's D tier. Me and Ryan have already agreed that he's above Dracula, and you've agreed that he is probably on top. So it all
Well,
comes down
the argument right now is whether he's above or below Hugh Test.
Hugh Test.
And
That's the question.
That's the argument we're trying to make. Is effective. It's like, in my opinion, Hugh is selfish, and he is petty, and honestly, he is a lot of times needlessly mean to Johnny because he makes assumption about Johnny as a person.
Yes. Which I am in agreement with Aaron. Did I say?
I don't know. We'll cut it out if you did.
Yeah. I'm in agreement with Aaron in the fact of he is above Hugh Test. And since that's 2 versus 3, he automatically goes there.
Yeah.
Your arguments are mostly valid.
Yes.
Yeah, he gives...
I wasn't trying to increase his ranking. I was just trying to tell you who he was above in his ranking.
Next up, we have Last of Us, Joel Miller. Now, Ryan, have you ever actually played Last of Us, or do you just know the story?
I just know the story.
I know without a shadow of a doubt, Aaron has not played Last of Us. Aaron hates zombies. And it's not through fear.
I know a couple of key points where he had a daughter, she died, found Ellie through things, tried not to be a dad, ended up being one anyway, murdered innocent doctors, and then rode off into the sunset, only to get his kneecaps busted in, and then his head imploded.
B tier.
No.
Head imploded. B tier.
No.
No, well,
B for brains better.
B tier. Now, listen. Hear me out.
Alright.
Hear me out.
Alright.
If you start out where he starts in the story, A tier dad.
Yeah, because he's just a dad.
Because he's
And
just
that's
a good dad.
And that's during the inciting
Then
incident.
he loses his daughter,
Right?
and then Ellie comes in, and Ellie doesn't start off as his daughter.
Just some random kid.
So, like, at that point, you can't measure how he feels about her because that's not him being her dad. That's him being
a
the
mentor,
person
guardian.
taking. That's him, a guardian.
Yeah.
That's him being the person taking her to where she needs to go. It's as they interact with each other and grow together where he starts becoming a father to her, right? And as he starts becoming a father to her, at that point, he is B tier to her. B tier dad. Because it's like, at the end of the day, he is not her daughter. And, you know, there's that argument that they have that brings up where it's like, you know, you're treading on some mighty thin ice. Because she knows that he had a daughter. and she brings it up, and she's like, I'm not her. I don't need you constantly babysitting me. And he's like, you're treading on some mighty thin ice here. And those points, this man runs, she runs away, and he's willing to give up someone who he is seeing as his daughter in order to give her to Tommy, because he thinks that Tommy has a better chance. And a lot of people can make that argument like, oh, he's just trying to push her off, and it's like, because he doesn't want, he's scared to lose another daughter. But at the end of the day, in his mind, Tommy does have the best chance of getting her to the Fireflies and saving her life. So at no point does he do anything but exactly what you would expect a father to do. He provides for her. He disciplines her when she needs it several times. And as we get further into it, he shows love towards her. Excessively sometimes, especially in the future. But that's Last of Us Part 2, which doesn't exist.
What? There's a sequel? I didn't even know about that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, literally, he becomes such a good father to Ellie that she literally leaves a safe zone where she leaves her lover behind. She leaves her family behind in order to get revenge on someone who brutalized him. And that's how much she cares about him. So I cannot feel comfortable giving him any less than a B tier. Now, his flaws do come into play of why he's not an A tier. It's like, well, we aren't in an apocalypse. And he is a bit of a gruff man in general. And he's been through a lot. So his flaws do come through in those aspects of he might be a little bit pushy, maybe a bit overprotective. But those are reasonable in the scenario that they are in. But that still is there, so that's why I say B tier.
Okay. This is going to be the deciding factor between A or B.
Okay.
Hospital. Murders all the doctors to save Ellie. Which, as I understand it, that was actually Ellie's choice. Ellie wanted to go through that.
Ellie did want to go through that.
Ellie made that choice.
Yes.
When they came out of it, he told her a lie.
That is true.
Did he ever confess? Throughout the first or second games, did he confess?
The answer is in the second game.
And the answer is...
I don't remember. Let me look that up.
This is very important.
Here's the thing.
Because
100%, she herself would have wanted to done the surgery. Two problems with that. One, they did not tell her that the surgery was going to kill her. Okay. So like she did not go into that. She did not go into that willingly, knowing she was going to die.
Okay.
They knew she was going to die. She did not.
Okay.
So like she did not willingly go in. She did say later that she would have. But they did not. They were not upfront with that.
They didn't give her that choice.
And Joel. They did not tell Joel that she.
What's the gap between 1 and 2?
Like 8 years. She's like.
Okay.
She's like,
then in my opinion, how old was she in the first game?
like either 12 or 14.
Okay, she was 12. If Joel never confessed in all that time, and she was 18 years old at the youngest.
14.
No, I mean in the second game.
No, she was 14 in the first game.
As in the second game, as in even if he, because like if he admitted to her like, oh,
She was
like
19
as he's dying,
So it's 5 years.
that doesn't count. So if the whole thing is like, okay, and his lie makes no sense because the reason why he intervened is because he found out it could have killed her, and he's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna lie to you, like the reason why this didn't happen. Like you could have told her, hey, there was a chance that you could have died. And you didn't tell her until minimum her being 19 years old, when you had all that time to tell her and to give an actual reason that was not necessarily, I mean it was, but it wasn't necessarily selfish of a reasoning. So if I was trying to save you, that's kind of bad, in my opinion. That's a really ultimately, like you're robbing somebody of their autonomy.
He tells her like a few. He still tells her when she's 14.
He does?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That's actually you, because like I remember now. There's actually a few times where you have flashbacks where you're going back as Ellie. You're playing as Ellie whenever she was younger again, and it's after Joel tells her the
Okay.
truth, and she's upset about it. Obviously, she has a right to be upset.
Yeah.
However, it doesn't really matter. It's a good thing that Joel did what he did, because it wouldn't have fucking mattered anyways. It's a goddamn fucking parasite. It's a mushroom. You can't make a fucking vaccine for it.
Again.
No, there's no vaccine.
Uh,
No, no, no,
okay,
no, no,
if-
no, no.
if-
There is no
okay.
such thing as a vaccine for fungal infections.
Okay, then Ellie's
True.
immune, right?
Ellie is immune for one specific reason. Now, this is a theory, but like the theory is presented very well in the game. So I'm going to point this out where it is technically a theory, but it's so fucking backed up by actual evidence, it might as well be the truth. The only way to be immune to a fungal infection is to have said fungal infection, which she does. She has cordyceps. However, there are multiple strains of cordyceps, and she has a version of cordyceps that does not control your brain. She has cordyceps in her brain, but even in the game, it shows that it's not the same cordyceps that cause the virus of the cordyceps that cause people to turn into zombies. She has a different type of cordyceps that just causes like lower blood iron levels and stuff like that. But that specific version of cordyceps kills other versions of cordyceps, so it prevents her from getting infected because she's already infected.
They didn't need to do the operation. They just need to give everybody a cordyceps.
Exactly. They didn't know that. But like all they would have done, because like what they said, they were trying to make a vaccine by picking apart and basically tearing apart her brain, when all they needed to do was look at her
Give
blood
everybody
levels.
cordyceps.
Was look at her blood levels and determine this is a different version of cordyceps, because that's all they needed to do was look at the charts that they already had. They already had these charts. Determine this is a different type of cordyceps. Figure out which type of cordyceps it was, because they had the charts for those too, and then give everyone those. So all they were doing was killing a child.
Okay. Well, my opinion, that really doesn't matter.
No, that doesn't matter in this thing.
But he does
No,
confess.
no, not even from this argument. As that doesn't matter. In fact, to find out, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. That's not really like you can't make decisions based upon like in the future they found out about this. It's like if you're making a decision
Actually, it
based on
wasn't in the future. These were decisions that were found out in the past, and the scientists themselves were questioning it. It was just specifically what's her face that was pushing it so fucking hard. So it's like Joel was in the right. He made the right call. I mean, did he have to kill the Yes, he did technically have to, because they would not have stopped. He was forced to kill the doctors because they were going to kill Ellie.
could have broken their hands.
Not the doctors.
No, specifically like the
Not
game.
the doctors.
The
All
game
the
just doesn't
soldiers.
let
Yes.
you.
Doctors
Okay,
now.
but if the game doesn't let you and you're playing as Joel, that means Joel never thought to try. His first instinct was to kill.
True.
No,
Same logic
because
as
if
to why
you,
Altair is one of the best assassins.
if you get too close to the doctor, he kills you with the scalpel.
Okay, do you have a gun in your hand?
Yes. If you shoot him in the foot, he dies.
Well,
Okay, I would still translate that is like the game is saying
okay.
no matter what Joel does, if
tangent.
Yeah, it's true.
Bringing back to line, he confessed. He confessed when she was earlier, when she was younger. Yeah, she was pissed, but she got over it. Moving along, A tier.
I'm okay with A tier.
The more I find out about this game, the less I actually want to play it. Again, I really don't want to play it already.
Less and less play it. It's good.
a lot of story things.
Aaron frustrates me with his lack of
Well,
caring.
from that whole thing that you just explained is like, oh, she would have died for no reason. They could have done this. This is this. Like, oh, so it's just a bunch of stupid people making stupid decisions in a zombie
Yes,
apocalypse.
that's the point.
Yeah, fuck that.
In
The
an apocalypse, that
the
happens.
reason
Fuck
why
that.
I say A tier and not B tier is this reason and this reason only.
Uh-huh.
It is the zombie fucking apocalypse. Morality needs to be put fucking aside.
For the most part,
Survival is what is important.
Yes.
Morality is a luxury that you can take when you're somewhere safe.
All right. Now we got one that's a little bit less controversial.
Yeah.
We got Jonathan Kent,
All right, so
From
we're complete.
Superman's dad.
We
Ah,
are
cool.
completely ignoring the Schneiderverse version. That is not Superman. That is not. No one is who they say they are in those movies.
Yeah.
Ignoring
along.
them entirely.
I have very, very, very little to say.
Okay.
Because the only experience that I have with Jonathan Kent as a father is in fucking Injustice.
Yeah. Okay. So this is one of those things where it's like in a lot of instances we get to infer a lot of Jonathan's parenting through Clark's actions, which
S
is
tier.
like,
No.
Well, no. A tier.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Solid
with that.
A+.
Like, not S, because an S tier dad could not have raised a son that would be willing to just fucking murder a planet to save a couple of people. But
What version of Superman is that?
Injustice.
Okay,
Moving along, Injustice is Psycho Superman. That is one universe that exists.
Yeah, but Jonathan does not change between those two comics. He's the same person.
Yeah,
which
and the
means
reason
Clark is the
why
differentiating
Injustice
factor in
gets
that.
so bad is because Batman is so diehard opposed to Superman that it just escalates the situation beyond all rational reasons.
That's not how that happens.
That's exactly how that reasons.
No, it's not.
I have seen the comics. I have read the comics.
I have read the comics too.
All right, tangent.
The reason that's against is moving along.
Yeah.
A tier.
Point is, we're ignoring Injustice, but the reason why I say
below Joel. Anyone okay? Everyone okay
no
with that? Above Joel.
above,
I
all the way at the top,
I would put him
all the way at the top.
Okay, I would put him above Hugh. But whether or not he goes above Solomon, and I know I'm the only one that's making an argument for him, so I have to be fair. And do I want to make an argument for Solomon being above Jonathan? Is what I have to decide here.
Right.
I mean, Solomon did fight the apocalypse.
Yes, he did. That's true. But though Jonathan, I believe, would have had he the capability. I like Solomon more. I want Solomon to be higher than Jonathan.
I think he should be higher than Jonathan. I think Jonathan should be higher than Solomon. And here's why.
Okay.
You took a child capable of absolute fucking power. Mm-hmm. This is a god. Mm-hmm. Just put all this shit aside. Superman's a goddamn god. Mm-hmm. In every other version of reality, other than the ones where Martha and John can't raise Superman, horrible shit happens.
He is right.
Horrible shit happens in the universe where that does happen.
Horrible shit happens. Superman becomes one of the most destructively evil beings in the world, except for one alternative. And the only reason why that doesn't happen is because the government gets a hold of him, and the government tortures him into being meek and compliant. But in every other version, he turns into this evil psycho person.
That's not true. I have two examples that disproves that.
Or he becomes very much not a good person. And they took someone of absolute fucking all power and made him incorruptible.
The two arguments I have against that would be the Superman from the Gods and Monsters, where he was raised by Hispanic immigrants living in, I think, New York, where he is taught in society, you help everyone because that's the only way any of us survives. And yeah, he doesn't do for example, whenever he's dealing with a young Brainiac, where he's trying to where he's walking through a city that people are screaming, "Help me, Superman, help me!" He goes, "No, I'm gonna solve the problem. I'm going to save you. You just won't feel saved until you're actually saved." He ignores their crying, which, of course, Jonathan Kent, Superman, would have saved them and then gone back. He beelines for the problem. He talks to the Brainiac kid. He's like, "This is going to be hard, but you can control it. I know you can. I had to control these things too, but I know you can do it." And he says, "I can't do it. I can't. I can stop this." "Well, then do it." And he kills him. And he is heartbroken over this fact that he had to kill this innocent boy, but confirmed in the idea that this was the option that saved everyone.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Then you found the S tier parent.
Okay. Then we have the version of Superman in Superman Red Sun, where he ends up, landing in Russia.
Oh, and he becomes a communist, which is communism, and
yes,
awful in every straight.
Yes, that he's the whole thing where there's a whole downgrade where it's not his superpowers that corrupts him. It's his political power that does.
Yeah,
and by the end of the movie, he realizes he's wrong and embraces the American way.
Don't care. It's still corruption. You failed. However,
but your argument that a godlike entity, it wasn't his superpowers in that instance that corrupts him. So that's my two arguments of Jonathan is not the only way that Superman comes out of it.
So in most other situations, in most other timelines where he doesn't end up with Martha and Jonathan Kent, he goes evil and becomes a problem.
Okay.
But And the reason why they're not S tier, despite the fact that they took an all-powerful god and made him incorruptible, even though absolute power corrupts absolutely, is because they did not, while they taught him great values and good and how to be good and kind, they did not teach him how to balance that with the realities of the world around him. Superman does not kill.
Yeah, but he's not as, like, fucking mournfully wishy-washy like Batman is. Like, if a villain dies in Superman, so he's like, oh, what a tragedy. That toaster man in his final moments
he's not
decided...
brain dead enough to save a villain from his own stupidity is one thing. But the fact that he does not actively kill any of his villains, despite the fact that they're also all egregiously awful, and many of them are insanely powerful. The fact that he refuses to kill them because killing is wrong. I shouldn't do it. So I'm going to let millions of people suffer and die so I can stop the villain again for another 6 months.
The thing is, most of the villains that are that insanely powerful, arguably Superman couldn't kill. Every other villain, that's not Superman's fault. That's the fucking Metropolis government's fault. Because he stops them and arrests them. And just like Batman, Superman has a very good reason not to. Because once he crosses that line is crossed, and that's how you end up with Injustice Superman, where it's like, I made this decision. Well, it's like my one last thing I want to bring up is effective is like in your argument, or like absolute power corrupts absolutely. And so being faced with the realities of the world, Superman making that choice to then make a decision to kill someone, thus giving himself the power to make that choice. That's like Superman being a god by your own argument, refusing to kill is probably the best option for everyone that Superman himself recognizes, because he's like, once I've made that choice, there goes that one safety net. Anyway, A tier for Jonathan Kent.
I'm putting him below Doc Saturday.
Well, you and Ryan aren't in agreement to putting him below Doc Saturday, but you and Aaron.
I was.
So it was me and Aaron?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. He's below. All right, next we have someone I do not give a fuck about.
Jonathan Long from
American Dragon. I don't hate American Dragon. Jake
No,
Long.
it's fun.
Just, I didn't really watch it as much.
No, it's a fun show where it's.
I do like it though.
I mean, he kind of falls into that trope of like the bumbling dad with the teenager who's like things. Like he does very much care about Jake. It's just the unfortunate thing where it's like there's a whole magical world that Jake is a part of and it's assigned protector, and Jonathan is not allowed to know that it exists. So Jonathan, who is trying to teach his son to be a good person, and all these times is like, oh, you skipped out of school. Oh, you weren't at the library, you went to a baseball game. Oh, who ate all the cookies? Like, he's harsh on Jake a lot of times because in a lot of instances, he thinks Jake is being...
He doesn't have all the context, so he misses something and blames it on Jake unfairly.
Yeah.
Okay, on the things that he can control. The 3 elements of being a parent. Does he fulfill?
He loves
food,
he
food, clothes.
Yes, he makes
shelter.
Money. Yes.
Provides discipline and moral boundaries.
Yes.
Love and support.
Yes.
Okay. Solid B. Moving along.
Okay.
Is he someone that does Jake ever have moments of disconnect between Jake and him? Besides the American Dragon bit.
That is the major problem, is the fact of, it's like, Jake is hiding a whole section of himself from his dad.
And he's being forced to by someone else because his mother was an idiot. Moving along.
Yeah, so, but that's the main problem, is that the show, for a lot of the times, it's like, Jake does love his dad, and he does try to interact with him, but there are certain instances where it's like, he can't do this with his dad, even though his dad wants, because he has...
I can say this, his mother, D tier. Like, D tier straight up.
Like,
you had kids knowing that this shit was gonna happen to them. Asshole.
I put him right.
Well, it's not like it's a curse on the kids. It's just like
it might as fucking well be.
No. The kids have no problem with this. Like, they like their powers. They think for the most part it's a good thing. The issue is that
married someone who knew about that world.
She loved Jonathan.
Well, that's a terrible mother.
No, that makes her a terrible wife, not a terrible mother.
Terrible mother.
Terrible wife, not a terrible mother.
Because she can take the blame for that shit too, but she doesn't. Who ate the last cookie in the cookie jar? Oh, it was me. Well, I can't get onto my wife.
No, she often, dude, like almost all the time she does that, she intervenes to get Jake out of it.
Yeah, bullocks.
I don't know. I still
I'm just fucking. It doesn't really
C.
matter.
I at the very least C as very low C.
You said B earlier.
You should not have forced
No, he
that
said
on her.
she's.
Oh, she? Oh,
She's
but,
very
well, we're
much
not. This
below
isn't. This
C.
isn't the mom
Moving
tier
along.
list.
No,
We can't do a
back
mom
on-
tier
back
list because
on
most of them are
topic.
dead.
Back on topic.
I'm fine giving him with B tier, honestly.
No.
I don't care. I
Is
have zero opinion.
outside of the American Dragon bit, everything other is there a disconnect in the other things between Jake and his dad?
My thing is, he's kind of being kept. There's a small element where, and it's not just the mom, it's the grandfather and the Dragon Society in general, that are almost putting a barrier between Jonathan and both of his children.
So they're not okay.
So,
well, then,
so
yeah,
he's not allowed to really be
Well,
the
then
kind of
B.
father he wants to be.
In the same thing that happened to the other guy, unfortunately, he's getting screwed over by the wolf.
Above or below Goofy?
I would put him
below. Actually,
I would put him above Jack. Okay.
yeah.
It can't be above Bob because
No, because
again,
Bob is just so far as we said, Bob is kind of the epitome of B. So like it would take a lot to get above Bob.
Yeah.
That wouldn't just put you in A.
Next up, we got another shitty dad.
Man, another 2 in a row. I'm just not gonna have anything to really say.
We got
It's always in 2s.
we got King Garen from Fire Emblem Fates.
Now, if I remember from last time you explained this to me, there's a portion of his story where he's like possessed, right?
The entire story.
Well, then
You
it's
see him, he's possessed.
is he a dad before he's possessed?
So it's yes.
It's
No, he's a
unclear.
father. He's a father well before he's possessed.
Okay.
Matter of fact, all of the kids that he has before he's possessed.
Okay. Then does he die possessed or do they save him? These are questions I'm just gonna ask because it will determine whether or not if we're gonna judge him pre-possession or post-possession. Because in my opinion, if you're possessed, you are a different character.
It depends on it depends on what game you're playing.
No.
Because there's 3 different storylines.
Oh no.
Is this the one with the 3 kingdoms and
the 2 kingdoms.
2 kingdoms?
Well, technically 3 because you have like the Spirit Kingdom, but like
Moving along.
yeah, Hoshido and yeah. It's so here's the problem with King Garen, right? So King Garen, Xavier, right? So you have, Corrin, who was kidnapped as a baby after King Garen killed her actual father. Well, not even her actual father, her stepfather, because her actual father is fucking Anankos, which is the dragon possessing Garen.
Okay, so wait, hold on. So the dad you see in the show is her actual fucking dad.
The dragon?
Yes.
Yes, that
the
is her
king.
dad.
Okay, moving along. All that can no longer be ignored because it is her actual father. He knows she's her.
No, we're talking about King Garen as the father to his kids as well, because there's Xavier, Camilla.
Well, that was the problem with it.
Leo
it's 2 characters essentially.
Yeah,
So we need to pick one. What's the artwork?
King Garen. It is Garen.
Is it the villain artwork?
Well, he only he looks the same. He doesn't look.
Oh, he does look.
No.
Darn.
No, he doesn't look. Any different
There's
when
no
he's
dragon form where he's the evil dragon.
Well,
dude
there is
for him to take.
there is a form where Garen is like, it's no longer Garen. It is the dragon.
Okay. Then,
So if there is
but
that
this is
form,
Garen. This is Garen.
then we need to give him that form. Unless you've got.
Well, if you're
other
going off that
information.
Garen, he's like fucking C tier dad. Because like Xavier straight up says like to you in dialogue. Because Xavier's the oldest. He's like, I don't know what happened, but like father used to be a good dad. He used to be a good father. He used to care and love for us, and he would discipline us when we were wrong, and he would love us and be there for us. And then like so many years ago, he just stopped, and some shit happened, and you're just like, I mean, he was a good dad. But then he's just like, the second something inconvenient happens...
Do we ever get to see enough of Garen to be able to actually say, yes, I can comfortably judge that this man is X?
No, we don't really.
Then
see.
moving along,
Okay.
the dragon.
Yeah.
Who
we're going
tries
by
to-
Nankos,
We're going
and
straight
he
to
is
a Nagos.
F tier minus. He
We're
does
gonna go
not
ahead.
give a
As I
fuck.
remember correctly, he tries to
Kill
kill you in
Corin
every
on several
reality.
occasions.
All right.
On
The
multiple
dude is
occasions.
straight up like the
So
chapter
F-tier.
7 before you've even gotten into the story split. So this is canon in all 3 storylines. He's just like, all right, they're going off. Killer. And then later on, it's like, no matter, like in Conquest, it's like, all right, you're on my side. Killer. Hoshido, you're on their side. Killer. The third path, I haven't actually finished that one, but it's like, killer.
Yeah, so
F honestly
minus.
below God Emperor of mankind.
That's
like,
impressive.
like yes, like it is
I didn't
actively
think that was
malicious,
possible.
actively trying to kill your children with the intent of killing your children for no other reason than
That
you
to be
want
mustache twirlingly
to.
evil.
Exactly. That's
All
F
right,
minus.
cool.
Okay. Well, that's
F
well.
minus.
Well, the question I have is, does her dying benefit him in any way?
No. Well, I mean,
Because if her
the
death
thing.
does not benefit him in any way,
here's the thing. He sent her on the adventure that would lead to her becoming a threat to him.
okay,
Then
So,
yeah,
like,
no.
if
he's-
it was not
look,
for his
F
direct
minus.
actions,
okay.
F minus below God Emperor. I am
Yes,
surprised. I did not know that was going to happen in this. I thought he was just gonna be there until Zeus.
Well, I was gonna make a small argument. It's like, oh well, if killing her offered him no benefit, then yes, very clearly that's just him being evil for no
Yeah,
reason.
again,
but if there's a
was-
reason for it, then I guess you could make an argument. But
yeah, there's not even a real benefit. Like it's as far as we've seen, like she is not even a threat to him at all.
yeah.
Not until the very end of the game, after he's tried to kill her several dozen times, when all she's trying to do is stop the war. She has no idea that Anankos even exists. She just wants the war to stop, and Anankos is like, no, I want it to keep going. And that's it.
Okay, yeah, no, yeah, bottom.
So, like, if
Yeah,
we're going
no,
off
bottom.
of King Garen himself, C tier. Like, that's what he was. Anankos, F minus below God Emperor Mankind.
Which, you know, I'm
Damn.
surprised. I was expecting I was expecting that wasn't going to change till we got to Odin. But you know, this has happened now.
Yeah.
All right, Kratos.
Kratos from God of War.
So I know Kratos.
This is all Aaron and Ryan.
Well,
right?
it's predominantly Ryan, but I
Predominantly
have
Ryan.
a few points I can make out that Ryan
just hate God of
that
War.
Ryan can either refute or support.
Alright.
Which is initially Kratos is treating Atreus or Loki at arm's length, treating him more. He's not really treating him like a son, barely like a ward, more as just someone he is responsible for, but is not trying to treat them with like that. Eventually, as the series goes on, Kratos starts to actually recognize him as like, he is my son, I do care for him. And part of Ragnarok is breaking fates and Kratos realizing he can be more than a monster. And making realizations that certain choices he can make is not because he's fated to, but because it is his nature, and part of it is rising above that. And then Atreus has to go on his own fucking thing with Odin being like, open the orb, the crack in time, I must know.
Here is my only problem with that. So, Kratos with Calliope, his daughter from before the game. He loved his daughter. His daughter loved him. It was very much a healthy fucking relationship.
And then he killed her.
Until Ares mind controlled him into a blood rage and caused him to have accidentally kill his wife and daughter, along with a whole bunch of innocent civilians, because Ares is a douchebag. And then Kratos went on a massive ass vengeance quest for 4 games because of it. Yes, there was 4 of them.
Because there was also Ascension, so.
Oh, yeah.
There's like 2 others. Technically it's like 7. But moving along.
I don't really care. I don't like God of War, so this is illegal.
So he goes through all 7 of
I'll be
those
a tiebreaker if
campaigns, and that
necessary.
has
Seriously,
and
I
and
don't
and all of that begins with because of you murdered my family, and I'm going to have to fucking murder the shit out of you now for that. But then he goes back into Ragnarok, and the problem is that Atreus is his son, and there's a problem because Kratos is a Spartan. Spartans did not raise their sons. Spartans sent their sons to war school, basically. When they were younger than Atreus. Additionally, Kratos is coming from an incredibly messed up brain where he's like, I am a monster, everything I touch is destroyed, or corrupted, or becomes a problem, or I end up killing myself. So he's treating Atreus at arm's length. However, Kratos talks about how he was raised. Kratos was led with a bunch of other kids, beaten, got the absolute shit beat out of him.
Don't they actually bring that up in the game when he's asked about him being a father, and he's like, presents like how he was raised?
Yeah. Like, the fact that Kratos was beaten, dragged out into the woods while still being beaten and injured with no wounds tended, left there and told, get home or don't. And then you have to find your way through the forest, which is filled with wolves. If you survived all of that, you got to live. Not have your injuries treated. You're going to take care of that yourself. Or else you'll perish. But he gets to live another night. So he's coming from a really bad spot parent-wise. And makes a conscious effort to improve and have a better childhood for Atreus. And at first, yes, it's very much a negative fatherhood because Kratos has absolutely no idea how to be a dad to a son. And he has no idea how to open up emotionally. And additionally, he has the problems of everything I touch gets destroyed or becomes a problem. And that's a really bad spot for him. But at the same time, Atreus is a lot better. He did not a better childhood than he theoretically could have had from Kratos. Kratos made a lot of effort to give Atreus the best parenthood he could. Despite the fact that he has such a very bad fucking pool of information to draw from for this situation.
Yeah, you had the pool of information to be like, this is a really fucked up thing that happened to me. I shouldn't do that to my son.
Yes.
That's so hard to come up with.
Well, when that is all you have to go off of.
How did he meet his wife?
I think they were fighting cultists.
1 second, I'm gonna look that up.
Because if after everything that Kratos went through in the original games, then he meets someone, marries her,
yes,
has a kid,
yes,
you'd really feel like there'd be some progression there to be like, hey, if we have a son, I won't be a piece of shit to him.
It's Freya?
It's not
No,
Freya.
it's
It's Frey.
How do you spell that?
I think it's the same way, just without the A at the end.
No, it's Faye. F-A-Y. Faye. Technically, her name is La Faye, but moving along.
Like, I'm not shit-talking Kratos here.
She encountered Kratos during a search for the Leviathan axe.
Yes. Bunch of cultists stole it from her. Kratos bubbled into them at some point. He murdered the shit out of them because Kratos, that's what he does, and cultists try to attack him, so they all ended up dead. She ends up also in the middle of the fight, finding the Leviathan axe. They fought. She actually defeated him, I think. Either that or he defeated her, but because she wasn't a cultist and she was just a random bystander, and he was like, cool, fight's over, you're no longer a threat, and move along. And he just kind of left, and then that kind of led to them having a sort of dichotomy.
What a great way. How did you meet your wife? I beat the shit out of her.
Yeah, we fought to the death, and then I spared her.
I fought to the death, and then we didn't.
But then, of course, of that, she got curious about him, and they ended up going on an adventure-ish type deal, and they grew close through their adventures and shenanigans. But Kratos doesn't have anything to fall back on for how to be a parent, or what a father's role in being a parent is, because he has no real father role models to call off of that aren't awful beyond all regiments.
I'm just because all these arguments you're making, it's like,
and
A tier is completely out of the question for Kratos.
A tier is completely out of the question. B tier, I want to put him there, but also I don't think I can see that being as where he is at the end of Ragnarok.
But we have to take his whole
character arc into consideration.
Uh-huh.
But the thing is, it does realize that he is causing problems for his son, and actively makes goals to try and change it.
So
I would put
with
him
the
above...
with the wartime aspect of, I can see him ranking near Hakoda.
above Bob.
Okay.
Between those two. Because he's aware of his flaws. And he comes to those realizations on his own. He realizes, oh, I fucked up. I made this possible. I caused the pain that my son is going through right now. I need to fix this.
And he does have that benchmark of he was a good dad to his daughter when he had one.
And
I am
and
okay with that because I do not know.
Okay.
So, moving along.
All right.
Next up, we have
Florence Fletcher.
Lawrence.
Lawrence.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher. So
Phineas and Ferb.
he is way more aware of his son's antics than his wife is. Like
Most of them
he
anyway.
goes
enabling. That's the big problem.
Okay. Well, the question is, Hugh with Jimmy. Jimmy does a lot of pretty insane, crazy shit too because how smart they are. But we still ended up with Hugh in A tier because he loved his son and he was a good son. So and a lot of the time, Phineas and Ferb believe they have permission to do the things that they're doing.
Yeah, but
because Lawrence shows up and doesn't say anything, that again gives them permission.
He's just like, oh, look how creative my sons are being.
And his sons literally are on the freaking city council and shit like that for like building codes and stuff like that. Like these are like now his mom. Now you can make arguments that his mom is a bad mom because she doesn't know any of this shit about her son.
To everything going on around.
And then Lawrence with the whole thing. What's like the one thing I will say against Lawrence though is effective in situations like I think they do this on purpose because I don't really see episodes where Candace is like, "Mom, you should do this thing that Phineas and Ferb are doing," and then Lawrence being in the same episode being like, "Oh yeah, sweetie, I was there, I saw that." Like he doesn't back up Candace and any of those situations.
But this is
also,
a
he doesn't
thing...
discipline his kids for anything that they do.
But they don't really do anything wrong theoretically. If depending on making devil's advocate, Phineas and Ferb are not actually doing anything wrong.
That's fair.
Dangerous, arguably, but are they doing anything wrong? No.
But they're also not doing it safely.
They have safety measures.
No, they have lots of safety.
They have lots of
this is
safety.
true.
They
They
have
actually
lots
have
of.
lots of
They have
safety
never
measures.
lost anyone.
I pointed this out. A bunch of kids.
The only person ever injured in any way by their antics is Doofenshmirtz.
Dude, they consecutively get safety inspectors to view their stuff before they.
Yeah,
do
they
anything
have
with it.
building permits. They do everything right. I don't know how loaded these families are that they can afford to pay.
The only
for.
issue that they ever had with permits was they accidentally built a building too high and they didn't have air rights.
Oh yeah, because
they had to.
They ended up hitting the moon.
I would say A tier, honestly.
I don't want to say A tier.
I don't know. There's something.
There's some, as much as I like Lawrence, he definitely feels more of a comedic character than an actual dad character.
Yeah, I
And
guess.
also, there are a bunch. Whereas with the other guy whose name I've completely forgotten.
I'm not as vehement on this one as I
Hugh.
was on Hugh
Oh, Hugh?
Neutron.
With Hugh, Hugh is always aware of what Jimmy's getting up to.
He doesn't understand it.
He doesn't understand it, but he's aware of it. And he
he's
takes
always-
the time
and he's always-
to be
yeah.
aware of what Jimmy's
that
going
is
on
true.
to.
That is true. Yep. Then I would say B tier.
Lawrence isn't.
Yeah, and this is during the summer vacation, and honestly, his mom and dad are almost always out of the house. Now, granted, they have jobs, so it's not like they can be home literally all
Does
the
he
time.
have a job?
Yes.
He works at an antique shop, don't they?
Yeah, no.
Well, the mom does at least.
I know the mom has a job.
They both do have jobs. I just don't remember what.
I don't remember what it is.
I know the mom has a job.
No, they both have made state. I remember hearing them say.
I can't
that
remember
they're
their
going off to
careers,
work,
but they have
both
jobs.
do have jobs. However,
And
I
it
would
seems like most of the time their antics are over by like 5 p.m. when their parents are coming home.
opinion.
Okay.
Now, obviously, I don't know about Long, but I would definitely put him above Jack Fenton because he's a lot less oblivious than Jack Fenton is.
I don't know if I would put him above Jack though, because like I said, he's more of a comedic character than a dad character. Like, he doesn't really do anything wrong, which honestly I think now that I'm describing it technically puts him into C tier, doesn't he? Because he doesn't really do anything wrong, but he doesn't really do anything right. He's just a dad.
No, because he is a dad. He has great dad moments with Candace.
Does he?
Yeah,
Yes.
he does.
Teaches her Parallel Park. There are multiple times where he teaches her He shows her kind of.
Oh yeah, the
flaws
monster
her
truck
thought-
episode where he's in the
Yeah.
car with her.
Yeah, and
yeah,
there are
yeah.
multiple
Stuff with her, yeah.
moments when he sits down with her and talks to
Honestly,
her about
he
her
has to go
frustrations.
above Goofy because he doesn't do anything actively to harm. There's no like downsides actively keep preventing him from doing anything. So he'd probably be
Like
above
he
Goofy.
has good parenting moments.
Yeah, but do you think teaching your kid how to parallel park is really
No,
anything
but
additional?
there's emotion. He's there to sit with her during some of her emotional frustrations.
Uh-huh.
Kind of point out the fact that her obsession with getting
boys in trouble?
the boys in trouble is getting in the way of her getting what she wants out of
That's
life.
true. There's actually a
Like,
few episodes
he has a
where they
he has
where
a
they interact
bunch
with
of
each other.
episodes where he sits
I'm
down
surprised
and
Ryan
has
is the one bringing these things up
actually
to us.
has some very good emotional moments of being a dad.
Yeah, that is true.
Okay.
It doesn't happen very often.
Yeah.
Because most of the
Well,
time
most
the
of
show
the
treats
show is
him like a
about
fucking
Phineas
joke.
and Ferb.
Yeah.
And the show's about Phineas and Ferb.
I would still
And Phineas
rate
and Ferb
him-
need absolutely no parenting
No.
ever at all.
No.
They just kind of work.
I would still I'd feel more comfortable putting him below Jack because as flawed as Jack is, he's in the show way more.
He is in the show way more, and he's in the show as a
But
dad
do we
more.
put him
As a
above
dad more.
Goofy is the question.
Above Goofy,
Below
below
Jack?
Jack.
I'm down with that.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's more of a dad than Goofy, but
I am
too much of a comedic character.
I am noticing
To go
we're putting
above
more
Jack.
people into C tier this time than in the last. Because last time we were
Actually,
over, we
no.
were
This
over.
is about
This was us.
This is about what it's like.
Because I remember you said we were overflowing with bees near the end.
However, I
so
will tell you, like, I do know a few of these that are different.
that would
from
that have
their
gone
original
down.
rankings.
Yeah.
Moving along, next dad.
All right. Lloyd Forger. This is just,
Lloyd
This is
Forger
just you, Kodig.
from Spy X Family. Now, the thing you gotta understand about Lloyd Forger is Lloyd Forger is a spy first and a dad second.
They basically all been
Now, to be
assigned to
fair,
one another.
the whole
Aren't
subject,
they like Russian
no,
or
No,
something spies?
very no. It's more like West Germany, East Germany type thing.
So Russia versus the rest of the world.
No, it is very much like the East Germany, West Germany. So it's a Cold War between
Uh-huh.
two countries.
Uh-huh.
And Lloyd Forger is a super spy from one of those countries who is like the best spy in the world. People know of his... Everyone knows about him, and they know fucking nothing about him other than a call sign that he doesn't even always use. So, like, that's it.
You know how you're the best super spy in the world?
Like,
Everyone knows the name. That makes you the worst super spy in the world.
No, it's like everyone knows about him because everyone knows that he keeps fucking up their plans. They just don't know who it is, or even if it's the same guy. None of that matters. What matters is he's given a mission, right? He needs to infiltrate and get information on this one guy. And the only way they could figure out how to get information on this one guy, doesn't matter what his name is through the school, because he has two sons that go to this school. And he shows up to events for this school, because other than that, he's a total fucking recluse. He never leaves his house. And is completely
So he brings his
inaccessible.
entire family in on this spy
No.
mission. Or does he get a bunch
He
of
doesn't
others?
have a family.
He gets assigned.
He is assigned to make a family. They don't even give him one. He's assigned to get one. So he's like, all right, I have to find a child and a wife.
Then
so
he-
he adopts a child
No,
and then
hold
eventually finds a wife,
on.
right?
No.
What do you mean no?
Invalidated is not actually a dad.
Okay.
No.
Does he
because-
do dad things?
Yes.
That's what he's saying.
That's
is
what I'm saying.
the one-
He doesn't
one of the-
start.
One of the bits,
Okay.
one of the bits in Spy X Family is they are brought together through circumstances and then become
a family. Now it is over the course of several seasons, and there's a lot of times where he's like, "I got to put the mission first." In statement, he is constantly putting the mission first. In practice, with his actual actions and what he actually decides to do, he constantly puts Anya first, which is actively against what he should be doing. He's actually trying to be a good father to her. Now, a lot of that he uses the excuse of like, oh, if I become a better father, then I'll be better for the mission, which is technically
But
true.
that's self-delusion we're going to ignore.
Yeah, but
not the point.
it is that whole thing of like, he does over the course of the series, like at first it's like he doesn't care. It is legitimate. Like at first he's like, this is all about the mission. There's even a point where he's like, oh, she's dumb. Maybe I can replace her for another child. And she reads it because she can read minds, and she's like, no. So she's like, I'm just gonna pretend to be smart. So I'm gonna take all the answers that he says. He says all the answers in his head.
I did not know.
I'm
that she
gonna
could
write
read
them all
minds.
down. Yeah.
I was unaware of that little character detail.
That's the trait. So you have the dad who's a super spy, the mom who is an assassin
Awesome.
for opposing countries,
Cool.
the daughter who can read minds, and the dog that can see the future. That's the
weird show, man.
It is a weird show, but it's really
Okay.
incredibly fun.
Putting all of that aside, I'm gonna put him in C tier.
Yes.
Or
Okay,
that's gonna be where I'm gonna stick him.
Because there
and we're going to move along.
there are certain
because my
absurdities
brain is hurting
involved.
at this point.
Yes.
There are certain absurdities involved that I do think prevent him from being much higher.
Yeah,
honestly.
no,
Yeah.
that is the thing. It's like you'll have to take
It's
the
a
entire character into the.
It's a Japanese anime, which of course means it's absurdist to the extreme.
Not everyone. Not every Japanese anime.
I'm going to put him above. I think he goes. Well, this is mostly me because I'm the one that knows the most.
I don't care about where in C, but
Is
he's
he
in
above
C.
Batman?
Oh,
He's definitely
somewhere
above
above Batman.
The question is, I'm gonna put him above Geralt, below Arthur.
No, Geralt actually cares about his kid from the start. Moving along, put him down below. Put him down below. Put him down below. One below. Move him over. There we go.
I don't have any arguments for it, but I do feel like him being above Daniel is a little harsh. But
You put Daniel way lower last time. I don't want to hear it.
yeah, but I don't know anything about Lloyd, so.
All right.
Anyways, next up, another one that's all me.
Yay.
Oh yeah, Lucifer.
We got Lucifer from Hazbin Hotel. Straight up, here's the problem. Okay. I want to so badly put him in A tier. I want to so badly. I cannot do that, despite the fact that I want to. Here's why. His daughter, right, straight up, whenever she has problems, like real big problems with everything that's going on, with all of this stuff going on between heaven and hell, her dad could easily solve a bunch of these problems, but she never thinks to contact her dad because she's just like, he's just off in his own little world because of things that happen, which is understandable because after getting kicked out of hell because he wanted humanity to become something better than what it was, and heaven being like,
Wait, what?
no, that's no.
This
bad.
is not biblically accurate. Ignore that.
It is not.
Okay,
It is very much
moving
not
along.
biblically accurate.
Same names, different.
Basically, he had great dreams for everyone reaching heaven and everyone being happy, right? And then the whole Apple thing happened, and that kind of disheartened him for a while. And even after Charlie was born, it's like she would tell him, basically she became this person super bubbly, super happy, and he did kind of put those ideas of wonder into her and made her the person that she is today, which is a good person. So he instilled great values into her.
Somehow.
He supported her and loved her throughout everything, right? The biggest problem came into play of like it's not that he gave up on her. It's that he gave up on his dreams. He gave up on his dreams and she never did. Which her dreams were his dreams. And he gave up on the idea that sinners could ever be anything but sinners. And she kept believing in that. And so she was like, okay, well, he doesn't believe it, so he's not going to help me. And that's her. That has nothing to do with anything that he did as a father. Just what happened to him in the past. So as a father, but since that does kind of drag it down where it's like, look, she is going out of her way to avoid calling her dad to help her with these problems.
She feel like she can't.
She feels like she can't. In that
disconnect
aspect,
probably put
that
him in B
disconnect is
somewhere.
why he would have to be in B and not A. However, everything else about him as a father is 100% A, which is why he's in B.
Well, then is he above or below Bob Duncan then?
Still below Bob, because Bob is just like it's like basically very little flaws with Bob.
All right, Marlin. Now this is the guy. Obviously, he braved
Marlin from Finding Nemo.
He
Okay.
braved the entire ocean to find his son. Admirable. Let his own traumas. Let his son he was suffocating his son, literally
can't
trying
go
trying
like
to
this,
convince him not to go to school because he was terrified of the ocean. It's like, maybe we should wait a year or two before you should start kindergarten. Like, Dad, I want to go to school, Dad. Let me go to school, Dad.
Yeah.
It's like, Dad, you're not gonna freak out like you did at the petting zoo, are you? Hey, that snail was about to charge. I've not seen Finding Nemo. We're not Finding
Yeah.
Dory. We're just gonna talk about the first
If we're
movie.
going off of those circumstances, I'm gonna give C probably.
I mean, because there is that element where he does learn to chill out.
Because it's still the whole Heinz Doofenshmirtz thing.
It is the Heims, but Heims,
But like way worse.
But no, counterpoint.
it's above him though.
Well, yeah, it's the same problem with Heinz. Difference is that Nemo is way younger than Vanessa.
Nemo is way younger than Vanessa,
that's
and then
true.
Marlin's willing to face all of his trauma and everything he is afraid of.
To be fair, his trauma is very severe. Watch the barracuda kill his wife and all 999 of his other children.
incredibly severe trauma. All of that to save his son
Yeah.
on the barest, slimmest chance that I might possibly maybe be able to find my kid
Yeah.
in the vastness of the fucking ocean.
He only gave up when he thought he saw a dead body.
I guess B. I'd say B.
Yeah, I mean, he's braving
Solid B.
so much of the ocean
Below
for that.
or above Goofy?
Above Goof.
Above-
the Goof. Above Lawrence.
Above Jack?
Above Jack.
Yeah.
Jack wasn't really
Above
afraid. Here's the thing. Jack, when a lot of these other bees faced their apocalyptic event that above, or did that was bad shit, they were never really afraid of that problem. Marlin is.
No,
Marlin's
I
shitting
agree
himself
with you.
the entire
I agree
damn
with you.
time.
I definitely put him above.
Yeah, you're right. Whenever the ghost apocalypse happens, Jack's not really scared. He's
Jack's
like,
not scared.
this is
He's
what I
like,
live
"Alright, cool,
for.
This is what I live for. Marlin is shitting himself.
Yeah.
This is his trauma.
That's very impressive.
This is his worst trauma, and he keeps going through it.
Yeah.
I'm still about below Lucifer though.
I don't have any
for
information.
Lucifer, so yeah.
I
No,
love, I love,
Lucifer gave up.
Marlin
doesn't.
I just noticed that the two tops
Top
of
B
B
tier.
tier are Kodig solo. No, I can't talk shit. A tier is my top of A tier is my solo, but it's
Yeah.
I just noticed that. Thought it was funny.
Yeah, I literally, before you noticed, I just noticed it too. I was like, I'm the one that can really argue those ones. But
Yeah.
It's like, and that's not anything. I mean, Bob is just straight up top of B tier. I don't think anyone's going to take over his
no, I don't
Anyone
know.
who would be better than Bob would just be an A tier.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's the problem. It's like my only argument against Lucifer. Lucifer gave up on the dream.
Lucifer gave up on his dream.
Yes, Marlin does not give up.
On his dream? What?
Despite all
Okay,
of his fears,
well, okay,
despite all of his trauma, he never gave up on trying to save Nemo.
Well, that's the
until
thing. Is,
Nemo
like,
was
Lucifer
dead.
never gave up on Charlie.
The thing is, Lucifer, it was a personal dream of his
that he gave up on.
Marlin did all that for Nemo's sake, and Charlie never confided in Lucifer for him to then help her.
And the thing is like, yeah, whenever she brings up her
Yeah,
dream
but he's
and
also
says,
the ruler of hell.
but he's still a wonderful dad.
If you think he's not aware of what she's going through at all
He's
points
not.
in times,
He's not.
Really,
He's not.
really.
She does not confide that. She goes out of her way to not do that because she's like, he gave up on his dream. I need to accomplish this myself. That has nothing to do with him being bad. That is straight up her on her own being like, he gave up on that.
All right,
I'm going
fine.
to accomplish this myself.
Fine, I'll put him there. Moving along.
Like he's
Next
not
guy.
omniscient.
also, isn't Charlie like a full-ass grown adult at that point?
Yeah, she is a full-grown adult. Yeah, like she's 200 years old.
Well, that doesn't mean anything from demons. That's why I'm asking.
It's like 21.
Demons / fallen angels.
Like 20 or 30s.
Like Neeks.
Biblical forces.
Marshall Erickson from How I Met Your Mother.
Now, Marshall inherently
Marshall is
is
S
a
tier.
no.
No,
He-
no, wait,
Okay,
listen.
sorry.
Marshall on his own is S tier. However, it's not just Marshall.
It's
It's
his
also
wife.
Lily.
Lily.
And
he
Lily brings him
allows
down.
It's not-
Lily he allows Lily to get away with so much horrible shit
Yes.
that morally bankrupt.
Yes.
Whoa now. let's calm down a little bit.
No,
I agree.
Kodig and I just repeat this argument like once a month, almost
To each other.
just tearing into Lily and how terrible of a partner and a mother that she is.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not even gonna get into it because I'm gonna.
And the show doesn't do it at all.
It's like talking about Thor at Endgames with her. I cannot have the discussion without devolving into into screaming rage. We're just gonna.
It's literally the Arthur Molly
He puts her down.
Except for Marshall's actually a better father in general.
Yes, Marshall is a better father than
general.
Arthur.
However, Lily's so much worse.
Which
of a
is
mother.
why he is 100% above Arthur.
No.
Well, no, he's 100% above
Nope.
Arthur.
Okay.
Nope.
No, because
we don't have as much information about Marshall and Lily's children post timeline, whereas we get to see fully grown adult Weasley children in the issues.
Here is the problem.
Okay.
Molly, despite her flaws, which while they are many, Molly is a mostly good person. Lily is literally the spawn of hell.
We're not talking about how good or bad or people they are.
Here's the problem. Marshall is allowing the child of hell to be his wife and the mother of his children. There's a level of bad there
I know, but, like,
that is beyond description.
It's still
I don't care. He's below Arthur. Put him down.
No, I can't.
Below Arthur.
I can't.
He's
below
B
Arthur.
tier.
He's
No.
not B tier.
Yes.
She is so awful.
Okay, she is so awful, but Marshall is so fucking amazing.
that it just like it brings it up.
No.
Marshall S.
No, okay. Arthur and Molly are a great example to Lily and Marshall because the funny thing is Arthur and Molly are closer to one another.
Arthur and Molly are like B and D, whereas Lily and Marshall are S and F. Yeah, that's the difference.
That's been balanced to C.
That's what. But here's Marshall himself, because honestly, it all comes down to them being a good father means more than them marrying a bad mother or being with a bad mother. What matters more is them as a father. Now, them being with a terrible mother does drag them down, but what matters most is how they are as a father.
Again, my argument is back to we see a lot of the late term consequences to Molly's parenting.
Yeah.
We don't really get to see any like super negative consequences resulted from Lily. We don't get to see her children be fucked up in any way because of things that she does. So, well, yeah, she's a horrible fucking person, and I will not argue with that at all.
Yeah.
Motherhood-wise, we don't really have enough evidence to support that she ruins or she messes with her kids psychologically. That she any evidence we get
besides the fact that she does that to literally everyone else.
We don't have any evidence of it.
Again,
No.
Me and Aaron are.
This woman is a sociopath.
Guys,
She's
I
not.
don't.
we're going in the circles again. Aaron, give me a rank.
I would say B tier.
I'm B tier. Ryan, we're 2 to 3 here.
Lower than Goofy. I'm 5.
I am fine with that.
Okay.
I am fine with that.
Okay.
Fine.
He
He
needs
can
to
beat
go
the
in B tier.
very bottom of B tier. No one can be lower than him. I just.
Okay, we got another one that I'm not really gonna have much to say about
Who
here.
is it?
Master Makarov from Fairy Tale.
Okay, so I never finished Fairy Tale.
I never did either.
It is the whole found family aspect,
Yes.
but also the problem of he does actually have biological children.
Yeah.
So to his found family, he's a fairly good
He's
dad.
a spectacularly A tier. He's a solid A to his found family.
But to his biological children, like how he treats his son who became evil,
Became evil.
and then Loxus who is a huge asshole, at least for the beginning of the series, before he mellowed out for realizing he actually has friends. And had a crisis about it, and then came back and he was okay. So this is the problem. I'm not super familiar with Makarov's actual. I don't know. I know he's the guild master of a dark guild. I don't really know too much about Makarov and his relationship with his actual blood. I just know that happens.
All right. So his son was actually just straight up god awful.
Okay.
Like, the whole reason why he got kicked out of it was because he was trying to do a thing. He was trying to do dark magic. Like, some seriously dark shit. And the fact that he was Makarov's son is the only reason he wasn't fucking killed. That Makarov just banished him instead. However, with Luxus, yes, Luxus was an asshole. And Makarov would try to kind of discipline Luxus, but Luxus also wasn't fucking having any of it.
Luxus was I thought he was his grandson.
Yeah, it was his
Luxus
grandson.
is his grandson.
Who's his son?
The leader of a
The
dark guild.
leader of...
Oh,
you know the Dark Guild that Luxus ends up 1ving the entire guild all at once?
that one?
Yeah. Their guild master is his dad. The guy he takes out in that fight. Yeah.
That's not good.
Yeah. And while ordinarily I would say that'd have to be a sign to a point against Makarov's parenting. The problem is Makarov's parenting everywhere else shows that could not have come from him being a shit parent.
Something else must have happened.
Something else had to have pushed, and that's also his father, who was the guild master before Makarov.
Was it his father?
I think so.
No, I don't think they're actually related. I think he was just the master before him, and so they had some kind of a dynamic.
I know they had some kind of father-son dynamic.
Because he never says dad or father or anything like that. He just says he's like former masters. Like he never treats
remember.
neither of them treat or talk to each other like their family.
But he went off and he became evil. And I think something that he did actually is what led to the dad, the son.
Yeah, because
going
Makarov
evil.
became guildmaster at like 40, 50, something like that?
Yeah.
Like he was pretty old.
He was
Like the previous master was calling him boy, but he's like, I'm 40 years old. What do you mean boy?
yeah. But the point is that so I can't while I would ordinarily put a point against him for his actual son, the fact that all of the other of his kids turned out fucking amazing.
I can't say amazing.
Well, okay, they turned out great parented wise.
There's a curve.
There is
like
a curve,
like all things.
like with all things, but from a parentive perspective,
Yeah.
he did amazeballs.
Okay.
With all the rest of his kids, shows that that was just an exception that proves the rule. And even with Loxus, even when Loxus was at his worst,
Ooh, give me.
when he was like, "All right, cool, I'm gonna take out the entire guild with fairy law." And cleanse it of all the things that make it wrong. The fact of the matter states, Loxus did not truly think of them as being...
He literally didn't have the heart to do it.
At his worst.
Yeah.
He didn't have the heart to go through with the evil shit, the shenanigans that he was going through. And then Makarov made the realization that Loxus needed to be left alone. That he did not have the will to give Loxus what he needed, that Loxus needed to find it for himself. And so he exiled him from the guild to learn from his own mistakes. And he did. And he improved.
So this is the question we have to face here is, are we going to include the found family aspect toward his parentage, or are we separating... Okay, we are?
Well, you kind of have to.
We have to.
Okay, because then I was also going to point out Gajiel. A guy who brutalized members of his guild. And Makarov, whenever he went to recruit him, he's like, hey, you know I did that, right? And he's like, yes. And I'll be honest, I don't know if I'll ever truly be able to forgive you for that. But but it would be worse. I could never forgive myself for seeing a troubled young man go down a dark path that I could have prevented. So he brings Gajiel in, despite the things he knows he did, to save him. And he does.
And he does.
Now, granted, it wasn't necessarily Makarov who did the savings
But
there.
he was the one who went out of his way
To snag him.
give him that hand.
And it wasn't every single member of that other guild. It was explicitly Gajiel. Juvia was different. Gajiel that he
Juvia
reached a
was
hand
just
for.
all over.
She just abandoned
Gray
ship. Is like,
and just
Gray!
Poor ass fucking love triangle that didn't need to exist.
Okay. So I don't want to say A
Either
tier.
I want to put him at the top of B or at the bottom of A.
I don't want to put him in A, honestly. Like,
So the top
because
of
there
B.
is that element of, like, as we agree, it's probably not necessarily his fault.
It's
His
probably
son
not.
is an evil piece of shit.
But like there had to have been sides. That's not necessarily his fault. 'Cause again, he's parenting such a large ass fucking family.
But it did happen.
But he missed some seriously bad red
Is he
flags.
above Jack Fenton?
Yes.
Of course he's above Jack Fenton.
Is he above Jonathan Hall?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is he above Marlon?
Yes.
Yeah.
Above Lucy.
You're the only one that could make an argument for him not being above those
I
people.
don't. Again,
But the issue is, though, you don't really know anything about Makarov, and we don't really know anything about your characters.
Makarov's only
Here's the thing.
flaw.
Here's the thing.
Okay.
Here's the thing.
Okay.
Here's the thing.
Mm.
Putting him above Lucifer.
Mhm.
What did you say his only flaw was?
Okay, his actual biological son became
You
evil.
never took that off, did you?
When I'm not talking, I took it
Okay,
off.
okay.
No.
And I put it back on.
But because of everything else we see Makarov do, it's really, really hard to come to the conclusion that it was Makarov's parenting that made him evil.
Evil. He just missed some red flags.
Okay. Well,
Which is then further
seems like-
excused because he's a parent for such a massive family.
I mean, you could make the argument that the missing of the red flags for his son is what allows him to catch it in Gajiel and Loxus.
yes, and he learns from his mistakes. He finds better ways to do things.
So,
And he's also actively aware of, I am getting too old to be the dad of the STEM house. I need to find someone who can replace me.
with that in mind, I do think it should be below Bob, but above Lucifer.
Yes.
Because there is effective...
Well, 100%. I'm not. I 100%. He's not going above Bob.
unless he's going into A tier,
Yeah, no, it's not happening.
which I don't think he needs
But-
an A, so...
Being above Lucifer in my, because like, it seems like from what you've stated, their flaws are pretty similar, and that's just.
The difference
Issue of
is
not being
Lucifer actually has the flaws. Makarov has a flaw, has a single flaw, but there are exceptions to it.
I would say the fact
It's
of one of the things putting Makarov above Lucifer is effective of how many fucking kids he has.
Like he is such a great
I'm not
dad.
against that.
Okay.
We'll do that because there is two of you, and honestly,
It would be really kind of hard to make an argument one way or the other without one other
Of
person being able to
knowing
see
anything
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
the other character, and none
Yeah.
of us know.
next up we got another Master Splinter.
So
from
the-
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
That is the big thing with Master Splinter's effective. He is both dad and master,
Which
which means
drags
he
him down.
has to separate that because the only 4 students he has besides are all of his sons.
Which does drag him down because it is
It is really hard to be both a good master
and a good father.
and a good father.
And
Yeah.
he is a really good master.
And he's a darn good dad.
And he's a good
he's not
dad, but he doesn't necessarily a great dad.
He is definitely B or below. He cannot be any higher.
He can't be S or A because of those qualms.
Yeah.
Now argue. I have not seen enough of Ninja Turtles.
Okay, the series I am most familiar with is the 2003 series,
The series,
as
that
well
I'm
as the
most-
TMNT animated movie that came out in that time where
The one that I'm most familiar with is the
Nickelodeon one,
Yeah, the Nickelodeon.
the 3D animated Nickelodeon one with
Yeah.
I will give him this. The 4 boys are very, very different. They are very different kinds of people, and yet all 4 of them, despite how different personalities-wise they are, all love Splinter with their whole hearts.
And they all work together seamlessly.
And for the
most of the time.
And for the most part, Splinter understands all 4 of
4
them,
of them.
despite how different they are.
And he takes effort to ensure that their training also improves them as people.
He also understands the fact of he's trying to keep the boys separated from the surface world because he is right in the fact of they are teenage mutant ninja turtles. They
It's not
will
going to
not
work
fit
out.
in. Like, yes, they find friends who accept them, but writ large, the world of humanity would
be honest,
kill them.
Their friends are a hockey vigilante. And are
April's
news
personality
reporter
changes.
with no personality.
Her origin changes so much. Like the version 2003 is she was actually a lab assistant to somebody who was working under the Shredder, and she found out something she wasn't supposed to, and then he tried to kill her, and then the turtle saved her.
All right,
So she
look,
actually,
the version
so
of
she
her
actually
that
works
I
with Donnie.
understanding now is the one where she's basically Lois Lane but worse. Because Lois Lane is at least somewhat competent some of the time.
Well, no, because there are versions of April who have that reporter personality who then starts training under Splinter and becomes a badass in their own right.
I don't know those versions, so I only know Lois Lane but worse. Because she's constantly in trouble. She constantly finds herself.
I'm comfortable with either C or B. I'm curious what y'all think.
I'm thinking B. He's definitely a B.
Definitely lower B if B. Or a higher C if C.
What's the third one? Third one from the bottom.
That's Lawrence Fletcher from Phineas and Ferb in B tier.
Higher than Lawrence Fletcher. That's Jack.
Definitely lower than Jack.
No, he's fought the apocalypse a number of times for his sons, and his sons have never had any question of the fact that their father 100% will accept everything they are.
Well, then lower than Marlon.
Definitely lower than Marlon.
Okay. Then I would put him above Jonathan, so...
Okay. I'm fine with that.
Honestly, I feel like Jonathan's going to slip down in the B rankings later when we go to recompile this. Maze Hughes. Now,
Can you stop? That's my job.
I just see it.
My job.
I see it.
Maze Hughes.
Now, last time we had a big...
From Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
We had a big argument about this last time
because
we recorded
he's S
this.
tier.
Okay, the reason why I'm still going to argue S tier is because in this one we did clarify the fact of S tier does mean you wish they were your father. And despite May Hughes' flaws that you brought up last time with his whole relationship with Roy and everything like that, as a father, he did no wrong.
He did zero wrong.
He was an amazingly loving
He was there for
husband
everything.
and father.
He provided for his family in every way. He showed extreme love towards his children.
And the
So
Elric
much love.
and the
So much love
and
for
the
his
Elric
kids.
boys
So
too.
he is
And
straight
the Elric
up
boys.
S tier without any fight.
All right,
argument.
honestly,
Yeah.
a lot of my arguments had to do with the fact that
With him as a person, not as a father.
him as a person, and honestly,
Still below Herb though.
the fact that I felt that there should be less S tiers. Than,
Good. I thought I was gonna have to present like a huge argument here. 'Cause
No.
I was like, I was gonna fight to the death.
Like, no,
on
dude,
S tier on
perfect.
that one.
Yeah, he was good. Because we
Dude's
did.
perfect. Not as perfect as Herb,
Yeah.
but no one can be as perfect as Herb.
And-
There is no one better than Herb.
And rounding back again, we brought up the S tiers. Somebody we wish were a father. I wouldn't want like Hugh Neutron to be my dad. It would be annoying having a dad that dumb.
Okay, next up. This is gonna be all me and Aaron.
Yeah.
It's gonna be Mike Baxter.
Mike Baxter here from Outdoor Man. We're selling shotguns and fishing hooks.
From Last Man Standing is the actual name of the show.
Now we're actually at the point where you've actually seen more Last Man Standing than I have.
Yeah, which is interesting.
Which is the opposite last time we recorded
Yeah,
this.
'cause I've
Wasn't
seen, like,
he
what-
the dad with like a bunch of daughters?
He has 3 daughters and he has 1 grandson. Who the grandson was his daughter got pregnant as a teenager, and then the boyfriend ran off, and then eventually comes back into the show.
Yep.
So he raised 3 girls with the help of his wife. His wife is a geologist. He himself was
Well, I mean, in the beginning.
yes, but he basically worked as a marketing for a hunting store that eventually became really successful, got multiple brand lines. So he spent a lot of his time traveling to different places to be able to, like advertise and learn and all those, hunting, fishing, all these different things that he could then sell in the store. And so whenever they were young, he and Vanessa would go off and do all those things together. But then they settled down, got a family, the house and everything. So for his job, there would still be long periods of time where he'd have to leave for a few weeks or a month, maybe 2. I don't know exactly necessarily how long. And she would hunt on the fort, which she was very good at. And she loved her husband. She never judged him for it. She never blamed him for it. And none of the girls ever did either. But he was, for long sections of time, like, he always had his foot in the door. When the series starts, he gets put in a more permanent home time position.
Yeah.
So he starts, his oldest daughter at that point is graduating from high school with her own, like, son, who, in the second season, they kind of time jump his grandson from being a baby to being like elementary school. But that amount of time didn't necessarily pass in the show. They just made a retcon essentially.
There's
So-
retconned that they didn't have
Because
worry
having to deal
about
with a baby on a
baby
sitcom
or-
is really annoying.
baby or a toddler.
Yeah.
Specifically, a toddler is
Yeah.
annoying as fuck to begin with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So his oldest daughter is in college. His middle daughter is in high school, and then his youngest daughter, I think she's still in middle school when the season 1 starts.
Yeah, she's still in middle school.
Okay. All of his daughters love him. He has this best connection with his youngest daughter because she's the most like him. And then, unfortunately, with season 1, we can't really judge the oldest daughter because she has a big personality change starting season 2, where she's basically a completely different character. So I think we should start really for season 2 characterization.
Yeah.
Which, at first, in season 1, where he's like, hey, maybe I should, stay around more. What happened? What? I think I should just stay and, help out around the house. You're talking about how busy you're supposed to be. That's really sweet, honey. What happened? So he eventually he works hard to help try to pay things at the house, and then he eventually makes the choice. Even if he's given the option to go back on the road, he decides to stay behind and actually be more of a father to the girls. That's in season 1. Season 2 continues that whole trend, and we see each of the family grow. We see the daughters have character arcs. The strongest, which being obviously the middle daughter Mandy, but that's just because there was more to do with her from a character arc standpoint. The other 2 girls were pretty solid for most of it, and we see Mike be a dad and a grandfather. And go through the whole show. It's pretty good.
It's pretty A tier, if you ask me.
It's pretty A tier.
He sounds pretty A tier.
Like, no
And
real
what I remember of him, because I do think I watched a couple of his
caught a
You
couple
have
episodes.
seen a few episodes of me. I know
caught a
for
couple
sure.
of episodes of him.
Uh-huh.
He was a solid fucking dad.
Mm-hmm.
He was definitely an A.
Any dad that teaches his daughter how to shoot.
Like no real downsides. And I do think there was, and not only that, but I think he is also one of those fathers who isn't just trying to solve all of their his kids' problems for them. He gives them the tools to solve it themselves.
Yep.
The biggest
That makes him an A for me.
the biggest issue that he does have is with Mandy and the whole fact of middle child syndrome, and that's the thing that a lot of parents struggle with.
That's a problem a lot of parents have, but at the same time, he doesn't try to solve all of his kids' problems.
But he also doesn't really, at the beginning of the series, doesn't really have much of a relationship with the middle daughter, though. This whole thing is like, hey, Mandy, I think you and I should hang out. Oh, God, what? What happened? What did I do? Am I in trouble for something? He's like, oh, I just want to hang out with you. Oh. Why? Like, he doesn't have a relationship with Mandy at the beginning of the
So
show.
at the beginning, he would have been a B. Based on everything you've told me, he'd been a B. But he's risen to an A.
Well, he still always loved.
Well,
he
he's
still
very
always
much an A.
loved Mandy just as equally as everyone else.
No,
they
he's
make
just-
jokes about
he's-
like the youngest is my favorite. It's
Yeah.
just because they're so alike.
I mean,
Like he still loved Mandy just as much as any of his other daughters. The problem was
But
is,
he
like,
just
didn't have
didn't
as much
really
time.
have a connection to her. And
now
then
is he above or below Jonathan Kent?
I'd say he's below.
Below.
Because there is that
Now
element.
is he above or below Hugh Neutron?
Above.
Aaron?
Yeah.
Above.
Yeah,
He's
I agree.
competent.
I agree.
He's intelligent.
It's true.
Like, let's just
It's
look.
true.
If you aren't dumber than a bag of bricks, you're higher than
Or
the-
make sketchy morality choices.
or make sketchy morality choices. You're above Hugh Neutron. I'm sorry, that's just where that goes.
Okay, next up we got Mr.
Ping.
Ping
From Kung Fu
from
Panda.
Kung Fu Panda. That was a little racist. From
Now,
Kung Fu
he
Panda.
did not tell his son he was adopted until he was really old. Despite
Your
the fact that his
father.
son was a fucking
Your
panda.
father.
The goose.
The goose. Must have been tragic for you.
That must have been really shocking.
Like that is the perfect level of sass
sorry.
and like just a backhand right there.
Look,
Poe does-
ordinarily I would be very much secrets are bad, but at the same time, really Poe should have figured that out for himself.
He just wanted him to feel lesser.
that's just a joke. But like that is a thing against him. But also number 2. Well, also Poe literally says, "I knew it, Dad. Come on." But Mr. Ping's like, "You're kind of adopted." It's like, I knew it. You knew? Well, yeah.
No, it's
So
more
if
of
it's
like,
that fucking obvious, and Ping was still that fucking reluctant, and the only reason he brought up the fact that his son was adopted was because of some external conflict. That's not really necessarily a huge toll against him. That's just a point I'm gonna make.
Yeah, it's
The
a
big
minor-
problem with Ping in the first movie specifically is
overprotective and
Not
crushing of his son's dreams.
crushing his son's dreams. Yeah, it's like Poe loves kung fu, but he can't. He doesn't feel like he could possibly tell his dad that he loves kung fu because his father is so gung ho on the fact of my father, his father, who then you will run the noodle. We are noodle folk, basically giving Poe a dream. instead of asking and fostering Poe's own dream.
That is a big negative. That pushes him out of A tier and into the B tier.
Now, after that, he becomes incredibly supportive of his son. He gets territorial with his son whenever his biological dad shows up in the third movie. That's not a negative. It's
just I raised this boy.
My boy. My boy.
This is my son.
I mean, he's not against Poe having a relationship with his biological father or anything. He's just like, no, don't you think that suddenly this makes him your son?
I would go with C.
No, not C. Look, I know this is heresy for you. I would put him at the top of B or the bottom of A.
No. No.
Yes.
No, because it's that whole crushing of his son's dreams things. I can't. I cannot do that.
So he starts low tier B, and through the tribulations rises to higher to A tier, which would put him. But because of that low B score, it would put him at the top of B. I just know. Look, I know
Aaron?
we're committing heresy on
Aaron?
you, and you're like, no.
I can't put him at the top of B. Because Bob, as far as I've been explained to, has done nothing wrong. And Ping starts off with the fact of crushing his his adult son's dreams.
Okay, I just really want to put someone above Bob because I know it'll make
now you're
upset.
Now you're being petty.
I'm being a little petty. I will admit to there being a bit of
now
petty.
it's the question of where does he go?
I honestly wouldn't even put him above Lucifer.
I'll put him above Lucifer. I'll put him above Lucifer.
I can't put him above Marlon.
Lucifer.
Marlon and Ping do actually have a lot in common. The difference that makes Marlon strong is the fact of his legitimate traumas. That is what he did to his
has
son.
legitimate trauma
So I would
and the
put
fact that he
between
works.
Splinter and Marlon, in my opinion.
Two kung fu papas. Ping only has one son.
Ping was only one son. Splinter had 4.
Yeah.
He managed to juggle all 4.
Yeah.
Without any real serious parental issues.
Yes. So I would put Ping. I put Ping just below Splinter.
All right.
Because that is a contributing factor. In my
Another
opinion.
F tier
Is
dad.
how-
Here we
is-
go.
Is how many kids you have does
What?
determine.
We
things.
got Mr. Turner, F tier.
Mr. Turner
big
is so
F.
fucking okay. So take Jimmy
from Fairly Odd Parents.
Yeah.
Never mind. Yeah, no F tier.
Yeah,
moving on. No explanation needed.
no,
I heard Fairly Odd Parents.
No, for the
F tier.
no for the audience listening. Okay, take Hugh Test.
Hugh Neutron.
Yeah, Hugh Neutron. Take Hugh Neutron. Make him
Not give a fuck.
No. Take Hugh Test.
Hugh Neutron.
Yes. You keep interrupting me. This is your fault. You take Hugh Neutron. Okay. You subtract 30 IQ points, which is impressive.
I didn't know you had 30 IQ
You
points.
subtract 100% love. You get Mr. Turner.
Because neither of the Turners have any love for their son.
Because you could argue at the beginning of the series they're well-meaning but kind of absentee parents, but by the end of the show they are straight up maliciously neglectful to the point of they make jokes about putting Mr. Turner in fucking safety helmet and slippers because of how fucking retarded he is.
Honestly, I would put him below Jacques Schnee, 100%. Do we put him below Firelord Ozai?
No, actually, I was about to say there's no malice, but like there are literally episodes in like the latest seasons of the show.
Yeah, where he's just like, you ruined our lives.
Yes.
Straight up, yeah.
Like he is.
We could have accomplished. There's dreams in the earlier seasons of the show where it's like we could have
My
accomplished our
dreams died a long time ago. How long ago? How old are you?
Yeah, exactly. Do we put him above or below Firelord Ozai?
There's also that one episode where Timmy goes back in time to prevent his father from winning a race when he was like 11, and then he became a maniacal maniac that ruled the entire town.
Jesus fuck. So above or below Firelord Ozai?
This isn't fair, but I want to put him at the bottom of F tier because I fucking hate this
Well,
man.
he can't go below King Garen because that
No,
would
he
be a little.
He never actively attempted murder.
Also, he can't go below the God Emperor of Mankind because none of his none of his actions resulted
In death.
in what's his name? Kid's name?
Timmy.
None of these actions resulted in Jimmy selling his soul to actual Satan.
No, but he did make a wish that he was never born.
That is true.
Doesn't matter. You are such an awful dad, selling my soul
I'm calling
to
it.
actual Satan.
I'm calling
It
it.
seems the better alternative.
Okay.
I'm calling it. I'm gonna say below Ozai,
Below
above God Emperor.
Below Ozai.
Below Ozai, above God Emperor. It takes
We're
a
gonna-
lot.
If we get comments, people are like, you put Mr. Turner below Fire Lord Ozai? Yes, we did.
Suck it.
All right, next up we got Mufasa from The Lion King.
So Mufasa suffers from early death syndrome.
Not really
Traumatizes,
too much that we can say about this.
traumatizes his son, not his fault. Tries his best to instill not only the qualities of a good king, but also the fundamentals of a discipline of being able to.
By the way,
it's like you can't just do whatever you want, despite the fact that you're going to be king. You have a responsibility and all
Yeah,
this.
he does genuinely make that thought process.
I'd say still lower B, high C.
The
Or
problem,
maybe even low C. It depends.
no, lower B.
He dies really young in
He
Simba's
dies
life.
too young
Yeah.
in Simba's life for him to be lower than B. Because
That's-
everything about him shows that he 100% would have been Amazeballs.
Would have been had
But
he
he
lived.
never got the chance to really show it.
But unfortunately, we really don't get to. Because even then, the lessons he
Who are those?
between beneath Mr. Ping and above Jonathan Long.
One over.
Beneath or above?
Above.
Above Mr. Ping? All right.
Patience.
I am totally fine with that.
Okay.
And here's the reason. Patience.
All right.
Everything about him had an air of patience and quiet dignity that makes me believe
God, this list actually expands.
Yeah, it expands.
100% that he could have been an amazing fucking dad.
Okay.
At the very least, on the level with Splinter.
Okay.
This is all Ryan. We got Ned Stark
From Game of Thrones.
from Game of
The
Thrones.
only thing I know about the Game of Thrones Ned Stark is the fact of he took Jon Snow
Yep.
under his wing at the behest of his sister because she had an illegitimate birth with the Targaryen heir.
Technically, he had a legitimate birth of the Targaryen heir. The entirety of Robert's...
It was just a secret.
The entirety of Robert's thing was a lie. Which he found out when he discovered that no, Aegar Targaryen didn't kidnap my sister. It was an actual marriage. Because, she loved her kid. Basically said, no, do not let Robert get him.
And basically had to take that secret, which made his entire family suffer because he decided to make the lie that he had an affair with somebody, and Jon is his bastard son. Not bastard, but illegitimate son.
However, we need to put some of that away, and we're going to excuse him a couple of negative points, and here's why.
He also dies at the end of season 1.
Also dies at the end of season 1. And here's why we're going to excuse at least 2 negative points away.
Okay.
Possibly 3 if you guys agree.
Okay.
The Game of Thrones world
It's fucked up.
is incredibly dark and fucked up place.
Yeah.
If you are a true 100% good person, you die.
Exhibit A.
Exhibit A. Like, his entire family nearly died. Despite them being canonically the best fucking people. For the most part. Like, they had a few ancestors that were kind of iffy, but for the most part, the Starks were about as lawfully good and pure good as you can get in the Game of Thrones universe.
And they all
And even
died.
then, even with the fact that they were still not truly purely good, that they did make steps to survive this world, they still all nearly died.
I hate Game of Thrones. I literally have 0 opinions.
Well, because he's not just a father. He's also
He's
a
also
leader.
a king,
Yeah.
technically, of a realm.
Which means there's always going to be that issue of being a good dad versus being a good king, because you have to prepare your kids for the possibility of kingcraft.
Here is the one flaw that I can't excuse, despite the fact that I gave him like the defense against negatives. So yes, he technically his thing caused a family dynamic problem that caused issues. Excused, because this is not a perfect world, and at the end of the day, you can't be perfect in this world.
Don't I get a fidget toy for you too when we record?
It's sort of a fidget spinner. Yes, I'm playing with it in my pocket.
No, because I have this great thing that basically you can just roll it in your hands one handed. I might need to get one of you one of those that whenever you record you can
I
also make
use
a
it
fiddle with.
all
So that's
fucking
one
time.
excused. He knowingly and yes, there's enough to him doing that for his family. The fact that his own family doesn't know, like
He told
his
no one.
wife does not know this, and he allowed his wife to fucking hate Snow. His entire life. Big negative.
That's bad.
So that's 2 knocked off. The problem I have, and this is the reason why he's not an A tier. He's going to be a B tier. His oldest son, the one who is going to become the new Warden of the North, he ultimately dies.
Where are y'all's batteries?
It doesn't give me a percentage. It looks like it's in the halfway point.
About halfway.
Okay.
These are some great batteries.
We're over 4 hours in this recording session.
The reason why his oldest son dies because instead of being a good king, I forget, I think it's Robert Stark. Rob Stark instead chooses to be selfish and want to go and marry the woman that he loves instead of the woman that is best for his alliances, and betrays a bunch of allies in order to do that, and breaks like 2 or 3 packs doing it, which ultimately pisses those the Karstarks off enough that they betray them, and this results in the death of nearly the entire Stark family because of an issue that if he was a better father and had raised Rob to be a better king, would not have occurred. Granted, and I'm going to put this one to your point. Rob was also babied by his mother. So was that Ned's bad fatherhood, or Catherine's failure as a mother to
If we penalized Marshall as hard as we did, and as well as Arthur, if the mother has fault, that does pull down.
Okay, then he is B.
We gotta be fair here. We gotta treat everybody the same.
Okay.
Because he is a great father. Like, he's very supportive, he's sheltered, he's family, he's very supportive. One below Goofy.
No, not based on what you were telling me, because what you just said.
Remember, 2 negatives are excused because the world of Game of Thrones is not a perfect place.
Aaron, it's up to you. We're only in disagreement on whether or not it's above or below Marshall.
Oh, wait.
What?
Yeah, it's above Marshall. Yes, be above Marshall because Marshall married Lily. Sorry. Lily is just egregiously
Lily
worst
never.
person.
Okay, none of Marshall's children made a decision that got everyone else killed.
So
Not that we
People
know of.
died.
No.
Aaron,
Again, Game of Thrones world.
all that matters is the 2v3. I think below. You think above. Aaron,
Lily is a worse person than Catherine.
Nobody died.
Aaron,
But that's because
Aaron,
it's not
above
the
or below?
Game of Thrones
That's all I
universe.
need to know.
I'm gonna lean toward beneath.
Okay, we're moving on.
Because I do honestly, legitimately believe that Marshall is a way better dad than Ned is.
Moving on. Odin.
Odin. We're gonna go with MCU just because it's the most.
F minus F at the bottom all the way. F all the way at the bottom. All the way at the bottom. All the way at the
He was a
bottom.
pretty awful dad to Hela.
But like
He allowed Thor to grow up arrogant.
Okay.
I will excuse his raising of Loki because that was just Loki kind of making a bad thing. Like obviously,
I would
First
not
of all,
say-
which Odin are we talking with here?
MCU.
we're talking about MCU. Odin.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not talking about God of War.
Honestly, I don't know about God of War or comic book Odin. The only one that all 3 of us know is the MCU Odin, so I think that's the fairest one to try to judge here.
Oh, fine, I guess. Otherwise, I would have gone to Reign of the fact that
I would say D
Ragnarok
tier.
Odin is absolutely awful.
I would say D tier.
Have you reached your limit of ability to sit in that chair?
I need to move.
Okay.
I've been still too long.
I would say D tier.
Yeah, pretty solidly D tier.
Yeah, the only thing
there's
the only thing he succeeds at is, are you Thor, God of Hammers?
He makes some solidly good ones.
I would say below Dracula, below Jet, but above Endeavor.
Above Endeavor.
I love Endeavor.
The problem, some of these things that weigh him down is the sheer levels of hypocrisy with him.
Yeah.
Yes.
The lies.
Yeah. The secrets.
The secrets, and the fact that every time anything, this is a point that gets brought up, everything that he didn't go agree with his image was either expelled
Cleaned
or
up.
covered up.
Yeah.
I think we need to delete this next one for one specific reason. It's Omni-Man from Invincible. And that's one specific reason because none of us have seen anything past the first season.
I mean, we can just rank him from season 1 that we've seen. Like, we can just put
I just
the problem with deleting him now is he's been in the video this entire time at the bottom. So if we just don't rank him, then that's that should have been
we can just include this discussion in the video.
That's what I'm saying is that if we were going to delete him, we should have deleted him back when we were like finalizing this list to be able to record, because you didn't bring this up whenever we were putting him in.
Yeah, because I didn't think about it. I just don't think it makes much sense. Like, we've had like 2.5 seasons.
Put him in the bottom of D tier and just call it a day.
All right, that's fine.
From what we know about Omni-Man, yes, he loved Mark. He almost killed him.
He almost killed him.
And he literally said to his face, "I could just have another kid." That's really bad.
That is really bad. It's
So
almost F tier.
PETA from Family
F tier.
Guy.
F tier.
We all
Oh,
F tier.
so much F tiers.
We all
dude.
agree on F. We
much
know
F.
he's above God Emperor.
Okay.
Probably.
But is he worse or better than Mr. Turner?
This is kind of ironic, bringing up what Ryan said earlier. If we take into consideration the fucked up world that is Family Guy, he's still awful, but I would put him above Ozai?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair
Yeah. Because Family, again, the downside of being in a comedy
it's
world.
comedy.
Also, let's also clarify the fact of none of us fucking watch Family Guy.
Well, I mean,
we
watched clips.
I've seen a fair number of the earlier seasons.
Same.
But I also know Family Guy has gone through some changes overall throughout the years. So like,
he's never outright maliciously awful and harmful as Ozai.
unless you're Meg.
Unless you're Meg.
Shut up, Meg.
But Meg is literally the punching bag from literally the entire show.
From the entire show. And also, he isn't.
He does have episodes. He does have episodes
He's
with
still
he is
uncaring and manipulative like Jock.
But he does have episodes with each of his kids saying, "Hey, I'm a shitty dad, but I'm your shitty dad." Pacha,
can you stop? That is my job.
No, it was my job.
No, it's funny.
It's my job.
Pacha from Emperor's New Groove.
Does anyone have any arguments for him not being an S tier?
No.
No, he's S tier.
He's a clan chief. He's a good. The only thing he kind of rebuts on is the fact that he didn't tell his family that the village is going to be destroyed. But like, honestly, how do you do that?
In the middle.
How do you do that?
In the middle.
I'd still say below Maze Hughes.
No, in the middle. Put him in the middle.
Aaron?
I would say Maze is higher simply because we see how hard Maze has to fight to survive for the sake of his family, and the fact that he couldn't even bring himself to harm an image of his wife, despite the fact that it would have saved his life had he done it.
Yep.
All right, fine. Is this Radagon?
Yes, this is Radagon.
F tier. Solid F tier.
No, well,
100% solid F tier.
Well, 100% agreed. But first, let me pull this back up again right here, because Radagon, we do know, is the father of at least 4 children.
I think.
Nope.
I don't
5.
I have no idea.
I said at least 4.
Actually, no. 7. Actually,
well, he is a stepfather.
no, because he's also America.
This is the whole thing with the whole King Ganon thing.
Radigan is America, but we're talking about specifically because Radigan wasn't always America, even though like Radigan
No,
is.
he was always
but
America.
Radigan is Radigan. We're not talking about America.
Radigan.
We're talking about Radigan.
Is a shard of America that America cut off.
We are talking specifically about the shard of America that is Radigan.
Okay.
Which had his kids are Rykard, which Radon, which again Ronnie,
Ronnie,
Mikola, Melania.
Blood.
Mesmer is one of his potential sons, according to the wiki.
Potential.
As well as Melina.
No, I think that was just that Marika before had red hair.
But that doesn't matter.
Moving along.
And then his stepkids, which is Godwin, Morgoth, and Moog. Because they do become his stepkids.
Yeah, but they're also...
Because
We already
Because
established
America.
that. Right.
Okay, is he apathetic?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So that puts him by everyone else's
Except
law.
he does actually harm his own kids.
Okay.
He
Unlike
also
Godfrey.
actively harms his
Okay.
own kids. He destroys his family in Karya,
Okay.
which
He
was
tries
the
to kill
goal.
Rykard several times, right?
Tries to kill
Because the whole serpent thing.
Yeah, wages war.
Okay,
Yeah.
So we're below Ozai at this point.
Definitely. Well, he's got everything that Godfrey has, but
And
worse.
Okay, so we're
So
definitely
he's
below
below
Ozai.
Godfrey.
So he's below Ozai at this point
Below Ozai.
because he's actively harmed his children.
Maybe above Mr. Turner, just because Mr. Turner's that bad.
I don't know if I can, in good conscience, make that.
But definitely above God Emperor. So
I would put him below.
so Aaron, above or below Mr. Turner?
I would say below.
Ryan, above or below Mr. Turner? It's up to you.
So here's the thing.
You can make an argument that Fairly Odd Parents is a comedy and Elden Ring is a tragedy by their definitions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also, Godwin is also a dad in this series, so we can actually directly compare and contrast him to another person from that series.
Yeah, Radagon is Godwin, but Godfrey, but
Godfrey.
worse. Like a lot worse.
But a lot worse. A lot worse.
Like, we don't really have any good
Radagon's
examples.
entire family,
Uh-huh.
he had to destroy.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah, definitely worse than
Yeah. We'll go below Mr. Turner.
Definitely worse than Turner.
There we go.
Like the entire point of having kids with Renala was to destroy Renala's mind.
Well, wouldn't that make him worse than God King Emperor though? Because God King Emperor at least had like these like I'm trying to save the world here.
He is.
Oh, he makes a good point here. Oh yeah. Oh no.
Like this guy had kids just to kill somebody or fuck with them.
Just to psychologically break Renala.
Now, to be fair, that is Renala's not one of his kids though, right? Which means
No.
he's
No,
not
Renala's
doing
his
it
ex-wife.
to them.
It's his wife. It's only because he couldn't defeat her.
Yeah.
But I would still make the argument that that's
Yeah, actually, probably worse than God Emperor.
yeah, it's gonna shove him.
Definitely not worse than Anonkos. I think we can all agree on that one.
I don't know enough, but I
Based on what I've told you about Anonkos.
Okay.
Just saying.
I mean, he thought he was doing it for a good reason. It wasn't a good reason.
but he thought it was
Richard Castle from Castle.
I love Richard so much. Nathan Fillion is a treasure.
B tier.
I would love to put him in S tier. Can't do it. Simple fact of he's a playboy, and that bothers his daughter at times. But Alexis is a phenomenally well put together person. She's not perfect because,
Not perfect.
especially in the later seasons, they show that her overinflated sense of responsibility has led to her thinking that she knew more than her dad. And when she became an adult, like for example, signing a lease with a boyfriend, her Richard was correct, but she thought she knew better, and that kind of ate on her. He went to great lengths to protect her, like that time she got kidnapped and sent to Europe.
What?
Yes, that happened. She got kidnapped and sent to Europe, and Richard had to, do everything in his power to get her back. He's had multiple ex-wives, one of whom he shielded Alexis from because he wanted to have more of a connection with her, so he lost his second wife because he would not let his second wife have a relationship with Alexis. So he robbed Alexis from a potentially good mother. That's bad.
That's bad. But he chose to. He started
Meredith
overcoming.
was a whirlwind, so I can't put that divorce on him because she's kind of a lot.
Bitch.
She's a lot.
Just like his mother.
He made sure Alexis had a fantastic childhood. He was Mr. Mom for he could have gotten a nanny, and he decided no. If someone's gonna ruin Alexis, it's gonna be one of us.
And then they failed.
And then he picked up the task, and he honestly says some of the best days of his entire life was those days when he and Alexis would be at the playgrounds together. He loves his daughter so
I make
much.
him a solid B.
It's his selfish proclivities at times, but when it comes to Alexis, he's willing to throw almost everything away.
So
he lives his life the way he wants it, unless it comes to Alexis, where he sacrifices for her.
Yeah. B.
I'm still with B.
somewhere around Makarov, possibly above Bob.
This is where I'm thinking about putting him above Bob.
He is not above
I see him.
Bob.
I see him as above Bob. He's above
I
Bob.
want to put him above Bob.
Two out of what? Out of what? Two against one. I'm above Bob.
Here's my thing. While yes, Bob does very little wrong, because we see how strong Rick's personality is, despite that he's willing to shove it aside for his daughter, says a lot more than a guy who's much more evened personality.
Yeah, which is
I
true
wouldn't even-
virtue.
I wouldn't even put him above Marlon. I don't even know what you guys are talking about above
He's
Bob
fucking
here.
phenomenal. He's an amazing dad.
He's an amazeball's dad. I would love to have him as my dad. I know it would not be great for me, but I would love to have him as my dad.
I want a rich daddy, yes.
I vehemently disagree with
No,
you here,
he's-
just because his personality traits that are at like his flaws as a person inhibit his ability as a father in general.
Except
Okay,
they don't.
okay, I will put him. Okay, your argument below Marlon. No, he has to go. He doesn't have to, but like he can go above Marlon because while Marlon braved the entire ocean in his past trauma, Richard faced international espionage, spies, and assassins to go after his daughter. Like literally, he faced a guy who does secret shit for the government that governments deny, and he says, "Everywhere you go, I go." He's like, "Your daughter could be there. I need to go." Your daughter could be there on the other flip side. He's like, then I need to see it all the more. He was willing to put himself in this situation, face all that danger, because he needed to be there for his daughter. So, above Marlon at the very least, minimum in B tier.
Above Lucy.
Like, Bob does a lot well. I'm not going to say he doesn't.
But the problem is, both of them are damn near perfectly B. But the problem is, whereas Bob is just generally good and never does anything wrong, Richard is naturally not fairly negative, has a bunch of negative traits that he will immediately put aside for his daughter.
No, and here's another argument why. Y'all have the same exact arguments when it comes to the wives. I have the same exact argument of he allows his mother to be around his daughter, and his mother is an absolutely fucking awful influence.
Martha?
Yes.
Only in like the first 2 seasons. She gets way better. She becomes a huge voice of reasons for the show. As she was
However, for the first how many years of her life, she being surrounded
Counter-argument?
by an absolutely fucking awful influence.
Well,
A literal basically whore of a person.
Well, she's not a whore. But also, here's the thing about Meredith and Martha. They're very similar, which means Richard, like a lot of people, married somebody similar to his mother. So, with Meredith leaving, so even if Martha was around and Meredith was around, that's essentially Alexis being exposed to parentage that are.
All I'm saying, I cannot.
And we see Martha be a fantastic grandmother to Alexis. So the arguments about Martha being bad is like we see her do phenomenal things for Alexis as a grandmother.
Also, Martha is
Which means she's
like
active
Lily.
All right, sorry about that. We calmed down. We ate a little something. We took a break, and we have come to the conclusion. It's okay.
None of this matters.
It's fine.
We have
All of
agreed
this is it's a fictional universe.
to put Castle right here. However, he will be tied in my mind.
There are equivalences. The whole thing of like, it's like, is it better to be born good or to spend every day of your life achieving good? Is like that moral philosophy from Skyrim.
Exactly. So we decided to put him here, and we made an entire. As you can see, we added this bottom row right here.
We mostly cut people that either only one of us could talk about or we didn't really have strong opinions on, and this video is already getting really long.
Exactly, and we're getting tired, so we cut a few guys.
All right.
Honorable mentions right here.
Yeah, so if you had strong opinions on any of the people on the bottom of the list,
Apologies.
let us know what you think they should have been ranked at.
Yes.
And we'll tell you that you're probably wrong, and that this is what's really happening.
All right. Next up, we have from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Scott Lang.
Yes. So we have none of us have watched Quantumania.
No.
But but we have all watched the original Ant-Man and then also Ant-Man and the Wasp.
I
And
only
I'm
watch good-
familiar
I only
with
watch
a
good
very
movies.
small amount of the comics.
Well,
Small amount.
in one of the versions I'm aware of, Scott stole the Ant-Man suit from Hank for his daughter because he had to like steal something for some gang who kidnapped her and something or other.
Yeah. And then went on the whole thing.
He's
Yeah.
usually always a good dad, but the thing is like those downsides of him being a criminal, and like he's like, okay, I got out of prison, I'm going to be there for my daughter, and like the first time something comes up, he's like, all right, time to go back to being a burglar again.
Which,
if I get thrown in jail, I guess.
I mean, that is kind of a comedy montage. You could make a fair assumption that was probably months after he got out, because he said, "Oh damn, they found out who you are," like getting fired. Because very guaranteed, he didn't start at Baskin Robbins as his first job.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably not.
Like you can make a fair assumption that he spent a long while looking for a legitimate job, and then going to Cassie's birthday party was the thing that just broke it for him.
That is true. However, I am going to bring back up Civil War because, despite my love for Cap,
Yeah.
he was on the side that was going against the law, and his first response is he tells Scott Lang, "Hey,
You do this.
you're breaking the law."
So he could be a wanted man. He's like,
Wouldn't
Yeah.
be the first time.
what else is new? It's like, Scott,
You got a daughter.
your dad.
You got
My
a daughter.
daughter! Why are you doing this to her?
So I can't put him in A tier for that reason.
No, he makes
specifically.
bad choices.
So I can say B tier because he is a good dad.
And you can't even make the argument like this was for the sake of the world. 'Cause it kind of wasn't, because Cap never really explained to Scott what they were fighting for. He just said he needed his help, and Scott said, "Okay."
I mean, if
Because,
I'm
yeah.
being honest, if Captain America called me, then I would be like, I don't need no explanation.
Yeah, no, it's Captain America, whatever. All right, cool.
Because here's the thing,
Uh-huh.
here's the thing. In an honest to God situation, Captain fucking America comes to you and is like, look, the government's not gonna like this. They're gonna say it's against the law, but I believe this to be right. Would you think otherwise? Would you think that you weren't doing the right thing? It's Captain
It's
Goddamn
Captain
America.
America. Captain America.
Like, he's a paragon for a reason.
Counterpoint, though,
I'm
which
playing devil's advocate.
which gets brought up in Ant-Man and the Wasp. That's not your tech, Scott. And now, because of your choices, Hank and Hope both have to go on the run now. They are now also fugitives of the government.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
true. However, I'm gonna
Like
say
he took technology that was not his, that
Well,
he already knows is dangerous.
that has nothing to do with being a father.
No, but that does point to the fact of like his shitty decision making. Is Captain America asked him for help, and so he said, "Fuck his daughter, fuck the girl I love, fuck the guy who gave me the suit in the first place, fuck the danger of the American government getting this technology, the thing that Hank said he would never let happen."
Yeah. However, I'm
Bad
still,
choices.
I'm still in B tier because he is a wonderful.
No,
father.
he loves Cassie, and Cassie loves him in return. Like that is incredibly
Him
well.
being a shit human being is it's just an unfortunate part of the
He's not a
whole
shit human
process.
being. He just makes really shitty decisions.
Okay, him making really shit decisions, like
So I'm
comically
I'm
shit.
gonna
And then
decisions.
apparently there's a whole thing between him and Cassie with like in Quantum Mania where like she wants to help the rebels and Scott's like, nah, these guys are in charge and blah 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 blah, and like
yeah, I'm ignoring that.
There's
'cause
kind-
that goes
I
very
mean-
against everything he is.
honestly there is kind of this thing they were trying to do in Quantum Mania and in Phase 4, which is like the old guard of like, okay, we just fought Thanos, like we fought like the biggest threat there's ever gonna be, we're tired, I think we can calm down now, and this new generation of heroes being like, no, there's still problems.
Yeah, well,
So mid B, I'm thinking below Mufasa, above Mufasa.
below Mufasa.
Below
He does not have
Mufasa,
the patience to
definitely
be above
below Mufasa.
But
above
above Ping.
Mufasa. But who?
Ping.
Ping never made a decision that would put his child in danger.
No. Below
Well, then
Ping.
definitely below.
You can put him above Jack. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Above Jack, but below other guy.
Jonathan.
Yeah. All right, here comes a really contested one on the internet. We
Oh,
got
the internet.
Son Goku from Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah. Okay. So
I have
Actually, he's from
immediately
Dragon
lost
Ball.
interest.
Well, Dad Goku is from Z.
that's true. He was not a father until
Until
Z.
Z, yeah.
Okay. So Goku is a bad dad, very popular on the internet. Anime dads in general
Are kind of shit.
But here's the thing, though. It's like...
We say that one of our S tiers is an anime dad.
Well, he wasn't a protagonist.
No.
So.
Yeah,
or the father of a protagonist.
No. Yeah.
He wasn't. He brought the
No,
other
their
boys
actual father was F tier. So.
Yeah. You have to take the world they're in into
Yeah,
consideration.
it's the same thing with Ned Stark and certain other of these characters. You have to take consideration that some of these worlds are not conducive to you being a good person.
Yeah, they're kinda
or
fucked
a
up.
good father.
Yeah, in all honesty, I mean, he was there for his...
For the first 4 years of Gohan's life, uninterrupted, he was there for his family. He was there for his wife and for his son, having a peaceful life. Because as far as Goku was like, he had just won the World Martial Arts Tournament. He was like, he achieved his goal of being like the best. So he's like, all right, I did it. I'm gonna settle down and I'm gonna enjoy my life, like Grandpa Gohan and me. And then Raditz showed up, and Goku died. And they were told, oh yeah, these other Saiyans are gonna show up and they're gonna destroy the Earth in a year.
Oh, so they're more powerful than him.
Well, gotta train. It's like, all right. Then the Saiyans attack. Goku gets put in a fucking hospital in a full body cast. Gohan has to go to Namek. All right. Goku's healed. Goes to Namek. Fights Frieza. You could make an argument like, oh, Goku's being a bad father on Namek when he's a Super Saiyan and Frieza and all stuff. It's like, what's the first thing that fucking Goku says to the guys? Hey, get out of here. I'll handle this. Tells him to go away. It's not his fault. He just fucking went on the sidelines to watch and do nothing else. And then when he goes,
anime protag needs to be witnessed, guys.
Yeah. And then when Goku goes Super Saiyan, he's like, hey, take this ship, take Piccolo, get the fuck off this planet. Like, he's a little upset, guys. Like, he just watched his best friend get murdered right in front of him. Excuse me that he's a little strong language to his 5-year-old son.
Yeah.
Like, he's like, what, 6 at that point? Whatever. And then...
Point is...
And then it's like,
down.
oh, bring Goku back to life. Oh, he's not actually dead yet. He's on an alien planet learning how to teleport. Because what problems has Goku run into the past couple times people have been in danger? He didn't get there on time.
Yeah.
So he
they
spent a year training in space to learn to teleport. Then he came back to Earth. Oh, hey Goku, in 3 years, androids show up and everyone dies. Everyone dies. Oh, hey Gohan, you want to spend the next 3 years training so we can prepare for the androids? Because everyone dies. Spends 3 years training with Gohan and Piccolo. You know, Gohan takes the opportunity to get... And we see Gohan want to train. You're like, oh, Goku letting Gohan train to fight these androids? That's really fucking ridiculous. Why would a father ever let his son fight that? Hey, Goku points out that Gohan is like infinitely stronger than he was when he was that age, and he was dealing with world-threatening things at that point already in his life. As far as he's concerned, this is just what he's gonna have to deal with.
Yes.
World-ending threats come out the wazoo every 5 to 10 years.
The world apparently threatens to end every 5 minutes.
And then it's like, okay, the one big oof Goku does make is Cell. I can't really defend giving Cell a senzu bean and saying, hey, go break my son so then he'll kill you. That's bad.
Yeah.
That's kind of a bad dad moment.
And then after Goku dies against Cell, and he's like, hey, don't wish me back to life. The last 3 times the Earth has been in danger, it's been somewhat my fault. Don't wish me back. And you know what? He was fucking right. It wasn't until Goku came back that something happened again. So,
valid.
People like to make memes about Goku being a shitty dad. He's honestly really not. When he's around, he's actually a good dad to Gohan. Not the best dad, you could argue, but he's a good dad. I'm not saying he's gonna be high on the list. I'm saying he's not like in fucking D tier like some people would put him in.
No, I put him in C tier.
Solid C.
Like a high C tier. Like it's the unfortunate thing that Goku is the fucking protagonist and the strongest guy around. He's got to do a lot of.
He's
fucking
the protagonist of a
say-
shonen anime.
Yeah.
I would say below Hakoda, above Kratos.
Shit. No, I'd put him above Hakoda.
Above Hakoda?
Above Hakoda.
No, Hakoda's only problem is that the world conspired against him to not be a good dad.
But we don't really get to see Hakoda be that much of a parent, whereas we actually get several occasions where you see Goku being a dad to Gohan.
I just hate shonen. I'm going to step back from this one.
I mean, I would put him at the top of C tier, but I don't know if...
I'm not willing to put him.
No, fuck that.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
All right, fine.
I'm fine with
I
that.
draw the line
I'll
at that.
I'll
Griffin Smirk is a
I'll-
way better dad than Goku.
I'll concede to that. That's fine.
Next up, Stoic the Vast.
Now, I'm coming from the context of the movies exclusively, despite the
As
fact
am I.
I know there are many shows.
I've seen most of the shows. Not all of them. There's like 4.
So, in the first movie, Stoic's kind of a bad dad.
So that's a solid C.
I don't have a
He's
son.
not inherently
Yeah,
awful.
you said you're not my son. Like,
Yeah.
that's horrible.
Yeah.
That not, D. Upper D. He would be at the top of the D
Oh,
list.
in the first movie.
Okay.
in the first
okay,
movie.
okay.
in the
yes.
very beginning
Okay,
of the first movie.
At the beginning, and then towards the end, it's like
Oh, like I'm proud to call you my son, and then you see the second movie where he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna name you Chief."
And he's so
there
excited,
has
too.
never been a better heir to the chiefdoms. He's like, the Hiccup's like, "I don't want to be chief," and it was like, "No, you're gonna
that's just how it is.
you're gonna be great about." It's not even just that. He's like, it's not even like it's your responsibility. It's like you're gonna be great at this.
Yeah, like he
Like
is.
everything that's going well in Burke is because of Hiccup.
Yeah.
And the
Yes.
choices he's made. Now, Hiccup does display the fact that he's not quite ready to be chief by the decisions he makes in that movie, and then ultimately has to become chief.
Yes.
And we see kind of some of the consequences of his actions as being chief in the third movie, but that's not about Stoic.
Yeah.
It is heartbreaking to the simple fact of Hiccup watched his dad die, getting killed by his best friend.
Yes.
And at their funeral, the first thing Hiccup can say to his father, "I'm sorry, Dad." That is heartbreaking because that emphasizes his whole relationship from Hiccup's point of view with his father is that he's constantly having to apologize.
For not living up to Stoic.
Expectations, yeah.
Well, it's not necessarily Stoic's after the
No,
first movie.
it's
It's,
not
not
Stoic's
It's
expectations.
Hiccup's expectations
It's
of
Hiccup's
himself to live up to Stoic's greatness.
Perception
It was like-
of Stoic
Yeah.
and what he should be.
It's like, how do you grow up to be someone that strong, that great, that
That-
selfless?
That Stoic.
He doesn't say that, but it's that selfless. Like he sees Stoic, especially after the whole character arc in the first movie and everything. He's like, he sees his dad. Even in the first movie, he definitely saw.
Yeah.
It's like he saw Stoic as a fantastic chief. He just never necessarily felt like their connection to his father in the first movie. Like it got better after that, but like.
Oh, especially in the shows. In the shows, that's where it really gets strong. Like, oh my goodness, there are so many good father-son bonding moments in the shows, which is why I wish y'all would watch the shows.
Nope.
They're
Too
really
old.
good.
So that's,
Sorry.
see, the main problem is Stoic is wanting and forcing Hiccup to be someone that he is not
In the first movie?
in the first movie.
Yeah.
That's pretty bad.
In the second movie, he's wanting
we do
Hiccup
have
to
to
be
do the whole
someone he
thing of, like-
believes he could be.
Yeah, he has actually has expectations. Like it's like you can do this, Hiccup. I know you can, even if you can't see it yourself. But he's still kind of pushing things onto Hiccup.
Yeah.
Now, we do have to take into consideration that 90% of the time that we see Stoic, he is a good, not just a good father, but a great father to Hiccup. He helps him out.
In the shows.
He helps him out through so many situations without any kind of expectations of like, look, I will guide you through this in so many things, and he believes in Hiccup and a lot of the things that he does. For example, there's an episode where they have the perches for dragons, and they're made out of metal, right?
So that we don't burn to the ground, yes.
So they don't burn to the ground. Yes, they're made of metal. And during thunderstorms, it keeps burning down the village because the lightning keeps hitting the perches. And so these guys are like, "Oh, it's because the dragons, the gods are hating against us because Hiccup's dragon." And then Stoic is like defending him and trying to inspire him
To figure out a solution.
to figure out a solution, right? So like, okay, we'll build a statue to Thor, and then it's also made of metal. And I'm like, and the same thing happens.
They wasted that much metal, Jesus.
Yes.
I mean,
And then eventually they find out about the whole electricity thing, and it's like,
capped in metal, I could see that working.
Yeah, if they made a full ass metal statue.
Yeah,
That's
it was
a
probably,
lot
it was
of
probably,
fucking
it was probably
metal.
covered in metal. What matters is
Like
it had
metal
enough-
plated.
What matters is it was attracting the lightning, is what mattered.
It was a big, tall, still a big, tall metal thing.
But Stoic
that's
was
in the
there
middle
helping
of the
his
village.
son throughout that entire thing. He was never doubting him. He was never doubting his decisions that he made on helping the dragons.
Well, there is that one episode where they do the portrait for the chief's heir and they draw Hiccup, not Hiccup.
What?
There's a whole thing where like it's where you draw the chief with his son, and it's a portrait of the two of them showing like the successionary line. and they reveal the painting to him, and Hiccup is drawn like he's fucking like Snotlout. Where he's like big and strong, and Hiccup's like, that's not me.
That's not me.
That's not me. And Stoic's like, I understand, son, but like there's certain expectations, and one day, and this whole thing about it, and he's like, basically Stoic is he's like, this is tradition, and I know that's not you, but you have to kind of let this go. And so Hiccup has to like he kind of goes on a quest because he finds like another painting that like there's like a hidden message on it, and he finds another painting with a previous chieftain's heir, and he's like, I knew it's like only a Hiccup could find it. Basically saying is like there was another chieftain, I think it was like Stoic's dad or something like that, that was also like really puny. So like that was more of a thing about Hiccup, like it's a little bit of character development, and like sometimes being strong isn't necessarily required, sometimes he's just being smart is enough. But that is an example of Stoic like siding with tradition over Hiccup.
Yeah, but in all in all, I would have to say that, you know, based on
solid B.
Yeah, I was saying solid B.
Another solid B. I can't see.
He took a shot for his son. That puts him.
Literally,
He took
actually,
multiple shots from his son. Hell, fuck it. Hey, dragon, eat me. No, eat me.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna say-
literally. Well, that to be fair, that was more. That was a chieftain thing. That was before Hiccup had shown up.
I'm gonna say above Mufasa.
I'm going to above Mufasa.
Below Mufasa. There's a level of patience to Mufasa.
I guess when you take into consideration, he kind of started off pretty shitty.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Mufasa had a level
Alright.
of wisdom.
Mufasa
and
had way
patience.
less screen time, but he did only good things in
He did
that screen
only
time.
good things, and they were phenomenally good things.
it's like
Alright.
that
It's
balanced
it's like,
both
what-
his roles as a dad and roles as a king.
What's going on here? A pouncing lesson. Oh, pouncing, very good. Pouncing? Oh no, sire! Oh, it's so humiliating.
Next up, we have Tenzin from The Legend of Korra.
Now-
Which, thank God, this entry is not Aang, because that would be
He
fucking
really
D tier
is
at
bad.
best.
Because unfortunately for Aang, he was raised by monks, given a parental guardian, but collectively the younglings were trained.
Only
Like,
knew how
he
to be
only
how to
cared about Tenzin.
how to deal with airbenders.
Because
It's kind of
only
unfortunate.
one of his children was an
And he
airbender.
was desperately trying to save as much of the airbender culture as he possibly could.
Now, luckily for Tenzin, all of his children are airbenders,
And he
so
didn't have
he
that
doesn't
issue.
get a chance to fuck up like Aang did. And like, I'm not gonna make an argument that Tenzin, like father figure to Korra. One, Korra already has a father, and two, Tenzin does fill almost exclusively the mentor role for
Yeah.
Korra. We're talking just about Jinora,
The other kids.
The other ones.
Miko.
I don't know.
I
You don't know their
remember-
name? You're the one that's
Look.
actually watched this fucking show.
I
care
watched
about the
all
other
of a
kids.
couple of
Janora's the only one that
episodes
Yeah.
with you guys, and then I watched a few more episodes by myself until we got to the one with the goth girl who has a
Asami?
who has an S and M relationship
What?
with.
Are you talking about? Are you talking about that the Water Tribe princess who like fucking like captured Bolin into like a marriage or something?
It's like core. I don't remember who she was precisely. This is the problem.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
have to
it's
do
like
with
Zuko's daughter.
The new next Fire Lord, she's not a goth chick.
I don't remember.
Okay, let's
Fine, whatever. Ignore it.
moving on. Okay.
Moving on.
Point is,
Okay.
I don't know enough about this show. To
I
care.
saw 1.5 seasons of Korra, and in what I saw of that, Tenzin has a lot of fucking responsibilities.
That
A
he
lot of fucking
balances.
But
responsibilities.
still always
A lot of
manages to be there for every
responsibilities.
single one of his kids. He's disciplinary towards the kids whenever they do wrong. He shows immense love towards all of his kids, even the ones that really don't deserve it.
And Tenzin's honestly just one of the best characters in the fucking show.
Yes. Honestly,
One
like,
of the only good
despite
characters in
his
the show.
immense
No, him and Lin
responsibilities,
Beifong.
despite his immense responsibilities, the
Police
amount,
chief.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
she exists.
Yeah, she's cool.
So
despite
one of
his
the best characters in the
immense
show. One of the only good characters
responsibilities
in the
towards everything
show.
else around him,
Huh.
he manages to show. He manages to always be there for his kids when they need him.
Don't bring my mother into this.
Fantastic.
Oh,
I'd say high B tier.
All right.
yeah, because it is unfortunate that he spends
I would actually
he spends
put
a good
Tenzin
chunk of the
above
show as
Mufasa.
being more mentor
Yeah.
than being father.
I'm gonna go.
I'm gonna put next to Splinter. Yeah,
Yeah.
makes sense.
Next up is Vegeta.
Vegeta. Okay, another thing, another meme on the internet. Oh, Vegeta's a way better dad than fucking Goku is. No, he's not.
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
He nearly beat his kid to death.
No, that's not even. No, that's not. No.
I've never embraced you, son.
In the 7 years of your life, I've never once hugged you, have I, my son? And then hugs him, and then fucking karate chops him and knock him unconscious so he can blow himself up. 7 years. You did not once hug your child.
He said embrace, which means touch.
No, he's punched him before.
No, it's hug.
No, like
It's hug. Embrace is hug.
well, yeah, it's big, but like lovingly.
Irrelevant.
Yeah.
Point is, he
He
didn't do
he
it.
did not love his kid.
Like,
Or no, it's not that he's
And
not
he's still kind of combative towards Trunks.
No, he does.
To this
That's
day.
future
That
Trunks.
is kind of the problem. He does love his kid. Unfortunately, he comes from the Saiyan culture.
He
and has
literally-
absolutely no idea how in the fuck to express that
No,
he remotely
he
knows.
literally threw away the love he had built up for his son and for Bulma and any moral fiber. He threw it away so he could have a one final match against Goku. He threw it away.
Yeah.
Now, eventually, he did like come to regret it and blah blah blah. Redemption, hoodly hoodly hoodly. Then we get to Super, where you do see Vegeta start to actually be kind of a good dad to Trunks, and then you jump to GT, which is not canon, but we'll reference it. He's actually a pretty good dad to Bra. It's actually kind of cute because she has him wrapped around her little finger, dude. Like, he cares so much what she thinks about him. Like, she goes, "Dad, that mustache is stupid," and you just see like his mind shatter and break, and he immediately shaves the mustache. It's really cute. And like, I think we're getting to the point where like Bra is born in Super, and like he's like, "No, I'm not gonna go train to get stronger. My wife's about to have a baby. I want to be here when they're born. It'll be the first time I'm actually here to see a kid be born." To be fair, that's his second child. He was an asshole when Trunks was born. Yeah. So he's a worse dad than Goku is. You could make an argument he gets better simply
He
because
becomes a better dad than Goku.
because Super doesn't understand Goku as a character, and fucking they character assassinate Goku. They make him so incredibly stupid. It's like, Kakarot, you never kissed your wife? No, what's that? You have 2 kids, and what does that have to do with kissing? Are you fucking kidding me right now?
Like,
that is stupid.
I think
The
we,
people who wrote for Goku and Super did not like Goku.
how do you fuck up Sun Wukong?
we can agree on
That
low
battle.
C. I would still say that Vegeta's in the same tier as Goku, just on a lower end.
Goku's kids never once questioned if he loved them.
Look,
Okay, then D tier. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
upper D tier though.
We can put him in high D tier.
I'll put him at the top of D tier.
yeah,
If
because that's the thing.
if
he
he
definitely better than
genuinely
Jerry
does
Russo.
care
if
about his kid.
for the first 7 years of Trunks' life, he did not give a fuck. And when Trunks was a baby, keep in mind, this is fucking Vegeta, Prince of all Saiyans, the heir to the throne of all 2 Saiyan warriors. Oh, Dr. Gero went to blow up the area, and what did Vegeta do? He didn't save Bulma and his infant son. Future Trunks had to go save himself from dying. That's shitty parenting.
That is shit parenting. Okay,
Next
he starts off as an absolute shit parent, but he does, but eventually he does genuinely care for his kid.
Yeah, the thing that makes
The problem
Vegeta
is
start
just
to
that
care.
Yeah, good. He comes from a warrior culture.
No, he's starting with a really shitty background information.
He has, he has a culture that does not emphasize good parenting.
Actually, we can't even necessarily say that anymore because now that we've gotten more experience, like for the Super Broly movie, where we got to see a little bit more of the Saiyan culture and everything like that. It's not necessarily quite as brutal because originally it was emphasized that Saiyan culture was very Spartan in nature,
Yeah.
and then in later releases they kind of softened it a little bit.
Yeah.
To make up for the fact that we did just kind of write this entire race that we're redeeming slowly one at a time.
Yeah,
We
Don't get
didn't
me
write
wrong.
them as murderous slavers,
Which they
slavers
were.
who sell planets.
They were. But to be fair, they also worked for Frieza, so if it wasn't them, somebody else would be doing it.
So there's a whole lot of serve me or die.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going wrong. Yeah, so Vegeta, like top of D tier, because the thing that really makes Vegeta start to care is whenever future Trunks during the Cell Saga gets killed by Cell, and Vegeta's like, "Oh no, I give a fuck."
I give a fuck. And then for the rest of the,
and then he starts to become a good dad.
yeah, and then there is that, and also there's just the fact that he's not really someone who comes to that. He's a warrior first.
And then he mellows the fuck out because
he mellows the fuck out,
'cause
and then
he
eventually
accepts the fact
figures
that
out how
Goku
to
is
be
better
a
than him.
dad.
Okay, guys, next up.
Right.
We got William Afton from Five Nights at Freddy's.
Tier. This man brought his children to a pizzeria that he was building murderous robots inside of to kill children.
And then killed all 3 of his kids.
Some on accident, some might be a little bit on purpose, depending on
on the story.
Yeah.
But then he
Depending
broke
on
his
the
soul, bound their
lore.
soul to robot. So you know,
that's-
We are gonna ignore his interpretation in the FNAF movie because it's what. But like from everything
still
we
F
know,
tier. He
he's
stabs
still
his daughter.
Yes, but the question is he worse than Firelord Ozai?
Yes, because he kills his kids. Like, actually kills his kids.
yeah, he's actually genuinely competent at killing his kids.
Yeah.
Actually, no.
He's competent at killing kids.
No, that actually make him slightly better because his kids didn't suffer as badly as Ozai's kids did.
Yeah, it's just one swift.
No, because he
one
takes their souls and shoves it into soul metal.
No, that is also correct.
He tortures them post-mortem.
He tortures them
he's
after they
so
die.
confident in being a bad dad, even
And then
after
Michael-
murdering
Okay,
them.
all right. Then is he worse than God Emperor of Mankind?
No.
No.
Not really. Again,
Okay, well I will say he is in fact worse than Mr. Turner.
I don't know. No, I'm just kidding. All right, that one was an easy one. And here comes another easy one. We've got Zeus. Now, we are referring to Greek Zeus in general.
I know it's Disney's Zeus.
But we are not talking about
ignore Disney Zeus.
That was
also,
just-
Disney Zeus isn't that great of a dad to begin with either.
That
so.
was just a very easy photo that I knew that we would recognize as who is that. Because if I just looked up Zeus on the internet, we might not necessarily have known who that was.
F tier, F minus tier, bottom of the list.
Yeah, like
Past even King Garen.
Okay, because he
Somehow.
has killed his children,
killed his
and
children.
he has raped his children, and he
On
doesn't give a
multiple
fuck
occasions.
about literally any of
Anyone.
them.
So that is F minus tier, bottom of the list, worst dad in existence.
All of his kids are tools to his rule. All of his kids are fair game. If they are a threat to his rule, he kills their asses. And occasionally he's raped them.
And then here's your honorable mentions here at the bottom.
You got Rodolfo Rivera, you got Robbie Stewart from Hannah Montana, you got Vernon Dursley from Harry Potter, Von Hohenheim from Fullmetal Alchemist, Tai Zhao Long, I think,
Long.
from Ruby, and then Thor from Ragnarok in the God of War games.
So that is our list, guys.
Do you have somebody who's a worse father than Zeus?
Or somebody who's a better father than Herb Copperbottom?
In either six situations, you're wrong.
I mean, present a strong argument. Who knows? If you guys give us enough suggestions, maybe we'll do this again with more dads. Probably not, actually, but
This is already a whole lot.
I don't know. I don't know who else we could really bring
No,
up.
there is no one better than Herb Copperbottom, and there is no one worse than Zeus. This does not exist.
Honestly,
I do not care about your arguments.
Oh, that's me. That's me. All right.
All right. Well, before we close us out, before we end, is there any adjustments? We want to move anybody around real fast. I do actually think that Jonathan needs to be kind of pulled down in B tier a little bit. Not because he does anything wrong, really, because he really is just kept from his children against his will for a lot. I don't think he should be at the bottom of B tier. I'd probably put him one above
I
Lawrence.
can't see him above Ned. Because Ned is actually really good to his kids.
Well, he's not bad to his children. He's just being kept from them.
And he's not being kept from his kids.
But he also has... because people have died.
It's Game of Thrones.
Honestly, the rest of this...
That's like saying Tuesday. It's Tuesday.
I don't know, I still feel...
Hey, Aaron, it's Sunday.
Yeah, I still feel that Daniel Hiller's a little low in C tier, but...
You were going to put him in D tier.
Yes. Last time.
Yeah, you put him in D minus. That's even worse.
Yeah. That was then. This is now.
I made that exact argument last time. I'm still over here. I was like, why is he? I was like, D seems a little bit strong for Daniel, and you were like, no.
In consideration that Darth Vader is a D, he's not quite that
I was like,
bad.
really? Should he be in the same category as Dracula in Darth Vader? And he was lower than them.
Was
I'm
he?
like, yes.
That's crazy.
I'm like, what do you
What
mean?
were we smoking? Oh, well.
Yes, I was like,
Well, I think the problem was we didn't have a visual representation last time.
Yeah, that
like
is
we do this time. We were just kind of throwing out rankings, not really looking at who was around.
All right. I think that is going to be the list, and that is going to stay the list.
I'm surprised that 3 managed to be worse than the God Emperor of Mankind. I was really expecting Open Zeus to pull that out.
Well, to be fair with King Giran, we did kind of cut him off, being like, you're not allowed to have any. It's only whenever you became a possessed
It's only whenever you're it's basically a Narcos at that point.
Yeah.
Because he's the only dad we actually see. We don't see Garrett be a dad. We just see Anakos be a dad.
Exactly.
Alrighty.
All right, guys. Like they said, if y'all think of any other dads that you could possibly put in this list, let us know. Let us know exactly where you would put them, because I'm actually kind of curious where everyone else would put different dads that they know in fiction. And until next time, I have been Kodig.
I've been Aaron.
And I'm Ryan.
Bye-bye.
Oh. Who's your daddy?
Cracky.